Hallo. Hallo? Hallo? Ich höre euch nicht. Euch nicht. Das ist nicht gut. So. Warum höre ich die nicht? Hallo? Ah, da bin ich reden. Okay. Okay. Ja. Nicht denn hören. Danke. Nils, könnt ihr denn einmal mit mir sprechen, nur dass ich Sicherheit gewinne? Okay. Danke.
Hallo,
Guten Morgen. Hallo zusammen. Ich kann es nicht glauben. Es ist tatsächlich soweit. Eigentlich wären wir jetzt alle gemeinsam in Berlin. Und jetzt sind wir hier. Das digitale Festival Latitude ist ein Experiment für alle Beteiligten und wir sind sehr aufgeregt und sehr gespannt. Tatsächlich sind wir nun live und vernetzt mit Menschen aus sehr vielen verschiedenen Ländern. Verzeihen Sie also, wenn ich ab jetzt auf Englisch moderiere. Auf der Webseite des Festivals finden Sie alle Informationen zur deutsch-englischen Simultanübersetzung auf einem parallelen Kanal. Dear all, welcome. I can't believe it's happening now. In normal times, we would all be together in Berlin. And now we are digital. The digital festival Latitude is an experiment for everyone involved, and we are very excited and very curious. So here we are, live, connected with people from many different countries. My name is Prasanna Uman, and I have the honor to accompany you through the next 3 days in this digital space. A space that may bring us a little bit closer together in times of crisis, which does not mean that we make ourselves comfortable. We want to discuss pressing issues and also argue with you. We want to cherish discomfort and at the same time also share joyful and humorous moments. On behalf of the host and organizer, the Goethe-Institut, I would like to start this festival by thanking around 100 participants who made this event happen. All these artists have agreed to participate despite the digital format. They changed their artistic practice at, I can tell you, a breakneck speed. And I usually work on a proper stage, so this was said to encourage your applause. I hope you do it in your thoughts or perhaps via social media. Please use the channels throughout to place your questions, comments, or even applause. For your information, when we switch to German in some slots, you can watch the simultaneous translation in English on a parallel channel. You can find further information on the festival website. And there's a radio program available. In collaboration with Reboot FM, a radio station for freelance artists, and Radio Network Berlin, the Goethe-Institut is also curating an audio program schedule, which is broadcasting at the same time as we speak live. Looking at the increased numbers of attacks against diverse minorities all over the globe, one could think that decolonization and anti-racism are no longer niche issues for certain groups of interest. But then, if we look towards the murder of a human being of color and the disturbing media coverage in many parts of the world, we cannot deny that there's still a lot to do. Under no circumstances we will take advantage of this dramatic events to set our topics. But we cannot start this festival without mentioning him. George Floyd was real. He was born as a human being and not as a victim. The purpose of this festival concerns questions about power relations, structural and economic inequalities, wrong possessions, and last but not least, the very personal decolonization of each and every one of us. We are really happy and grateful that you are here to share this path with us. And I am now also very happy to announce our Minister of State for International Cultural Policy in the Federal Foreign Office of Germany, Michelle Müntefering. She has, I can promise you, pre-recorded an empowering greeting and a determined vision for us. Film ab für Michelle Müntefering.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm sure you all know Harry Potter. Maybe some of you also remember the Mirror of Erased. For those who don't, here's a small reminder. The magical mirror doesn't reflect the reality, it shows us the hidden desire of our hearts. It shows us what we want to see. Of course, that's quite human, but such a wishful thinking often rather obscures the reality. When it comes to Germany's colonial past, we have long looked into our own mirror. The general narrative told a story of innocence and complacency. Other countries exploited their colonies. Germany was lucky enough to avoid the gravest atrocities. So the official story went, so neat, so wrong. Over the last couple of years, the mirror has cracked. We have come to realize that we have to acknowledge the injustice and crimes we committed. These crimes were always known. August Bebel already spoke in 1894 about the violence and the oppression of colonialism, which often results in the complete extinction of nations. It is all the more incomprehensible that it took so long for us to accept our historical responsibility. Addressing our colonial past is a long way and a bumpy one. It's a process of learning for all of us. Those of you who have witnessed the discussions around the Humboldt Forum, which is currently being built in Berlin, know how difficult it can be to challenge the narrow confines of our Eurocentric perspective. There's no easy way forward. But one thing is clear, we want to go this way together with you. If we retired to our own cozy national ivory tower and eagerly discussed our past among ourselves, nothing would be gained. We would just continue the colonial arrogance of talking about others without asking them what they think. Addressing our past means starting a dialogue with Africa. It means taking one another seriously. And I think we are on a good way. Over the last couple of years, one priority of our joint efforts was to address the question of how to deal with collections from colonial contexts in European museums. We have now adopted framework principles on this important topic, and we have decided to establish a contact point that will function as a joint information platform for non-European partners. Beside the museum talks organized by the Goethe-Institut in many African countries have given us a better understanding of what collections and museums mean to our societies. However, we shouldn't have the illusion that by just giving back objects, we could undo the past and do away with our responsibility. We can't just remake history. Instead, we have to discuss what big impact colonial structures continue to have within African countries and in our relations. And we have to talk about strategies, how these structures can be overcome. This is the topic of Latitude. It will be explored extensively during the next 3 days by an impressive number of contributors from all over the world. Of course, I would have preferred to meet you all in person and have a chat with you over a cup of coffee. But on the bright side, the virtual format has a big advantage. It ensures that many people who couldn't have come to Berlin in person can join and contribute their perspective. I think that's a good consolation for us, having to drink our coffee alone. I would like to thank the Goethe-Institut and all contributors for giving us this opportunity to decentralize and globalize our perspective. I'm really looking forward to all the discussions, performances, radio programs, and artistic contributions. Thank you. I'm hoping to see many of you at the Federal Foreign Office in October when we discuss colonialism as a shared history. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, when Harry is puzzled about the mirror, Albus Dumbledore explains to him, the happiest man on earth would be able to use the mirror of Erased like a normal mirror, that is, he would look into it and see himself exactly as he is. My wish for the future that we will come once look into the mirror together and see no cliché, no bias, but just us as we are, human beings trying to build a shared future.
Dear Mrs. Müntefering, thank you for these crystal clear words. and the touching vision of a common mirror image without stereotypes and attributions. This welcome slot would not be complete if our host did not welcome us as well. Johannes Ebert, the Secretary General of the Goethe-Institut, will speak about the purposes and main topics of the festival in addition to his warm welcome. We have also pre-recorded this statement. Film ab für Johannes Ebert.
Liebe Freundinnen und Freunde des Goethe-Instituts, ich freue mich sehr, Sie in dieser digitalen Weise zum Festival Latitude begrüßen zu dürfen. 3 Tage lang werden wir uns in künstlerischen Beiträgen, in Debatten, in Diskussionen mit der Frage auseinandersetzen, wie koloniale Strukturen bis in die Gegenwart wirken, wie wir damit umgehen und wie wir das gegebenenfalls auch überwinden können. Latitude setzt sich damit auseinander, wie koloniale Strukturen bis in die Gegenwart wirken. Wir haben das Programm in 4 Stränge unterteilt. Zum einen die wirtschaftlichen Ungleichheiten, die daraus entstehen. Zum anderen die Frage, ob sich koloniale Verhältnisse auch im weltweiten Internet perpetuieren. Drittens die Frage nach der Rückgabe von Kulturgut, die in den letzten Monaten so intensiv diskutiert worden ist und wo auch einiges geschehen ist. Und zuletzt das Thema Identität, Erinnerung und Rassismus. Gerade die intensive und kontrovers geführte Debatte um Achille Mbembe in den letzten Monaten zeigt uns, dass diese Themen präsent sind, dass man darüber sprechen muss, dass man auch sich kontrovers darüber austauschen muss, denn das sind Dinge, die noch nicht erledigt sind, mit denen wir uns, um zu einer Verständigung, um zu einem Verständnis zu kommen, auseinandersetzen müssen. Viele Referentinnen und Referenten, Künstlerinnen und Künstler, die bei Latitude mitmachen, haben in den vergangenen Jahren bei Projekten des Goethe-Instituts im Ausland eine Rolle gespielt und mitgewirkt. Es ist also auch ein bisschen ein Festival, das zeigt, wie und wo und mit wem das Goethe-Institut im Ausland arbeitet. Denn wir sehen es als unsere Rolle und unsere Aufgabe im Rahmen des internationalen Kulturaustausches, auch Stimmen aus dem Ausland in Deutschland sichtbar, hörbar und vernehmbar zu machen und so neue Perspektiven zu öffnen, die für ein Land wie Deutschland, das global so eingebettet ist, wichtig sind. Denn wir glauben auch, dass globale Fragen, wichtige globale Fragen wie Erinnerung, wie Nachhaltigkeit, wie Migration sich nur lösen lassen oder sich nur bewältigen lassen, wenn wir gemeinsam darüber nachdenken. Wir haben in den vergangenen Monaten und Jahren uns intensiv mit der Rolle von Museen auf dem afrikanischen Kontinent auseinandergesetzt und spannende Museumsgespräche veranstaltet. In Brasilien haben wir in Salvador de Bahia die Villa Sul, wo auch Süd-Süd-Themen intellektuell und künstlerisch behandelt werden. Im letzten November war ich in Kamerun bei der Veranstaltung The Burden of Memory. Dort haben Künstlerinnen und Künstler aus ehemaligen deutschen Kolonien in Afrika diese Zeit reflektiert mit künstlerischen Werken. Wir haben uns als Goethe-Institut zum Beispiel bei diesem Projekt zurückgenommen und haben die Gestaltung afrikanischen Kuratorinnen überlassen. Denn auch für Institutionen, die internationalen Kulturaustausch arbeiten, ist es wichtig, sich zu hinterfragen, zuzuhören und bisweilen auch die eigene Position kritisch zu reflektieren. Latitude versucht einen Blick aus einer anderen Perspektive und ich glaube, das ist in diesen Zeiten und für uns sehr wichtig. Ich hoffe, Sie verbringen möglichst viel Zeit am Computer und genießen das, was Sie sehen, bekommen neue Erkenntnisse und Erfahrungen. Das würde uns als Goethe-Institut sehr freuen. Vielen Dank.
Dankeschön, Herr Ebert, für dieses sehr herzliche Grußwort. I think regarding your hope for findings and sharing experiences, we can already start with our thumbs up. Check, done. Because very soon you will see the opening panel with 3 experts who will formulate important impulses and raise uncomfortable questions on all topics of the next days. We have also pre recorded this conversation. That is why I am wearing different clothes. I now don't want to bore you with reading out the program because you can check it out on the internet. Allow me just one suggestion: watch it. It is worth it, with so many perspectives and voices from all over the globe. Here is just a little preview of what you can expect. You can follow discussions about alternative options, and there will be an exciting format called Video Chain Reaction, which is really interesting, as well as Colonastics and Heartbeats and Poetry. I will meet you again live at 15:30 Central European Time. Until then, have fun, stay tuned, safe, and healthy. Bye. Hello, everybody, dear participants of this opening panel. Welcome to this digital round. I promise we will try to make it as exciting and interesting as possible in the digital space, even if we pity that we can't be in Berlin altogether. For those of you who have just joined us, I would like to introduce myself once again. My name is Prasanna Umman, and I will be facilitating the opening talk and also guide you through this next 3 days of the festival Latitude, launched by the Goethe-Institut. I'm a German-based moderator, and I have been concerned for a long time in the field of reflecting the post-colonial settings in German cultural institutions, and also with the question of how the perspectives and competencies of our post-migrant society in Germany are taken into account in these institutions. Now, I'm very pleased that the Goethe-Institut has invited 3 brilliant personalities for this opening panel. Together, we will try to set the topics of the festival and also transfer the experiences and views of our guests as a kind of base for the next 3 days. Let me now briefly introduce the 3 of them. It's really worth it. They are so impressive. First of all, I would like to welcome Nanjira Sambuli. She is a researcher, policy analyst, and advocacy strategist for information and communications technology. She advises the World Economic Forum, and she has served as a manager at the World Wide Web Foundation and held functions at the UN on digital cooperation and women's economic empowerment. Born and raised in Kenya, Nanjira was named one of the, and I think that's really impressive, one of the most influential 100 Africans in 2016. And BBC's 100 Inspiring and Influential Women in 2019. Above all, that she's a strong voice for the impact of technology on society and for digital equality, always taking into account questions of gender and identity. On her website, she describes herself as perched at the intersection of tech with governance, media, and culture. This multifaceted approach will very much widen the horizon of our debate and surely lead us to some very, what I like, hands-on questions. Thank you, dear Nanjira, for being here with us today. My next guest is the inspiring Nikita Dhawan. Nikita studied at the University of Mumbai, did her PhD in Bochum, Germany, taught in Costa Rica, Australia, the US, Spain, South Korea, Austria, and South Africa. Now she is a professor of political science and gender studies here in Germany at the University of Gießen. Nikita Dhawan is one of the principal voices in the post-colonial discourse in Germany. Her work centers around transnational approaches to justice and democracy. If you want to Google her, actually all of my guests today, you will find the most interesting and challenging speeches and interviews on the central topics of this festival, Latitude, on YouTube and other channels. Nikita Dhawan uses post-colonial and queer theory to challenge established concepts. She's an advisor for Femina Politica, a magazine for feminist political science. And she received the Käthe Leichter Award in 2017 for outstanding achievements in support of gender studies and the women's movement. As we will speak about identity, the role of culture for democracy and global inequalities, Dhawan is a guarantor to open up alternative perspectives and ask challenging questions, which I'm very much looking forward to. I'm glad, dear Nikita, that you could join us today. Welcome. And last but not least, I would like to introduce another important guest for our conversation today. He is a professor for French and Romance philology, but mainly known as a brilliant philosopher. Souleymane Bachir Diagne creates an understanding for the influence of philosophy on our beliefs and actions, and for the decolonization of philosophical concepts. Born in Senegal, he received his academic training at the Sorbonne in France, taught philosophy in Senegal, and he is now department chair at the Columbia University, New York. This transnational career translates to his work. Souleymane Bachir Diagne wrote about Pakistani poet, philosopher Muhammad Iqbal, Senegalese president and cultural theorist, now excuse my pronunciation, Leopold Sédar Senghor, English logician George Boole, as well as French philosopher Henri-Louis Bergson. I'm sure Souleymane will contribute important impulses on post-colonialism, transcultural connections, and also, very important, on the restitution of cultural goods. Welcome to all three of you. So now we will start immediately with the discussion, because now it's your turn to talk. The focus of the festival is the question of how colonial structures still affect Western structures and how these can be overcome today. One of the main issues is the relevance of art for our civil society and its mostly unreflected post-colonial setting. It would be great if we can impart your perspectives, which we can follow up and negotiate during this festival from a bigger view up to the details. Souleymane, the first question is how arts institutions and cultural policy are still affected by racism and a missing collective memory. Can you describe the effects of colonialization until today with a specific focus on the art world, which is always important for us?
Well, let me look at it this way. The relationship between colonialism and artwork is obviously multifaceted. So let me take the historical angle first and looking at the way in which African art, for example, was captured during colonial time. As we know, colonialism meant also looting, that is the word to be used here, looting African art, taking African art into European ethnographic museum in the first place, and keeping them there, storing them as ethnographic curiosities. Before that, African art, classical African art, was seen differently, mainly by poets and painters and artists within Europe, European painters and artists and poets, etc., and then started producing the power, so to say, of the message encapsulated in their very visual language. So the relationship between African art and colonialism was a very close relationship right from the beginning. First of all, in the looting of African art, taken from Africa, taken to European museum, and then the change in meaning, the new translation of African art in some kind of modern artistic language, which was called, and rightly so, primitivism, because what was the interest of these artists and poets looking at African art was to look at what they considered somehow the infancy of humanity, the primitive, naive way of painting and sculpting, etc., etc. So it looks like until now, African art has to be decolonized. In other words, has to produce its own narrative about itself. In other words, these objects that have been the object of two different discourses. The first discourse that considered ethnographic curiosities. The second one that thought, oh, maybe there is here an artistic language that would be of interest for us. Now it is time to reach the decolonized discourse where these objects are going, so to say, to speak from themselves. We are at a time when we need them to have to say their own narrative. And this is why I would summarize my answer in one word: decentering. The center of art is still Europe. This is the time when decolonizing means also decentering and recentering these objects on themselves.
This is a perfect bridge to my next question. Thank you very much. Najira, you were nodding. Nikita was nodding. Actually, we are talking about eye level, same height of eye level regarding criteria. So how should art reflect the global injustice regarding eye level, Najira, production conditions, which is also one of your issues, and criteria for valuable art? It's all about values also, no? It's about access to the market. It's about who is deciding what.
Well, I'd start by arguing there should be no such strictures on the role of art. I think we need to rehabilitate our thinking on art, and especially beyond the notion that art is about artivism or activism, it's art. So that just as much as it can reflect global injustice, so it should reflect imaginaries for what a just society or just societies look like, how we can use art to help in designing alternative futures that are inclusive. And in fact, on this particular topic and its intersection of digital technologies, the following panel that we will have on reimagining the internet will bring some very practical examples of what we're seeing and how artists are trying to claim digital technologies to recreate what we understand as the role of art. Just as related is this question on who decides what will be shown where and when. I think it highlights just how much reflection there needs to be on the structures and institutions that shape how society is ordered today. Why those particular structures, why those institutions that lead us to places where we ask these questions? For me, these are the questions that I'm trying to sit with, and I would like to invite a lot more people to sit with. What are these assumptions that are driving this, and how are they arrived at? You know, how is it that some actors get to decide what will be shown, where, and when? Why? You know, who determines value, visibility, and so on and so forth. So before we even try to answer the question, I think the questions are invalid because they fundamentally, and we're living through a time where we fundamentally have to re-question these issues.
Najira, I'm very grateful that you mentioned this question of representation, and this leads me to Nikita, because Nikita, I have seen one of your really wonderful performances in 2018, I think, at the UDK, when you had Angela Davis and Gayatri Chakravarti on your podium, on your panel. And I was so happy watching it because on YouTube, because it was touching this question of representation. Who is talking on the panels about these issues? Can you just tell me, why are the panels still? I mean, it addresses exactly this issue. Why are the panels still dominated by white or Western protagonists? is it? We often hear this answer: we don't find anybody else. We can't find anybody who's qualified. It is a very, I mean, we are all bored by this answer, but still, it is a still common answer. So, what is the reason? Is it a lack of people or lack of will? I mean, it's very provocative, and you can't. I know that you can't answer lack of people, but still, it would be great if you describe a little bit the issue.
Thank you, Prasanna, for the wonderful question, and thank you for the kind introduction. I also would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers for putting together this very exciting festival, which we all look forward to in the next 3 days. And despite the difficult conditions, I think they've done a great job bringing all of us together. So congratulations and thank you very much. I'm also very excited to be on the panel with Suleiman and Nanjira. And I can only reinforce what they've already said so wonderfully and eloquently. I'll try and address your very important but also difficult question using 3 points. So first of all, just as Suleiman said, that colonialism is not just about economic exploitation and military occupation, but also epistemic violence. I mean, the way he very well illustrated using the example of African art as a point of departure, it's about colonization of the mind. And that's on both sides of the colonial divide. And accordingly, decolonization is not just about formal transfer of power and declaration of independence, although, of course, that is also important, as we see as being celebrated in Nairobi in Kenya right now, today. But it's also about a global redistribution of agency and sharing of power towards post-imperialist futures. And here, of course, the question of representation is extremely important. Who speaks for whom, on whose behalf, using what kind of vocabulary. And here, of course, including the vernacular and pluralizing the discourse is very important. At the same time, we have to be careful that the vernacular is not automatically a site of subversion, because the vernacular reproduces and consolidates its own relations of power. So yes, we need to pluralize and diversify and make these spaces heterogeneous, but at the same time, critique without self-critique is incomplete. So I think it's very important, while we critique Eurocentrism, we critique androcentrism, we critique heterocentrism, that post-colonial queer feminist perspectives always already also questions its presumptions. The other point that I'd like to address is, because this I think is at the core of what we're going to be discussing in the next couple of days, is the question of art and art institutions. It's a fundamental question. And here I think a historical perspective that was offered by Suleiman and also addressed by Nanjira is very important, that considering the historical role of art in colonial and fascist regimes, one needs to be careful when one, puts faith and in the promise of art as being an important site for the task of decolonization. Now here I have to think about Adorno's, opening lines in aesthetic theory, where he asks about the Existenzrecht der Kunst. He asks about the very right to exist of art. And he has this very controversial assertion that there can be no poetry after Auschwitz. Which bears witness to the disillusionment with the promise of art and artists as avant-garde, as agents of transformation. And it's a struggle with the question: how could a land of Bach and Goethe and Kant enable the likes of Hitler, Goebbels, and Eichmann? How could a society with such sublime poetry, music, art, literature, and philosophy commit such heinous crimes against humanity? And given, I mean, this is the historical perspective, but given that art functions within structures of capitalism and neocolonialism, one has to see how it, in a certain way, perpetuates global structures of inequality. And particularly, and this is my last point to wrap up my intervention, given the current pedagogical turn in art, there's this whole celebration of art as the connection between aesthetics and politics and ethics. I think that we need to revisit Adorno's warning about autonomous art, where he says that, he has this very, again, controversial, provocative statement, better no art than socialist realism, where he encourages us to rethink the question of autonomy of art. So I'd like to end with drawing on one of my favorite metaphors, the Derridian Spivakian metaphor of pharmacon. And I think art and artists are like pharmacon. They can be both poison as well as medicine. And the challenge is how to convert poison into medicine.
When you say that, it's a pretty difficult position, because the next question, I just wanted to add one more question. I was thinking, do you see a chance of Europe's others to unite their struggles or even create intersections with the global South? So if we talk about this, it sounds a little bit unsolvable. Nikita, it's still, this question is still for you.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify if I, the thing is that you have to be careful, because, you know, I'm trained as a philosopher like Suleiman, and the philosophers love to talk. This is my standard joke. But we just, I wrote my PhD on silence. I wrote 400 pages on silence, talk about performative contradictions. So I do tend to give long answers, but I'll try and keep it short, because this is a question that I am struggling with, just like I'm sure Suleiman and Anjira also. We all have, we all come from the global South. We are located in the global North sometimes in the global South, because of our biographies. My parents are in Bombay, so I'm very, very often also in India. And the question of global solidarity is, of course, a very difficult question to respond. And it kind of connects to what Nanjira also and also Suleiman said about, you know, questions of where the site of decolonization is. And particularly given the, you know, transnationalization of public spheres today, we're talking about virtual public spheres. I was just talking earlier to a friend who was asking me about, you know, what was happening in response to George Floyd's death, murder. And she's based in India and is not a particularly politicized person. And she was even inquiring about it. So here one sees also the transnationalization of discourse of public spheres. And this, of course, is extremely encouraging, whether it's, you know, the Me Too movement, which has universalized in a certain way. And at the same time, I think that we have to also see the lures and limits of this transnationalization of public sphere, and how there are certain, how should I put it? I don't want to be, you know, as one says in German, the Spielverderberin. I don't always want to play the devil's advocate, but I think we have to be very careful about these articulations of transnational solidarity, because we know that these forms of violence are happening globally, world over, and how certain sites, in a certain way, how should I put it? From certain sites, it's easier to mobilize transnational solidarity than from other sides.
Okay. I mean, this is one, this leads exactly. Thank you very much, Nikita. I just interrupt. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
Because this leads me to this question about economic inequality and economic, also digital inequality in Nigeria. Does this whole question about economic inequalities towards when you view the whole globe directly lead to digital inequality, and what does it mean for our discussion, for our subject of, you know, justice and equality in the arts? Because look at this festival, we don't know who's going to be able to participate, you know,
precisely,
who has access.
Precisely. I mean, and it's even a question for somebody like me who has the access and who probably would have been able to make it to Berlin, to think about what that looks like for somebody else, you know, maybe right next door. What kinds of access would they have had to this festival? And of course, I hope that in 2020 we can finally make it known, and especially this pandemic gives us an opportunity for everybody to understand digitalization does not advance in a vacuum, nor are technical developments immune to the antecedents that shape them. So that even the question of economic inequalities in and of themselves, they're more than just about access to the market, because we've been conditioned to think that the market is this holy grail that serves us everything that we should be having in society. And so the internet, for that matter, is more than just about access to it. There's about the quality of access, the meaningful access, what you can actually appropriate from it and what you can create on it as well. So it's one thing I always like to say, and especially where the question of economics comes in, is that not everything that matters is measured, and not everything that is measured matters. And this moment is showing us exactly that. We do need to sit with this discomfort and decide for ourselves, when we talk about economics, can we start factoring in all the other things that have not been measurable or considered valuable to the market economies that shape today? Because that's exactly what is advancing towards what we are seeing as digitalization today. Those who had access were able to probably transition to working remotely, Zooming, and other things. But those who did not have access have been left behind, have been dealt yet another blow. They're probably dealing with the intersection of inequalities. They've probably been left out of access to income that would afford them the devices and the internet to be part of this conversation, or any other conversation for that matter. So no one should ever think digital is this cute little thing that has fallen from the heavens, the skies. It's not this big bang. It's absolutely shaped by the actors, the processes that already exist in society.
Thank you so much, Nikita. Suleiman, when you hear that, and you're a philosopher, and I have this very simple question. Are we still talking about sensitizing, especially the global north? Or how can, put it in a different way, how can philosophy help?
Well, maybe we do not probably need to sensitize the global north, or at least we need that less than we need to organize, to have our own creative energy focus on ourselves. Let me come back to the example of art that we were discussing earlier, and I totally agree with what has been said by Nikita on that aspect. Let's take a very concrete example. Something was happening on the African continent, which was very important, just before this pandemic stopped it. It is this wonderful traveling exhibition called, in French, the French original title is Prête-moi ton rêve, which could be translated as Lend Me Your Dream. Lend Me Your Dream was an initiative coming from three prominent African artists, Abdoulaye Konate from Mali, Yakuba Konate from Ivory Coast, and other artists. And 30 of the greatest artists of the African continent came together, created something in Casablanca, and this exhibition, Prête-moi ton rêve, Lend Me Your Dream, was supposed to travel from Casablanca to Dakar, which it did. I was in Dakar in January, and I was able to see it, and it traveled from Dakar to Abidjan, but it had to stop there, because this is when the pandemic happened. But why am I saying this? Because this is an initiative that was coming from inside the Global South, which was a South-South type of collaboration. In this case, it was just Africans from different African countries, but one can perfectly imagine that it would be also, artists from everywhere, included the Global North, because there is no reason why you would not have, on the topic of migration, on the topic of dreaming tomorrow, which was the general topic of this exhibition, you would not. There is no reason why you would not have these conversions between the Global South and the North, etc., etc. But the important aspect is that it was generated from inside the continent. It was funded even from inside the continent, and it was traveling inside the continent and was being seen by an African audience. In other words, in this particular case, you are not just saying that something exists or acquires universality if it is seen in the North and bear the stamp of approval from the North, from Northern institutions. So this is the whole thing. In other words, instead of trying to sensitize to sensitize the North, etc., etc. And this is what we did in the pandemics as well. During this pandemic, we have to remember, you had all these apocalyptic discourses about what is going to happen when the virus reaches the African shores. This idea that it is going to be the disaster and so on and so forth. Until now, and I knock on wood, this has not happened. But the main aspect of it is that the continent has decided that it was on its own. It had to mobilize its own internal energy. While more developed countries were fighting for masks coming from China and, outbidding each other in terms of the bigger check to be written to get the mask instead of the other one, African tailors just decided to make their own masks and to just use their own means. And this is what the whole thing is about. And I agree totally with what Nikita just said. Instead of always blaming and looking at outside what is being done, etc., we should be recentering on ourselves in the first place. And this recentering is also a way of opening to the rest of the world as well.
But thank you so much. Is this isn't that the bridge to the Selvin Saar report, actually, where they say it's a question of morality to give back any stolen works, any stolen artwork to the places of origin? Is this the real reason? Because it has to be there where it is originated, where it has originated from?
Exactly. And I'm very happy that you are using the very word morality. And one should be paying attention. They have, their report has become a book about restitution, but people have paid more attention to the word restitution than to the subtitle of the book, which is about new ethical relations. In other words, restitution is not just transferring back. It is not just a transportation. You are not just taking from one locality to another and then taking it back. There is no way, in a way, these objects are going to come back. If by coming back, you just understand that from a location, they are coming back to another location. They have produced new meanings. They have displayed new meanings in their new location when they became European. When they are repatriated to places where they were missing, they are not just going to fill a place that was left void when they left. They are going again to create new meanings. And beyond that, they are going to create new relationships between different museums in different locations and different places. In other words, restitution of these objects is also a way of reestablishing new links, new relationships between these objects and the multiple significance and meanings that they have carried during their long journey back and forth, and also reinventing new relationships between museums in the north and museums in the south. So this is the task, and this is the significance we should be giving to this very word restitution. So it is first a matter of morality. Obviously, you have to give back if you have seized these objects and just pull them out of the place where they belong to take them in ethnographic museums. That's one aspect of the ethical meaning of restitution. The other one is, how do we make sure that these objects, with all the meanings they are carrying now, are going to produce new ethical relationships with the North, between the North.
Yes. Mandy Sanger, I don't know if you know her, from the Cape Town District Museums. I don't know, she's the head of education there. And she was talking about a socio-historical perspective, that this object should, provide a socio-historical perspective, but also talk about the violence which came with it. Nikita, do you think this is what Suleiman also described? Is this the way we should look at it, at restitution of objects?
Absolutely. I'll very briefly supplement what Suleiman said because he's more or less covered it so well. I just say that, of course, it's very, very important to restitute the objects, and it's a part of undoing the historical wrongs. But I think that, and exactly what Suleiman said, that restitution or reparation is much more than just the capitalist idea of, return to rightful owners. And I think that what Europe needs to do is take also responsibility for the historical crimes of colonialism. I mean, let's take the case of Germany. It has till date refused to apologize for the Herero-Nama genocide. And in its defense, Germany keeps saying that it gives development aid to Namibia. I mean, one is just left speechless in the face of this kind of cynical attitude. I absolutely, I can only, just completely reinforce what Suleiman said, that there are three terms that is used: restitution, reparation, and reconciliation. And if we want to, in a certain way, nurture new forms of ethical relationship between Europe and the non-European world, then it's extremely important that Europe takes seriously the historical violence that it has committed over centuries and continues to do presently.
Nanjira, you were nodding and you were
Yes.
rolling with your eyes. So you please react, because I always like if we have also this link, because it's a very important issue you raised, this link between development aid and the non excuse. Whatever excuse is a little bit small.
We could go into that forever, and listening to Nikita,
I know.
on the point of even just restitution and reparation, even before reconciliation, is while Europe might take its time, or Europe, or any just powers that have been that felt that at some point, let's just go foray into other lands, that it's your time, on your time is when you'll do it. Because I think about what's happening today with the state of even education and historical education, both in the North and the South, and how the history of colonialism is taught. It's on one hand, it's really encouraging to see in countries like England, for example, where students, and mostly those who have, who are children of the diaspora, especially from the global South, are the ones leading the charge that they need to see another form of history being taught about these periods. You'll talk about World War II as if it was just about this issue. Well, the violence and the Cold, everything, and even before that, had very violent sites outside of these European tweefs, if you want to call them that. To date, we still see statues of colonizers being celebrated in certain capitals in Europe as heroes. And then you see it even now.
I know. We are discussing it all the time. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's one thing. That's the job right now that does need to happen in Europe. It does need to be a conversation. It's not just about us from elsewhere just coming with barriers and saying, please talk about this. It's very important that that's part of the work on allyship and solidarity and building these bridges that we absolutely need. But there's also the part of where even in this beloved development aid, I was just thinking about it today, and I was like, with, for example, German Development Corporation, there's a lot of focus on prioritization of STEM, that's science, technology, education, mathematics. They support the sciences in that regard, and what's called the TVET, the Technical and Vocational Education and Training. You see billions of euros being put to that kind of development corporation. Art is still being left on this charitable, sort of like on the sidelines kind of thing. And this, by the way, has shaped what we're seeing as neocolonial and post-colonial societies, and the role of art, even how art is prioritized in public policies, both by countries here to the work that we have to do, but also in how the support that comes from the West. And this goes back, for example, to the 80s, where structural adjustment programs came and completely obliterated what education systems were about. So there's still the ongoing work till today that has kept most of the structures in place. And so we do have to, these conversations are very uncomfortable, but they have to keep happening, because we have to keep shedding the light on how it keeps morphing. And the work that we have to do, it's not just going to be about one thing. There's so many catalytic effects that have to be taken into account. And now we're entering the era of digitalization, where we could embed these things further and create further divides, or we could use it to actually as a moment that helps us rebuild all these aspirations. We know what we need to do, that hopefully this can help us start doing this.
When you say we know what we need to do, I just wanted to ask you, can you just summarize 3 to 5 steps? What should be done? What is absolutely necessary? I just, you see, I'm cheating a little bit. I don't want to look into this whole recording again, because I have these 3 brains here all collected. So 3 to 5 steps. We Germans, we love these guides,
Yeah,
we have 3 to 5 steps, which we have to, which, it's called Leitfaden. We write a lot of Leitfäden right now, which means a guide for diversity management, also in arts and culture. So
one thing I hope,
especially when you look at the German context, especially Nikita, you are working in Germany right now. So we always want to try to transfer also the international discourse to the German context. What should be done regarding inequalities, regarding restitution, regarding also this ongoing othering of subaltern groups?
I just want to jump in there because my mic is still unmuted.
Yes, definitely.
And say that
specifically,
I'm glad you zeroed it on Germany. I'm as an observer and somebody who loves Germany and comes and I see how you see it in certain, there's this inquiry, and that's why we're in this festival and having this conversation. But there's the problematic that now I have to come in there and give you a guide, or we have to create a curriculum on how we're going to decolonize. Some of these things don't lend themselves to these structural ways, so that that's the most difficult and not very liked answer amongst different sectors in German society. Not everything will lend itself nicely to this technical guided molds. In fact, because part of what we're trying to do is break the molds and complicate equations and take in various perspectives. We're going into an era where we do need to question why these silos exist. I mean, I can get a technical silo to sharpen knowledge. It's another thing to say that that's the only way we're going to see society. These are the ontological questions that we need to bring in so many other perspectives. Now, to say that to the German audience, leave them confused, but I think it's important. We have the mental capacity, we have the knowledge, even if it's not, all the archives are not necessarily representative. Start there, sit with these discomforts. It's part of how you help us do that, because I really struggle with the labor being on me to give you help or to let you know what to do. And when I know for sure, when we go out there tomorrow, rinse and repeat, it will be back to the same structures of what have been happening. So I just say my one request, my one hope, my one dream is people can just sit with the discomfort a lot longer, not looking for answers just because it's the easy way out.
Yeah, because there's not a simple solution for all this baggage also from all sides. Thank you so much, Nanjira. This is not the final statement. We have still a little bit time left. Nikita, you're still muted.
Well, I'm just going to repeat what Nanjira said, but I'm just going to use other words. So I think that this kind of what is to be done, this famous question that Lenin asks, and this textbook of how to lead one's life, how to do ethics, to use a word that Suleiman used, how to repair relations. I think there is some comfort in having a 10-point program. I mean, because perhaps mostly it will be a German audience. This Dr. Oetker's recipe. So Dr. Oetker is a very famous condiment company, and this Dr. Oetker's recipe of how to save the world in 10 steps. I think it's very attractive, and yet I think it's a kind of also lazy politics, because one doesn't want to use a word that Nanjira used, go through the discomfort of thinking for oneself. And there's a wonderful play that Derrida does with Lenin's question, where he says, what is to be done with the question, what is to be done? And he says, what kind of expectations are attached to this question when you say what is to be done? And the answer that you expect from the respondent. And I think to go back to the question of formulas and guidelines and blueprints to decolonize, to make art institutions more effective to rethink the relationship between aesthetic, politics, and ethics. I think from a post-colonial queer feminist perspective, one of the things that needs to be done is to rethink our relationship to the master's tools. Audre Lorde very famously remarked, "You cannot use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house." And whether we're talking about digital technology, whether we're talking about public spheres, whether we are talking about institutions like museums, whether we're talking about universities where some of us work, development politics, enlightenment norms of equality, secularism, constitutionalism, what kind of relationship do we have to the master's tools, and how can we recalibrate, reconsider, reimagine our relationship to the master's tools, so that perhaps there is hope and there is an opportunity to dismantle the master's house using the master's tools.
Thank you so much for this beautiful answer. And I think Dr. Oetker is in integration help, since my parents also came from India to this country and they couldn't bake. And so I learned with this 10 points, Dr. Oetker recipes. It was great, but it didn't taste very well. It's a very nice example. Suleiman.
Well, that's a very difficult question. What needs to be done?
Yeah, I know.
And that's probably the...
I didn't expect a simple answer.
Question, of course. But let me rephrase it this way. What kind of word do we want to see happen? And that would be a way of answering the question, what needs to be done. What kind of work do we want to work for? Especially in light of all the lessons that we are drawing from these pandemics. We need a word of solidarity, a word of true partnership, and a word that is not just a bipolar word, a new form of Cold War between, on the one hand, the United States and the other hand, China. We need a multi-centered word, and I believe if I allow myself to say something about what Germany in particular should be doing, I think Germany should take more leadership in the shaping of that word. In a way, I have my sense when I look at things geopolitically is that Germany doesn't really play on a geopolitical level the role that she should be playing in a way, given her economic strengths and so on and so forth. Let's take the issue of art. On this particular aspect of art and restitution, Germany has taken the position of leadership. Of course, it started with the French president asked Felwine, my good friend Felwine, and my good friend Benedict to write this report, etc., etc. Germany was not sort of prompted that way, but in a way, Germany started to answer. And the answers by Germany about restitution, objects that have been already restituted, but more importantly, even the discussion that has been taking place in Germany showed a form of leadership of Germany in this particular situation. The same should be happening, I think, in the word that we are going to reconfigure geopolitically. We need a word where the notion of development is centered around values and human values, human life and humanity. The virus has revealed to us that for it, the whole planet is one single country. Well, let's behave like one single country in our response to it. Let's have what I like to call a politics of humanity. And a politics of humanity means that we have to rethink the whole notion of our development. We talk in terms of growth rates. And Africa has been seen under that light recently, before the pandemics, and now we are having probably socio-economic problems in Africa coming. But before that, the idea of Africa as the rising continent, and when people were saying, oh, these countries have this growth rate, etc., etc., arrives a pandemic like this, a crisis like this, and you are not talking anymore about your growth rate, you are talking about the number of masks. If the number of respirators. ventilators? How does your sanitary infrastructure, is it able to sustain what happen, etc.? So this is something we need to do, and I believe that in that direction, Germany has a leadership role to play that it is not playing. Germany is sort of restraining itself, I believe, in really taking responsibility on the geopolitical level and playing that role of participating in the reshaping of the world around values such as a true human development on the one hand, and also ecological development on the other hand. And I believe that
this is a very interesting perspective.
Would be interesting. Yeah,
a leadership role in also diversifying the discourse. In the end, I mean, Germany is doing a lot in this, but there are different branches, and it is a difficult discussion. But what I liked is that you said a lot was happening because of this Macron's initiative, and something was set up also here, which is nice, but it's a very, also because of the political structure, it's a very, very complicated discussion. And we have a lot to deal with, a lot of discomfort, especially when it comes to structures and changing of structures in German institutions.
So Sana, if I may just very, very briefly say a few words. Very briefly.
Of course.
I just was wondering, and it's more a question than an assertion, that perhaps Germany is reluctant to take this kind of leadership role also because of its history. Because führen, the German word to lead, is still has historical connotations and baggage. And I think that comes with its, I find it's an ambivalent situation. And I do think that it's in a sense positive that the Germans are reluctant to be, I won't use the German word, but I'll use the English word, to lead. And at the same time, I understand where you're coming from, that given that there are other countries which were seen as torchbearers of liberal democracy, and the disillusionment with these kinds of leaders, that there is a vacuum that has been created, and that there is an urgent need that this vacuum be filled. But I think that just to respond to your question, I think that Germany and Germans would be reluctant to play this kind of or take up this kind of leadership, given its historical, given its history and historical baggage.
And yet I do have a question there. I mean, aren't there, because I love German because it has a word for everything. Aren't there words that can also step in? Because I think about the kind of leadership we need in the world, and I agree completely with Suleiman, that Germany has a role, even if it's not necessarily in the world, even within Europe, and the role of Europe and Europe's relationship with the world going forward, because till now it's almost always been a center and has always had to be centered in serving alongside others. See, that's the other thing, other ways of imagining. I see this even in technology right now, when conversations are about the same geopolitics, US, China, talking about leading in technology and what's the role of Europe. And I asked, policymakers in the EU and elsewhere, why do you have to play at the same geopolitical winner takes all, dichotomy, which is absolutely false? Why don't you create a new coalition of thinkers who say slow and steady wins the race, slow, sustainable?
It's about creating a platform.
Context appropriate wins the race. I think that's what Germans are very good at. I mean, there's an interesting risk aversion necessarily, which is not a bad thing. It's leaning into it and finding other language that shows it's not about being the leader with the torch. It's being about how do we co-lead? This world needs so many heads on the table. Why don't they help in building a new table that brings in so many other actors who've always been told they wait for what some decisions are made by Europeans or others? I think that's the kind of leadership we could really use from Germany.
We have this wonderful German word, which is called, in German, it's really complicated, multiperspektivisch, multi-perspective. It's in German, it's very complicated. It's not used all the time. It's everyday language. So, and I think it's exactly right. Talking about leading, führen, it's a difficult question. Also to claim this role, it's a difficult question in Japanese. But moderating a process, enabling a process would be enabling a platform, building a platform, being the one who brings the different heads together could be definitely, I think that's a finding we can take out of this discussion, definitely. But now we are almost at the end, and I won't let you go without a final statement, because it is really, I mean, we just jumped from one topic to the next, but it was really, really still very full and rich. So one question I always have when I moderate this kind of festivals or congresses or whatever is, so what's the use? What do we do afterwards? Yeah, this is not it's more a practical, a field question. So what I would like you to answer, if you can, what can a festival like this ideally achieve, especially during the pandemic? Think of it, it's the opening panel, so we need motivation, but we also need a little bit of guideline, perhaps for the next 3 days. What are we going to do with the findings afterwards? What is it good for? Just a short, we have about 4 minutes left, so you have to try to be brief.
I suppose I can, yeah, sure, I can go first. I hope it can help those who tune in, and especially maybe as a message for my brothers and sisters in the global north. The world, as has been ordered, has created this false zero-sum game that for us to gain anything as people of the South, it'll mean necessarily losing. There's some redistribution, reparation. There's enough for everyone to go around. I always say, even for my continent, it's not a poor continent, it's just a mismanaged one. So if we start thinking of the resources that the world has today, and that we see that can help us do that. I always talk about humility. I find that it's a very important human value. If this festival helps even a person or two to start interacting with knowledge and insights that is not mediated through European or global northern institutions. We say in internet parlance, we've been new, we've always known, we've always spoken, we've always said. It's just that you've not necessarily had direct access. There'll be such a great array of, sessions that I've seen highlighted that will center mostly voices from the South. Tune in, listen while you're cooking, while you're running something. Just listen, just be willing, be open to hear from other perspectives and see what you can use to create a new understanding. And I think this is an imperative, a moral one for my generation and those to come who are still shaping their worldviews. We have to unlearn to relearn.
Thank you so much, Nandira. Nikita, and then Suleiman is already muted. Suleiman.
Well, I think that one big lesson we have to learn from this is that we cannot just say that there is nothing that cannot be done. And the message of the festival should be, I believe, the message that we are drawing now from everything that is happening, the two different aspects of the crisis. First of all, human solidarity. I've talked about that.
Yeah.
Second, during these pandemics, we are seeing another virus, which is the virus of racism and inequality. This cop who killed a man and prevented him from breathing at a time when we are under attack by a virus which is attacking our own breathing capacity, which is our life itself, is emblematic of what our time is. And this is what we need to refuse. And the feeling of outrage that has been widespread, not only here, but also in Berlin, in London, and everywhere, is outrage against the word as it is, a word in which inequality meant inequality in the face of death. The people who are dying from this virus are disproportionately brown people of color. And this explains what inequality is. It is not just economic inequality, it is really inequality in front of life and death. And there is a lesson that art has about that. Art is a great equalizer in a way. And I think that this could be the one lesson of this festival. And I was so happy to participate in it and to be having this conversation with you, Nikita, and Julia as well.
Thank you so much for this final statement, Suleiman. Nikita.
Well, I can only again repeat what Nanjira and Suleiman have so eloquently said, that I'll try, and because I've already outed myself, I have a tendency to give long answers. I'll restrict myself to 2 points. One is the politics of speaking and the politics of listening, both points that Nanjira and Suleiman raised. Regarding the politics of speaking, this festival is a wonderful platform which gives the opportunity to hear different voices, and at the same time one has to be careful. This was something that Prasanna, you asked right in the beginning, offering a platform to people, voices from the global south, for people who usually are not heard in the global north. Of course, the pluralization and diversification that this platform offers is, of course, extremely important. And yet we have to be careful of what Sarah Emmett calls the non-performativity of diversity, whereby we act as if because there are people from the global south, they are speaking, that they're automatically being listened to. And I think speaking and listening are, as one says in German, zwei Paar Schuhe. They are two different activities. Just because somebody speaks doesn't mean that somebody is listened to. And I think in order to reorganize and reorder and reimagine the world, we need to nurture another politics of listening and another ethics of listening also. And I hope that this festival will train us to listen differently, and to also develop a patience for that which is counterintuitive, to that which is uncomfortable, to that which makes us reconsider our comfort position. So I wish all of us a wonderful 3 days, lots of exciting and also difficult conversations. And once again, thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Prasanna, for your wonderful questions. And thank you to Suleiman and Anjira. It was really, really very, very inspiring to discuss with you.
Thank you very much, Nikita. I think that was really, especially for developing cultural policies in this country, it was really, all these findings or these final statements are really transferable to a practical level also, which is nice, because solidarity, listening, also acting, who is going to act in terms of equality, all these questions are very practical, and we have to consider this, especially in these times where we are facing probably the cutting down of cultural budgets in the next few years, which will probably happen in the pandemic. So I think this is a very, very important final statement. And thank you so much to the three of us. It was, I'm delighted. For me, it was great. I hope you had a good time. Thank you very much, dear audience. We pre-recorded this session, but I hope you can feel the vibes and this really interesting and highly, how can I say that, inspiring discussion. We would be delighted if you would accompany us during the next 3 days, especially with all these big words, which we now gave a little bit of impact in this 45 minutes or 60 minutes now. Bye-bye to the three of you. I see some of you again during these 3 days, and take care. See you hopefully soon also in Berlin for a next occasion, and take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Mulemo Mwilwa. I am an artist and organizer based in Johannesburg, and I'll be moderating the discussion today. Welcome, thanks for joining us. Today's session is entitled Alternative Possibilities Towards Self-Reliance, and we will be having a discussion with some artists and an economist to engage with this thematic. A big thank you to the organizers of this event. I think we're going to be having a great few days of some really interesting topics and really interesting speakers. The speakers for this session are Third Space, which is made up of João Roxo, who's a designer and visual strategist based in Maputo in Mozambique, as well as Russell Hlongwane, who's a cultural producer based in Durban, South Africa. And they, as Third Space, will be in discussion with James Shikwati, who is an economist based in Nairobi, Kenya, and who is the founder and director of Inter-Region Economic Network, which is a think tank based in Nairobi that focuses on development ideas to enhance the quality of life for Africa. The way today's session is going to work is that we will have, to begin with, a video, which is being produced by Third Space, which will be a kind of sort of starting point for initiating the discussion. João and Russell will then follow that video with a little bit more of a discussion, kind of speaking and expanding on some of the ideas of the video. And then we'll go into a response by Mr. Shikwati, and then we will open up for questions. Please do share your questions either in the YouTube comments or Facebook, and we will be looking to engage with as many of those as possible. If you can, please give your name and place where you're from, but of course, you're also open to comment anonymously. So I think we're going to go ahead with the video now, presented by Third Space, Russell and João.
We are witnesses and active participants of precarious and uncertain yet electrifying times, where the perimeters of fact and fiction are blurred and often conflated. So blurred, in fact, that rigor becomes hard to attain. We sit on this nexus between our vulgar, frightening reality of ambiguity, while tending to the unimagined and the impossible as means of arriving at the unexpected, bursting wide open the doors to new possibilities. We live in a template culture. As designers, access to information tends to immerse us in a formulaic process, with predefined elements and stock packages at our disposal, constraining the extent of our creativity and forcing a sort of visual uniformity. This standardization is a heritage of modernity, a reflection of coloniality. We are therefore confined, boxed within the grid of Cartesian thinking, or are we? Not everyone has been granted the same access to this template culture and its panoply of tools and access information embedded within it, or the limitations imposed by the MS Words and standard graphic interface software. Necessity is the mother of invention. Living in discomfort leads to creative strategies to confront the high tides and make way for meaningful survival. We live in a makeshift culture, working for and from the bottom of the pyramid. Even though this pyramid is now being questioned and upended, we use it as a temporary framework nonetheless. Here, it is the users themselves taking ownership of design processes and producing what we call speculative outcomes. It is within this context that Third Space is trying to theorize a very particular form of design making. This is our reinterpretation of the speculative. The speculative as an instrument to be used in a productive manner to fashion our own African ontologies through design. From this thought, a new set of politics emerges, one of non-empirical contours, one that acknowledges the supernatural, one that allows for new narratives that sit outside and beyond the Western imposed frame of thought. We would like to draw into focus what we call the design triangle of power, which looks at the territory of intellectual property, mostly in Europe and North America, relating it to the manufactured goods of the same intellectual property in the East, and the selling of these goods in Africa, with short lifespans. This system locks consumers in a perpetual cycle of rebuying, remanufacturing, reshipping, all of which are features of accelerated capitalism. We call upon two parallel pathways of design, or making products for purpose. The one is what we can call the discipline of design, the Western training of design, so to speak. To discipline is to tame. One can think of the grid system, the frame, the Cartesian grid as a prescribed schema within which to think. On the other hand, third space is interested in a taxonomy that works beyond the grid, one that does not concern itself with formulaic schemas of creation and production. It is these devices of imagination we seek to play with, the realm of what they call informal, non-formal, the anti-norm. Terms such as System D, Mkokotelo, Gambiarra, Kanju, or MacGyvering relate to a world of immediate solutions for problems created elsewhere, yet experienced here. Third space arrives as a non-binary plot of dialogue for incubated possibilities.
Joao and Russell, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, Joao will pick it up first.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our intention for this segment is to achieve 5 specific aims: to unpack, yet not reduce, what you have just seen in the video. Secondly, to demonstrate how the examples in the video are emblematic of our practice and preoccupation. Thirdly, to distill what we mean when we speak of the speculative and how that connects to questions of dependency that are so central to this platform. Finally, present some examples of what we think are refusals to dependency. We will do this by way of pointing to communities and ecosystems that have assembled themselves to achieve alternative possibilities under the pressure of a globalized system that seeks to undermine their values.
And here we start. There is a peculiar kind of economic trade that is formulated, politically enforced, and through diplomacy coerced into Africa. It's called aid, packed with its baggage and good intentions. However, just beneath its veneer and its perceived good intentions lies a hyper-lucrative economic model for the benefit of the superpowers, one that foregrounds aid to free trade. As it is well known that with great dependency comes great vulnerability, a vulnerability that is readily assumed by African leaders, yet appended by African subjects. The net result of this equation is a world where aid becomes trade, a world where the accepted narrative enhances the gap between the North and the Southern hemispheres. And so why would we turn to speculative design as a stage on which to address and analyze this dialectic?
For a few reasons. Chief amongst them is that speculative design is inherently critical of global systems and the world of products, in a way that the standard form follows function type design fails to perform.
When we talk of the global systems, we are calling into focus the templates of the world as a schema or as an arranged system with its dominant political economy. And then, on the other hand, to think of the products that emerge from the system as political agents. As such, the combination of the arranged system and the emergent products collectively are a departure point from which to discourse about the global order.
In this pursuit, the speculative becomes a thinking tool, a methodology of sorts that we use to work through these questions. Imaging the virality of the memes.
Upon initial engagement with the field of speculative design and a given particular curiosity with the visual barrage of images that are dismissed as LOL or SMH moments on social media and other information outlets, matched by a found design language in our cities, it became clear to us that a reorientation of what we understood as design is well needed, in fact urgent. We therefore started to work with an index of design languages that form part of our lived experience, our mother tongue, if you will.
This form of design comes out of a need to make do, make shift, or make fit. And here enters the political, because perhaps the fundamental difference here is the role of the user in repurposing, adapting, and reconfiguring the piece of set design. In other words, the question here, of course, becomes, why do we have to hack? Why do we have to reconfigure? What faults in the system make it necessary for us to tame products and global systems in order for them to conform to our localized reality? We live with so much excess and yet such little access.
Hacking. Our practice obsesses over the politicization of design products and global systems, where these goods are applied in a radically unique way than for which they were originally designed. So it's fair to say that the most extreme example of the makeshift is as absurd as a global order that deems it necessary.
The nature of our work is in politicizing whilst resisting the temptation to solve. This is because contemporary society is so engulfed by the need to solve, the need to optimize, to enhance, to accelerate, to compound and upscale in pursuit for a solution. Yet some of these existential concerns implore introspection, not for the need to solve, but for the need to bring down systems completely. Why the resistance to solve?
Well, because those who can afford to solve do so. Yet sadly, we find that they don't solve, but rather shift the burden. To whom, you may ask? Well, the burden is shifted to those who don't have the option to shift it any further. Because it's easier to patch and to fix the material world than it is to encounter ourselves and question our humanity. So here's another way to think about this. Who has reaped the fruits from the activities of the Anthropocene? Yet who will pay the price for this?
We haven't quite managed to duck, third space. We haven't quite managed to duck or shield ourselves from what we call the material assault from the global powers. Here we are referring to surplus goods of aid that arrive in African markets as products ready for trade. In this frame, Africa is something of a material dumping ground, a wasteland of sorts. It is from this position and moment that we look at everyday products as tools to trace and stage global politics.
So these everyday products we speak of range from cheap imports from China with definitively short lifespans across to secondhand clothing that departs European and American shores as aid for Africa and the global South. So speculative design was a starting point after which we realized that this practice is still a niche in many parts of the world, and we were convinced that it applies in a very different way in Africa.
It became absolutely necessary to expand our scope of attention from a purely design investigation towards an investigation that holds various relational fields and creative tension. Our scope is now filled with a growing archive of makeshift situations, insurgent moments of practice, and user-based response tactics to imported goods. These localized responses to design problems and products allowed us to reflect on the dialectic between user and products. Alongside this, we drew our attention to artists, thinkers, writers, spaces, and collectives whom we thought were working in a somewhat speculative approach. They are interested in how things could work better as opposed to things working. In other words, what things could be as opposed to accepting what things are. As a sum up, these agents are proposing a different kind of equity and value making, and this we enjoy thinking through.
So we seek to bring into dialogue a set of practices operating in novel ways within their chosen fields in order to arrive at some productive proposition and possibility for and in Africa. These propositions and possibilities provide evidence that despite and in spite of the tensions in global systems, there still exists micro-narratives that offer methods of assembling ourselves and those things that create value for us as Africans. And so in 2020, why is this continent still perceived as a bag of post-colonies, still framed and theorized through the rubric of development studies, still referred to the proverbial sleeping giants despite its active fieldwork?
Decolonizing design. Probing into the role of technology, design, aesthetics, and visual culture at large, we inevitably find ways to acknowledge existing values and value-making systems that contest the standards imposed by the said status quo. Homi Bhabha, in his book, The Location of Culture from 1994, proposes that, and I quote here, the theoretical recognition of the split space of enunciation may open the way to conceptualizing an international culture based not on the exoticism of multiculturalism or the diversity of cultures, but on the inscription and articulation of culture's hybridity. It is the in-between space that carries the burden of the meaning of culture. And by exploring this third space, we may elude the politics of polarity and emerge as the others of ourselves. So here, an appeal to a shift of perspective from a vertical hierarchy to a more leveled horizontal interdependency, one that prospers on cooperation and hybridity.
As commonly said, necessity is the mother of invention. And out of the need for innovation, a new creative enterprise is born in various forms of grassroots entrepreneurship. The IMF and the World Bank have long faced the difficulty in measuring the value of the non-formal economy. And this points to an extreme sophistication of a system that is understood most intimately by its constituents. We call it a kind of economic exile or a relief from the imposed globalized system.
Shadow economics, subsistence off the grid. Globalization is crystallized through mapped out global markets and the slow but steady reorientation of borders, closing the gap between nations and homogenizing the economic, cultural, and political strata. A new economy of improvisation emerges, operating sub rosa under the radar of legality or taxation, although complementing rational models, static ideologies, and formalization.
So to this point, according to Robert Neuwirth, this marginalized system represents, open quotes, the growing share of the world's economy, which makes up the underground economy, which as of 2011 has a projected GDP of $10 trillion, close quote. In 2009, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development concluded that close to 1.8 billion people in the world were already active in this field. At this rate, he continues, given its size, Newert says, it makes no sense to talk of development, growth, sustainability, or globalization without reckoning with System D.
Modern-day under-regulated capitalism seems to be increasingly unsustainable in a mobile and entrepreneurial world. People take it as a priority to support their family, putting their relatives through school and creating new job opportunities without any help from the government or aid networks.
Carved by hand, informality and craft as hybrid modes of resistance. In Technological Disobedience, Ernesto Orota tells a story of how a new form of design surfaced in Cuba. Where facing restricted access to international commerce, standardized products' lives were extended. And with this new practice, a people filled with a sense for creativity and enhanced resourcefulness, open quotes, within the process of repair, repurposing, and reinvention, three key concepts speak to an elevated degree of subversion. Firstly, reconsidering the industrial objects from an artisan's perspective. Secondly, denying the traditional life cycle of a Western object. And lastly, substituting traditional roles with alternative functions that meet demand at a local level.
Here, the imposition of a political system of regulations and limitations allowed for the birth of new methods and a growing appetite for problem solving. Similarly, still in Cuba, due to governmental restrictions imposed on internet access, ordinary entrepreneurs came up with the ingenious solution of creating the paquete semanal, or weekly package in English, offline libraries that are shared and spread across the country through portable physical storage devices such as hard disks, flash drives, and memory cards, as obsolete as these may seem sometimes. While to most people in the world, the uncensored World Wide Web is common sense, present-day Cubans are forced to trailblaze their way through their own reality, looking for alternatives to feed a certain fear of missing out on information in all world affairs.
These politics of design, so to speak, are more specific to, although not limited to, the South. In South Africa, for example, Fong Gong is a derogative name given to Chinese ripoffs of famous brands. Although labeled fake, these products have evolved and their manufacturers have improved on functionalities which respond to specific demands at a local level. Due to network limitations in other countries, cell phones surfaced in the local markets with dual SIM card capability. Again, solutions spurred from necessity, born out of contextual, practical limitations. In informal markets, brands like Hugo Boss, Hugo spelled with a double G, Boss spelled with a double O and double S, Chanelly, the double N and an L-Y at the end, Nokia, spelled Nokkya, Damsong, and Apple, spelled Apel. These brands bring you products that, although are uncertified, show increasingly better quality and performance in an act of market disobedience, unlike the one described above.
In order to understand these diverse forms that design takes and the contextual reasons which make it diverse, we need to think about the design process, acknowledging and embracing hybridity rather than attempting to control or eliminate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joao and Russell. That was really great. A lot of food for thought. I think a really interesting response. I'm struck very much by the very strong sort of so-called global South kind of tendency and tonality to the work, and I think a major challenge to a lot of the ideas we have about design in broad. We're now going to turn to Mr. James Shikwati, who will be giving a response. Over to you, James.
Yeah, these are brilliant thoughts from our panelists. I think it really creates food for thought for Africa and Africans. And but I'd like to start probably by disagreeing a little bit. You know, I think I like what the artists have done to make us rethink. But I think if you look at history and if you look at how the world works, we cannot ignore the fact that despite all the challenges, it all boils down to what I call the free human mind. You know, the Africans too have this mind, and they can always create their own possibilities without necessarily having to follow what is happening in what you refer to as the global schema. And I think we've got already lessons that we can see. If you look at world powers, how they rise and fade, you know, you'll always see that there's always that possibility. There's no power that dominates forever. And that to me gives Africa hope that all we need to do to use at least the design, speculative design thought process is to study how the world works and ask ourselves, what makes the powerful powerful? What makes the weak weak? And then we come up with a strategy, although I see you sort of say we shouldn't come up with solutions, but I think the world operates almost like military. You have to have an objective and have strategy and have tactics and have purpose and have you know, without that, then it's all but a dream that has not been dreamed, and therefore you can never achieve it. And I think I would like to say this from the background of probably the fact of what holds us back. First, and maybe that's why you came up with these brilliant thoughts. First is that Africa thrives on borrowed economic strategies. I liked your introduction about aid. So you notice whoever gives you the money determines the kind of strategy or policy you come up with. And a lot of the policies we have favor multinational companies. And that indirectly addresses your point of why we have informality. So informality, as much as it might appear to be rebellion or resistance, it's actually just a breathing space that comes out of the fact that we are suffocated by the donor who determines the kind of public policy. Secondly, if you look at our politics, everybody claims to be democratic, and therefore they develop development strategies based on elections. So if you always have elections after every 5 years, the president wants to achieve whatever they call development, quote unquote, within the 5 years so that they can be re-elected. Now, if we compare with the schema you talked about, the arranged system has to think beyond 50 to 100 years. But if you have a country that thinks about 5 years of election, you know, we can blame the international system, but the issue is really pegging our development to our five-year electoral cycle, which in my view really is the biggest shortcoming in Africa. But generally, I like the presentation in the sense that you capture really the issues that Africans go through as exporters of raw materials, as importers of goods, to the extent that we ignore our own indigenous foods, we ignore our own indigenous crops, which is a powerhouse for industrialization. We ignore our own arts, you know, music, you know, what I call the creative art. We ignore it because everybody wants to mimic other countries. So this is quite powerful, and I like your emphasis of people should repurpose their lives, and I think this is a challenge to all individual Africans. I think we should not wait for government. We should not wait for for some international person to think for us. I think each one can do what they can do as artists, as business people, and also as politicians, to stop thinking about the 5-year electoral cycle. And probably lastly, so that maybe we open this up for further conversation, you've noticed across all 54 African countries, there's a sector, I'll use a Swahili word, jua kali. It's an informal sector. I think Indians call it jugat. You'll get an African who can fix a Mercedes-Benz car, but he has never been to school. You'll get an African who will put up a building, but he's never been to any construction training. You'll get one who will even draw for you architectural design. He's never been to that. He'll be an electrician, a plumber. There's something about this Juakali mindset. What I mean by that is the ability to actually mimic what is happening elsewhere and deliver to the perfection. In my view, this already gives us the possibility of upgrade. And that's why I would rather go for optimization. I'd go for scaling up. I'll go for competitiveness as opposed to simply giving up and saying, you know what, people, well, let's not come up with solutions. I mean, if you see what's happening when people are dying of hunger, when people are dying of malaria, we need solutions. So we need to optimize to make sure that we fix these problems. I mean, in East Africa here, we're having a challenge of locusts. And don't forget, we've got even the challenge of COVID, corona. You've seen what Africans have done, developed their own masks. They're not waiting for somebody to bring them those medical masks. So all this, I think, is something we need to tap into and see how best we can, in my view, positivize the energies of capital to develop some possibilities in that manner. The next conversation of speculative design, it will be maybe China and Europe complaining about the African people having surpassed what they do, because don't forget, we've managed to survive colonialism, we've managed to survive slave trade, and we are resilient, and it tells you that there's something special about the African people. But the crying, too much crying, saps our energies away from focusing long-term. And remember, those who dominate because they think long-term. So maybe I can let the moderator allow us to have further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thanks, James, and thank you for the brief response. Gives us a lot of time to chat, so this is great. I think we have to start with a response from Russell and Joao about this question of solutions. You need to explain yourselves.
All right. And if you don't mind, there's maybe 4 points that I'd like to address that Mr. James Riccardi has raised. So the first point is to perhaps clarify the notion of the position that we take of not obsessing over solution. I think part of that, I mean, we are sometimes so obsessed and taken by speed, by the need to resolve things and have the answers. And I think at this point, what we're trying to do is to set a number of really critical and sharp-edged questions that, through responding to those, lead us to a very productive and fertile point from which some solutions can emerge. For example, aid in itself is kind of a bandage. Yeah, it's this perpetual solution mode that is supposed to be temporary, but eventually becomes permanent in some way. So that's kind of the response that I would offer to the point of not being solutions driven. It's not at all what we're saying. And then to talk about speculative design, for us, we started as in the narrative or in the recital, we spoke that we started in the area of speculative design, but it became apparent to us that we actually are approaching a much broader field of speculative approaches and speculative practices that can be in conversation with each other. So what could be speculative approaches to economics? What could be speculative approaches to medicine or indigenous forms of healing? What could be speculative approaches to organizing and so on? And so for us, the non-formal economy and the goods contained in the non-formal economy are very, very beautiful, or they're very apt in capturing how these approaches already exist and are in front of our eyes. And then lastly, when you talk about the dual-Kali model, so when we talk about mimicking, I think the framing the framing and the vocabulary sometimes in itself is problematic because it undermines the value of the practice. And what we're proposing is not to look at this mechanic who can fix a Mercedes-Benz without going to a university, but it's to build a vocabulary that acknowledges and affords value in what he does without needing to refer and use a point of reference or to use Europe as a point of reference for what it does. So there's almost, again, like the solution for us is it's to push back against the solution and constantly ask more questions. And from that, perhaps some solutions emerge more naturally. João, do you want to make?
Can I respond to Russell before we go to?
Yeah, and then I think we'll get a response from João as well.
Yeah. Let me just make a quick one.
Go ahead.
I think Russell, you raised very powerful points there. I think my push here is agency, because if you put the agency in the African person, then I think even this aid discourse will just vanish. But I think when aid takes agency away from the African person or from the target, that's why the issue has to keep coming up again and again. And then the second point I just wanted to raise quickly is if we have to be rebellious, from the examples you gave of Nokia and others, then it has to be intelligent. Because notice the examples you're giving, it's the Chinese who are rebelling against the West by creating these interesting look-alike brands to penetrate the market. And now the West is actually crying about China at the moment. So if we can make it intelligent, fine. And lastly, of course, I agree with you. We don't need to peg it on the European standards. Thank you.
For those of us who are not design people, I mean, my understanding is that the kind of broader global discourse of design and how it's grown over the last couple of years is very much about solutions, and it's very much about solving problems. So what does it mean to create this challenge? Yeah.
Sure. I guess the design conversation is global, right? And the approaches to design, of course, vary a lot. I mean, design is all around us, you know. So when we speak of design and we use design or speculative design, and also the approach to speculative knowledges, you know, we wanna keep it open at that, and kind of open our eyes to what's around us and what kind of influences everything has in us, you know. And in that sense, you know, it makes us think and be critical about what we receive and what we consume and so on and so forth. I'd like to maybe go a little bit back also to respond to the James's proposition, also and questioning of this the aspect of agency, right? And it made me also think of something that always comes back to my mind, which is, you know, someone once you know, we spoke about this thing of fishing, and you know, like, you're not gonna, would you rather do? Would you rather give someone fish, or would you teach them to fish and give them, you know, a fishing rod, right? So in that sense, I think it's a lot about how, you know, we find these expressions of resilience, you know, in our ways of dealing with things, and find new ways of finding those solutions and solving those problems, you know. So this is kind of a third space is kind of a waiting room, you know. It's not it's a non-binary space in that sense, because it lets us engage in dialogue, and it is in its essence a provocative sense. Also, the example of China comes in. You know, it's funny you mentioned James, because you know the image that comes in the video also of we don't see the Chinese production, you know, in itself of fake as that ingenious solution or that resilience, but what we do with it, So, for example, here in Maputo, we have the second-hand clothing situation, which we're all familiar with. And at one point, it started with aid, but then, you get all sorts of people identifying that structure of the clothing bale and replicating it. So you have people from all over the world doing it, and you have a extreme economic tension between them. Informally, it's acting in the shadow in that sense. And at one point, the Chinese, I think they noticed that, and they started bringing the same bales, which bear the same form, which is kind of a trying to also, it's a metaphor for trying to formalize something that is informal, which is kind of like scraps of clothes, and they started selling the same format as products in and of course this all has an impact in those families and ancestries of people who worked with clothes and worked with fashion and so on and so forth. So this is more. I don't want to extend myself too much, also to pass the word. But there's, I think, a lot more to say about this, definitely.
Can I just make a comment to Yao's point?
Yes.
Yeah. I think my response would be that first we need just to look at our culture, because our culture is there's the imported one, and there's what I would say the one running in our DNA, which means the indigenous culture that is not imported. And I think the question here would be, how much do we celebrate failure? Because again, to succeed, you have to be failing a lot of the times, right? So in terms of culture, I think there could be an issue where the fear of failure makes it difficult for us to proactively move to the next step. And the example you give of China, they seem not to fear failure. That's why they can even put a bridge that will collapse tomorrow, and then they'll say, sorry, let's fix it again, right? But then on our side, we want to say, okay, let's be as perfect as Europe, as perfect as the United States, and then we do nothing, okay? So I think the point would be to look at our culture. How do we celebrate failure? How do we encourage? Because I recall I did some work on indigenous games of strategy, African games of strategy. There's a lot to learn, and you'll notice in the indigenous games of strategy, Africans were training their young girls, their young boys, failure. How do you manage fail? And then how do you then progress to be successful? So I think it's something I would challenge the artists to, as we continue with this conversation and beyond, please input the African indigenous games of strategy, and you'll be shocked that we don't need to cry at all.
Just like to say, please do share the study on African.
I can share, yes, no problem.
I think many people will be interested in it. Russell?
Yeah, I think you raise a very, very interesting and important point there, James. In the video, we talk about the need for design to fashion African or a design approach that is premised and based on African ontologies. And I think what we're referring to there is to, when you talk of the schema and the system of operating, somehow the values, our indigenous values and folklore and foreways have to be embedded in that system. That system has to emerge out of those values and fundamentals. Yeah. And so somehow there's a challenge to people who design, make things, and those who sets the infrastructure, who sets the templates, who set the schema for those things to happen. Those two need to connect somehow. And what we're proposing, we're in conversation with you as an economist, and we're artists, yeah? And ideally, we'd have a policymaker. And so once we can start to kind of cross-pollinate and talk across these fields and sectors, again, interested and invested in an indigenous perspective, I think something starts to emerge there. Again, it's about asking the question. So I really appreciate the idea that you've just proposed right now, which is around, foregrounding indigenous practices and forms of knowledge making.
Thanks, Russ. Just a reminder to everyone who is tuning in that we are taking questions. There are a couple of questions already coming through. Please do add your name and where you're from if you are willing, and just put them in the comment section of the videos. I have some questions before we move to everybody else's questions, and I'd like to sort of come to you, James, where you've kind of mentioned this idea of sort of African games of strategy. But you've also spoken quite a lot about not working from borrowed economic policies. And of course, this is something that's emerging quite a lot in economic theory, is the fact that what works is clearly not the same everywhere. And you've mentioned sort of the need for optimization, scaling up, I think is another word you meant. What does that even begin to look like? I mean, in some of the work that you've done, I think Russell and Joao have given us an example of a kind of small scale modeled version of that. But what does that look at economic scale?
Okay, first of all, maybe I start by giving you what motivated some of the work we do here. And I go back to the story of games of strategy. If you look at Chinese, they're using their game Go, the board game. If you analyze how China is approaching the world, be it in politics, be it in economics, in business, it's the game of surround until the opponent just gives up. They don't fight headlong. You compare with the Western guys, they use chess. They look for the king. Once you knock out the king, the game is over, right? Now, we go back to our indigenous games of strategy. So you notice if we don't have a game that guides our mindset of how we approach our sense of purpose here on planet Earth, then we end up, as the artist pointed out, playing the schema of others. And you know, if it's their game, they know the rules, they can shift them anytime, you'll never win, you know? But if we create our own game, elevate it to sophistication, then it makes it easier, even in negotiation. But in terms of examples, what we are doing here at Interregion Economic Network, we, first of all, came up with what we call the Young Innovators in Agribusiness platform. And we noticed that young people have a lot of ideas, a lot of technological exposure. So we give them a platform every year, competition. We are for solutions, unfortunately for my artists. So we actually push our East African young people to identify a need, a problem that they see in their community and come up with a solution that can be scaled up. Secondly, we also looked at the power of culture as an engine for transformation. And we've been focusing on African foods. You notice a lot of urban foods are foods from cuisines and recipes from other countries. When you start having your urban population consuming chips and stuff from Europe, you are killing the farmer in the rural area. And then when you kill the farmer in the rural area, you're creating the burden of getting the people in the rural area always asking people in the urban area, please send us some money, help us. And then maybe for those who are based in Europe, you start asking all the time, send us some remittances, you know what I mean? So we are looking at the power of indigenous foods to catalyze industrialization that everybody's thinking about. Many people think it will be only through minerals, but it starts with food. I mean, if you look at our culture, a lot of relationships are mentioned in terms of food, even marriage. Some words for marriage is like cooking for somebody, you know? So we've looked at that, and if you modify it and you create a value chain out of it, you'll be surprised. You need logistics, movement, you'll need markets, the digital platforms will come into place, and you'll need storage, you'll need houses. So all this is how you start catalyzing industrialization on the basis of what is indigenous locally. So we are so motivated on this. And then the last point I'd like to give, which excites me a lot, and that's part of the reason I gave the example of games of strategy. This came out of Thought Leadership Forum. We brought together a bunch of professors and told them, please look at the indigenous games of strategy and tell us how it can apply in military, apply in diplomacy, apply in business, apply in politics, and make a presentation. Please don't quote books from Europe. We told them like that. And we locked them in our hotel in Kampala for 3 days. And what came out was amazing. The power is right here. So that's why I'm so excited with what the artists say, repurposing what we have is where we should be going. Instead of looking out there, we simply repurpose what we have and make sure that we energize it. And I go for solution. I don't fear solution, and optimize.
Thanks, James. One of the questions that's coming up from a few people actually is around the visuals that were screened while Russell and Joao were speaking. They're asking what the dark stars are about. We had similar questions the other day. If you can chat a bit about that, and maybe also speak a little bit to the use of memes and the idea of memification as part of the space of kind of speculative design and experimentation and this kind of lull effect, as Russell mentioned. I mean, why the use of memes? What does that mean for kind of the digital space from the African continent? Joao, do you want
maybe I should.
You want to go first?
Maybe I can go ahead first.
Yeah.
With the graphics, just basically it was we wanted to have something present while we spoke, and we found an aesthetic that came out of that, and basically the interaction of the audio just is how can I say this, unexpected because it's unique, it's never repeated, so that falls off the grid. So then after that, with the idea of the question or surrounding the memes, when we speak of LOL moments or SMH moments, it's when, because usually we find lots of in our feeds or people sharing pictures or ready found pictures of ingenious, what we like to call ingenious solutions for immediate problems. And usually, these are just disconsidered as we say, LOL moments or as a meme, with the amount of information that comes in and such. And from that, connecting to what I said before, it's also to call the attention, because these expressions, it's in these expressions that we may find the metaphor or the drive, to let go of this dependency and be autonomous, which also connects to what James was saying, which I found really interesting, which was that this idea of speaking of fear or something that you can't really grasp, that it might reflect as or be translated as an incapability of doing something, right? It's kind of like a behavior change, right, theory, which explores this idea of like, should we communicate fear or should we communicate motivation and so on and so forth, right? And I guess that what we're trying to make is in finding these expressions and these new narratives to encourage people, definitely. And also to say that these people that we seek to work with, we actually didn't have space or time to also read about that, but within the methodology of the reader and the people that we call to contribute, these are people that fall within a specific idea of like they have certain characteristics, and one of them is definitely their work and their proactiveness, and their be it in the arts or in economics or whatever it would be. And also to say that I'm really amazed at the metaphor that you just created, and this you yourself found this expression of something that connected this idea of the games, and you're telling a story with it, which kind of encourages to find this new narrative. So in that sense, I look forward to having your contribution to our next video.
Thanks, Joao. Russ, did you want to do a quick response to this as well, or should we the questions are now coming in hard and fast, which is always happens right at the end. So do you want to respond?
Now I'll hold my thought then and maybe address another question.
Cool. So the next question goes to James. It's from Vic Tumwa, based in Washington. And it's a big question, but so I'm going to ask you to try and be very brief about it. Why have regional economic blocs failed to wean Africa out of foreign aid? What needs to be done differently?
Well, I think the answer is quite straightforward. I already mentioned in the opening remarks that we are using borrowed policy frameworks. When somebody gives you aid, then they determine the kind of policy framework you have. So even the regional economic blocs, there has been the question, who is driving these regional economic blocs? Because you notice we have to have our indigenous companies that persuade our governments to come up with regional economic blocs. But now, if you getting a regional economic bloc to simply have goods from China, Europe, US spreading across, then it cannot uplift the continent. And you can see an example in East Africa. Right now, even trucks can move Tanzania to Kenya, Kenya to Uganda, because a lot of this is imported from the coast, moving inward. But you can imagine if this were Kenyan business people, Ugandan, Tanzanian, getting the pressure of movement of the goods, they'll be negotiating with the politicians to say, you know, if people come up with standardized way of, you know, measuring or testing against this pandemic called COVID-19. So short answer, borrowed policies, failure to domesticate them makes it extremely difficult for the regional economic blocs to uplift Africa.
Thanks, James. Very great short answer. Another very big question. A lot of the questions are big questions, but that's probably because it's a big topic. Is it really possible to create an economic system that functions differently from global capitalism? And I think this question is interesting because even though in many ways you, James, and Third Space, I think connect in many ways, this might be the space where you have slightly differing positions, where Third Space is really kind of wanting to introduce some kind of completely radical thinking, but maybe, James, you have a slightly different perspective. So I'm going to ask you to kind of give a very brief response to that in terms of what you think. You know, if you're talking about domestic responses, not using borrowed systems, capitalism is a borrowed system. Yeah. What does that mean? James, do you want to start? And then maybe we'll go to Russell.
Okay. Yeah, I would say it's very possible actually to redesign. And that's why I'm so happy with these artists who are trying to force us to see the possibilities. Number one, you start with the measuring tools. How do you measure success? How do you measure what you call development? You notice in Africa, we are very heavy on what we call social capital. Western countries, not so much on social capital. They are looking at the capital in terms of the finances in the banks, in terms of you know, the kind of buildings you have in a city, and therefore they measure your value. But Africa has a social capital. A lot of the businesses that we talked about in Africa always start with social capital. You know, how trustworthy is somebody, and others are able to put to have their input. So I would say redefining the measuring tools of GDP, of what it means to be successful, puts us already on the path to creating a new economic model, a new economic platform. And I think what I can foresee happening post-corona, what we are calling COVID-19, already there's pressure that we are likely to have a new model emerging out of this very unfortunate situation that the pandemic has created. So the answer is yes.
Very quickly, I would put forward the so-called non-formal economy as I think an infrastructure and a network that has already started to create its own political economy, if you will. However, unfortunately, it's been framed in using very problematic terms and framing. And I think if we were to apply a bit more effort and investment around supporting those structures and creating a value add to those structures, I think it might build up to something really, really considerable and formidable. And I think some of the statistics that are cited in the reading already start to demonstrate the potential and value of it.
Thanks, Russell. I have to say, neither of you sound like you're giving an alternative to capitalism, but we can leave it at that. maybe, Joao, I don't know if you want to do a last response before we close off, or you're not really wanting to do the capitalism debate. Your mic is
Sorry,
off.
I was muted. I was saying that, would you mind repeating the question, because I was drifting away with what my peers were saying.
The question is it really possible to create an economic system that functions differently from global capitalism?
I believe so, myself. I mean, I'm not the economist here, but I think that it is possible. And I think that, call it speculative or not, I think that we need to, to see if it is possible, we first need to design it, to think about it, to try and again be speculative about it and look for these options. I mean, not think inside the the proverbial box and engage in dialogues and find hybrid solutions for these problems that we face in these such uncertain times. So I mean, I guess I was a bit abstract, but we have here a platform, and that's what we're here to do and discuss.
Thanks.
You know what, Molemo?
Thanks.
Yeah, just to make sure you don't say we didn't address your question nicely, remember, economic models are all a resultant effect of human activity. And so it's just a matter of how we change our activity, our perspectives. And that's why you can notice from what the artists are giving us, it's creating that possibility that you see we are not going to behave the same way. And that's why I brought in the corona aspect. Everybody now is hiding in their little houses, and people are being told 10 meters away from each other. So, the human activity, human behavior as a resultant of several of those kinds of actions, you can't expect the economy to remain the same or the models to remain the same, among other reasons.
Thanks, James. We've kind of reached the end of our session. A big thank you to all three of you for the generosity of your ideas and I think a lot of the thematics that we've touched on are likely to continue over the next few days. I've been told to mention that the next session on reimagining the internet is very likely to touch on some of these topics. So I think we can all continue to be part of those conversations as it goes ahead. It's always really exciting to be part of conversations that bring together a group of people kind of speaking from very practical experience about what some of the solutions for reimagining our context can be. Always also very exciting not to have to be having constant kind of comparative conversations with the global north, but rather to try and think through our own ideas. And I think Third Space, that's really what you offer this. So thank you very much for that. James, I'm hoping that you will share your research, perhaps put it on the website, on your website or something, that we might be able to access the information around indigenous games. Do you think that would be possible?
Okay,
I think
that's my assignment.
Thank you. Homework to do. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Last comment is just to mention that there will be a session this evening at 7:30, which will be both Russell and myself as a kind of continued, much more informal, more sort of participatory, engaged session entitled Thinking Out Loud. You can find out more about it on the Latitude website. A last thank you to everybody for being part of the panel, and for all of those of you at home listening in.
And Joao will be part of the session.
Thanks, everyone.
And
Thank
Joao,
you.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you for moderating, Molemo.
Absolutely.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Molemo, and thanks everyone for.
See you all later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
to Colonastics, colonial gymnastics. Yes, you heard it right. We are dodging all that neo-colonial exoticizing racist bullshit and we're going straight to the core. That area where it hurts the most. Because Colonastics is about you, white folks. We're bringing you the best white movements straight to the comfort of your own home. And you can just join. It's simple, it's easy, but most importantly, arrhythmic, monotone, and stiff. So let's quit the talking and let's get straight into it. So, Colonastics fans, our next workout is a nice and easy warm-up or cool-down if you like. This one is really for everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone. It doesn't matter if you're white, black, pink, purple, or yellow. Colonastics doesn't discriminate because remember, whiteness is a state of mind. So grab your neighbor, your mama, your cousin, and your doggy too, whoever's at hand, and let's get started. But first, let's get our equipment. You can use a ball, like this one. But you can also use a chair. And maybe if you're sitting on the couch right now, you could just stay there. Because you don't even need to move. So wherever you are, you can just stay there on the spot. Don't move. No change of perspective, no change of space. All we're gonna do is a little bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce it out. And if you're like me and you have this little bouncy ball, you can even imagine that this ball is the world. This little bouncy ball is your world. The world is yours and you're bouncing on it. And up and down, and we're gonna wave to the left and to the right. Say hello, say goodbye, say hello, say goodbye. In Germany we say Guten Tag and Auf Wiedersehen. And for this next one, we're gonna use more equipment. We're gonna use our pretzels. See, I got my pretzels right there, and I'm gonna use them to exercise my arms. And let's go. 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's right, we're taking them up as well. Both arms at the same time, because nobody wants this Winkelfleisch. We want some nice toned arms, and that's why we got our pretzels today. And for this next one, we're gonna use a jug of beer, and mine is really heavy, and I'm gonna take it over to the side and keep bouncing and change side and keep bouncing. Yes, that's fun and it's really hard as well. Take it to the middle and bounce, bounce and bounce, 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 bounce. And if you're getting thirsty, you can even take a little sip. Oops. And this next one, we're gonna shake from side to side. In Germany, we call this Schunken. It's a really classic move. Everybody can do it, so we're gonna do it as well. And back to bouncing, back to bouncing. Bounce your world, the world is yours. That's right. Up and down and up and down. Watch out, we're gonna wave again. Say hello and goodbye. Guten Tag, auf Wiedersehen. Guten Tag, auf Wiedersehen, guten Tag und auf Wiedersehen. See what you're getting there? You're not only getting a workout, you're getting a little German lesson as well. How great is that? And that's only with Colonastics. See, that was it. That was easy, simple. I don't know about you, but I feel so refreshed right now. So I hope that you tune in for our next Colonastics session. And remember, guys, to breathe. Inhale, exhale. I have my little cup of Kräutertee right here, and I'm gonna drink it. Oh my God, this Kräutertee. The Germans, what's not to love about them?
Hello and welcome everybody to this very beautiful session that we're going to do. It's a chain reaction. I am very excited. My name is Malcolm Ohanwe. I am a journalist from Germany. And I'm very glad and happy to be doing this with Goethe-Institut. Right now we're going to talk about in this segment about decolonizing the internet. So how do we do that? What does that mean actually? Like, there's so many aspects of our social media usage or websites that are not necessarily where they need to be. So some of the most popular things, or some of the easiest things for people to understand, is there used to be this Russian app called Face app where you could like you would basically do like that, and then take a selfie, and then it will turn you into a woman, for example, or it will turn you into something else. So first of all, the woman and man categories is very binary. So there's no option for being a little in between, or acknowledging the fact that there's there's more than two genders. So that is already in itself an issue that needs to be talked about, because it reinforces sort of these social norms that we have to abide by. And the other thing is, for me as a black person, I mean, I thought I would turn into a woman with like, with kinky hair, like with my Afro textured type hair, like beautiful Afro crown hair. And it gave me like the long, thin, straw type, European type hair, the long, fine hair. And so even a lot of the apps that you use reinforce sort of European beauty standards. It's also with emojis. So like the first emojis, they were yellow, they weren't of white complexion, but the features, so the nose features or the hair that they had definitely resembled European people or white people. And that's also with video games. Most of the people, even Super Mario, which is from a Japanese company, that is a white man. So it's the walking white man propaganda, and it lets you know this is the norm. This is anything else. It's just like there might be one black character in Super Smash Bros. Or in Nintendo, but they will never be. They will be defined by their blackness because there's so few of them. So those are some of the aspects that you definitely have to think about. Also, as far as like who gets reach. So when a white person says something that a black person will usually say, like, I don't know, Black Lives Matter. People tend to give white people more attention and clap for them more because they're like, oh my God, he says it, so if he says it, then it must be true, he must be unbiased. And that also comes from a thinking that we have been indoctrinated to, that we deem white male cis-presenting people, so people who are not trans, as more respectable or more credible or more reliable, less emotional, more rational. Those are some of the things that have been carried to us through media and through the colonial history that we've gone through. It has also been institutionalized because of things like women not being able to vote, or women not being able to run for offices, or black people basically being treated as cattle. That has led to more white people being white cis men being in these positions. So then you naturally associate leadership with white men, because that's what you see historically. So there's so many aspects that also play part in the internet, as far as who do you follow, who do you deem respectable. Also when it comes to beauty, so I always like to think, I follow a lot of black people, follow a lot of females, queer people, and I try to follow more people that maybe not necessarily that society wouldn't deem sexy or beautiful. Especially also in queer contexts, you like the muscles, you like the which is fine, or you like you like big breasts or whatever it is that you like. But you should try and question, where do these beauty standards come from, and why do you give certain people more likes or more reach, or lever them more privilege because they're prettier? That is something that you also have to question, and that also ties in with the question that I'm going to ask. So I want to know, how many people do you guys follow that are not the same cultural background, race, or ethnicity as you? Or how many people do you follow that society wouldn't deem as attractive, that aren't, necessarily representing the norm of beauty? That could be also, for example, somebody that is a fat person. I would like to know, let's talk about it. How political is it? And there you go.
Hi, this is Lorena Yamur-Palasi. I think and research about the ethical dimension of technology. I have founded a few nonprofits working on the applied ethics of technology, and I look very much forward to Malcolm's question. How many people do you follow on social media who do not have the same cultural background as yours? And how many people do you follow who are not considered conforming? And to what extent is that a political decision? So as an ethicist working on discrimination and bias, I am very lucky to have friends and colleagues across all 5 continents. This means that my timelines are very heterogeneous. I see lots of different languages and alphabets that I don't understand. And I see lots of comments and expressions of concern and joy from very different people and groups. Most of, or many of those colleagues belong to vulnerable groups such as the LGBT community or minorities that are being threatened by political suppression, or people working at the intersection of digital technologies and specific human rights that are being also that are taking also a lot of risks to do the work that they do in their everyday lives. And for me, it is a political decision to have that richness in my timeline. But it's also no coincidence that I can only see that variety, and I can only follow the work of many colleagues and friends and belonging to vulnerable groups on social media, in contrast to the work that I'm able to follow of more privileged colleagues living either in Europe or in North America. And that has to do with a few aspects of the broader internet that I think that need to be addressed within this conversation when we talk about decolonizing the internet in the 21st century. The internet is broader than social media, and if we take a look at a few stats from, say, the Internet World Statistics from 2019, we, according to them, have 54% of all the content produced in the internet in English, and 6% has been made in Russian. 6% of the content produced in the internet was made in German, 4.9% in Spanish, and 4% in French. This means that most languages have less than 3% of the content produced in the internet in their own mother tongue. And that is not an expression of disinterest. It has a lot more to do with an expression of inequality, of access and normalization and amplification of specific cultures towards other. Many of the cultures that are not present in the internet have a weak electricity and telecommunication infrastructure. They have policies like internet shutdowns that make it accessing the internet harder, and have many other issues that make participation and contribution to content production and knowledge sharing in the internet very difficult. And this goes over to other socioeconomical aspects that have a direct impact on that. I think it also goes, and I think it also needs a closer view to the more technical layers of the internet. The protocols and standards of the internet also decide what is possible, what type of services can be delivered online, and how can they look like and how can they not look like. And I know of a few MENA developers who are unable to integrate the programs that they developed into the broader internet because those protocols are not interoperable with their work. And that has not to do with the technicality of the way how they work, but with the logical and mathematical approaches and the culture within which they develop software. And that is on another dimension of colonialization that needs addressing. Also the fact that we're having this setting here with English as the default language is also part of the problem. We are still thinking to having a big outreach with so to say, a proxy language that is not shared by many people in the world, that is difficult to access by many people in the world. And this is the next question that I like to pass. How often do you use automatic translation programs, read texts, and communicate in a language that you don't speak?
Pick the question sent by Lorena John Palasi. My name is Renata Avila. I am Guatemalan. I am a human rights lawyer and technology expert living in Chile at the moment. I am the executive director of Fundación Ciudadanía Inteligente, an initiative trying to strengthen democracy with the use of technology. Let's see what she has to ask me. So the question reads as follows. How often do you use automatic translation programs to read texts and to communicate in languages you do not speak? Well, I have to admit that I use it often. I use it all the time. I use it, and it helps me a great deal when communicating to an international community, especially when I don't speak the language. Somehow it is a very useful tool at the tip of my finger and breaking borders and helping me to have a more effective communication with the outside world. For example, I lead an initiative called the Progressive International, and there we need to quickly communicate with people in Russia, with people in the Arab world, and it is really easy and smooth to use these kind of services. But while using these kind of services, I also worry, because most of the services providing automatic translation are in the dominant languages of the internet. There's very little investment, and there's very little usability and no meaningful involvement of most of the languages all over the world. So what is happening is by us, Spanish speakers, English speakers, French speakers, engaging intensely in using these systems and training these systems with our voice, with our searches and so on, we are contributing to a cycle where all the translation power is concentrated in the hands of few, and all is for profit. Very little of it goes and is used for technology in the public interest. And we are not only contributing to this automatic translation from one language to the other, we are also contributing to other form of translation. Computers are not as sophisticated as humans yet. Even if you read all these things on artificial intelligence, they cannot differentiate things and read nuances that the human eye can. And we do the same that we do with the systems of automatic translation. We do it with images, with reCAPTCHA, for example. We are giving away our work, and our efforts to identify images that later can help make better and make more perfect systems like drone systems that will contribute to the assassination of people without a trial. And those are reflections that make me very scared. And that's on the one hand. On the other hand, on the public interest technology and its development, one of the things, when I think about it, I think of people in my country. Indigenous communities, they speak 23 different languages in Guatemala, where I come from, and in neighboring country, Mexico, is hundreds of languages. And those languages are not, there's not a market for it, but there's a great need of automatic translation, especially because millions of people needing to access health, needing to access justice systems. And for example, now with the deportation of children in the United States, there was a shortage of translators in the indigenous languages. We need to decolonize this, not only producing more content on the relevant languages, but making the automatic translation technology available for public interest services, for services provided by governments, for communities to contribute and enrich their language commons by bringing them up to this century and by serving the needs of those who need that the most. And well, in that line is a deep reflection on our choices, our decisions, how we consume technology, and that's why I prepared my question here that I'm going to send to the next speaker, and it reads as follows. From your list of most used internet services and applications, those that you use from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to bed, how many of them are locally produced? How many of them are produced abroad? How many of them belong to big tech companies? And are any of them oriented for public interest purposes? That's the question that will go to the next speaker. Thank you for the invitation, and I hope you enjoyed your time answering it.
Hello, my name is Rima Al-Masri, and I'm a journalist covering the intersection of technology and politics at the Jordan-based independent media organization Hiber.com. I'm here to answer a question posted by my friend Renata Avila, and it reads as following. From your list of most used internet services and applications you use from the moment that you wake up to the moment you go to bed, how many of them are locally produced? How many of them are produced abroad? How many of them belong to big tech companies? Any of them are public interest oriented? This question had made me go through a reflection experiment over the internet services and applications that I use as a journalist and as well promote as a digital security trainer for media organizations. I definitely feel safer using browsers and search engines developed by not-for-profit organizations and communities. I feel safer using end-to-end open source communication applications developed by not-for-profit communities as well, putting privacy at the design of these applications. However, I have to admit that the tools that we use as a journalist and as an independent media organization to engage in public discussions and to create and distribute content and to reach our audiences and sources, there are mainly tools owned by big tech for-profit companies residing in Silicon Valley like Google, Facebook, and Twitter. And although these companies claim that they have the public interest at the center of their content moderation, the centralized process of their content moderation and the ambiguity of their algorithm through which they filter content have often subjected us and our content to different layers of censorship. For example, we cannot promote content on Facebook that are deemed political to Western countries. So we cannot reach our Arabic-speaking audience in these Western countries, even if this content is relevant to them. And we also often get our posts get rejected for promotion requests because they contain certain political keywords that are deemed controversial, despite the local context through which these keywords were used in our articles. Another example of the authority of algorithms is when Twitter has disabled hundreds of human rights Egyptian accounts, human rights activist accounts, last year at the midst of the anti-regime protests that were happening. They apologized for it afterwards, but it's still another example of censorship done through these algorithms. As a journalist and as an independent media organization, we are in constant navigation of global for-profit tools and local open source tools in order to make and distribute our content. For example, in order to bypass state censorship, we use global for-profit tools to get to our audiences and try to also bypass certain red lines. And at the same time, in order to bypass the censorship placed on our content by the authority of the algorithm, we try to use open source decentralized tools and also build our community through offline tools, trying to make stronger connections through offline networking with our audiences and build local and regional networks with other independent media organizations. For us, owning our own tools of knowledge production and distribution is at the heart of decolonizing the internet. This means returning to times where communities developed tools and produced knowledge through open source applications like Usenets, wikis, blogs. And my favorite application that resembles this kind of spirit and decentralized application is Rocket Chat, which is an open source secure communication tools through which you can download a copy on your own local server and have full ownership over the archive of your communication and over your security without any centralized server. And I have to mention here that there was a time where Arab techies has conglomerated together using open source tools in order to build their own knowledge production tools. And one of the very prominent figures of tech activists is Ala Abdel Fattah, who is currently in his 6 years of prison, serving his prison sentence, 10-year prison sentence after he violated, or because he violated the anti-demonstration law in Egypt in 2014. And I mentioned this example, I mentioned Ala Abdel Fattah's example as an example of how the state also finds a threat in activists who try to build their own tools dependent from the state surveillance and censorship. For us, decolonizing the internet is having ownership over these tools away from big tech censorship or state censorship. Until then, the road will be filled with constant negotiations over the global and local structures that we use. So whether it was profit-based platforms or decentralized applications and internet services. I will end here, but I'd like to direct a question to the moderator.
Chew. This was really fun to watch. I got myself a new little outfit. I love the answers that you guys gave. Really thank you very much to Lorena Jaume Palasi, Renata Avila Pinto, and Reem Al-Masri. I love this. Gave me a little bit of Eurovision Song Contest, you know what I'm saying? Because it was like, you know, من Urdun, you know, marhaba, ahla wa sahlan, hola, que estamos de Guatemala, Berlin. And, you know, I was lucky because I actually spoke, like, we could have did this in Spanish and Arabic because I study Spanish. My family's from Palestine, so this was a nice little mix. So the question that I got from Reem Al-Masri is, what are the traits of an application or service that makes you feel secure and have ownership over your data and archive? Does it exist? See, this is a really, really good question. So I need to think about it because I don't think it exists. Because you can, I mean, maybe it does exist, but I'm going to be completely honest. I am not the person that's going to, you know, read all of the details because it's very long. You know, my time is short. You just like, well, whatever. I mean, what is my option? Not doing it? You still going to use it because that's literally how I make my money. So obviously there's going to be, you know, conditions or stipulations that I'm not going to be super content with. So I don't think, I mean, ownership over your data, ownership over your, I don't even think that exists. I mean, obviously I would love to, since I lose a lot of my content, I would love to have an endless archive that is safe, that only I can access, that nobody else can use, and that I can always retrieve. And if I forget my password, maybe I can still get into it, but somebody else could never get into it because they have to identify themselves in a way that, but then hold up, what if you want to give somebody else, power to access your stuff? So it's actually not that easy to answer. I don't think it exists. I don't think it, I would have to, maybe I need to be like also Mark Zuckerberg, you know what I'm saying, myself. Maybe I should create, that's also a thing, especially as a Black person, that we don't own none of the social media platforms, be it TikTok, Twitter, and they have time and time again showed that Black people are not their priority, even though we create a lot of the humor and a lot of the, a lot of the cultural movements come from Black people, but they don't benefit off of it. I also wanted to reflect on the rest of the points that were made because I found a lot of the stuff really interesting. So in Egypt or in the Arab world, the Middle Eastern world, they face repressions because of the things that they want to post. So we recently have TikTok where they didn't allow the Black Lives Matter hashtag to flourish, or they admitted, that was according to German research, Netzpolitik, shout outs to you. They admitted that they would actually censor fat people, queer people, because they would deem them more likely to be exposed to bullying, which that's, bogus. They couldn't get their reach and they couldn't make the same money. So I think this was a great thing to think about. Also for me, as far as with the which languages you can access. So for me, my mother's Palestinian or German of Palestinian descent. My father's German of Nigerian descent. So naturally, when I was a young child, we would speak Nigerian English, even Pidgin. So what would be that? So that is the groundnut for me. Groundnut, that would be peanuts, groundnut. So, but there's hardly any content in Pidgin English. There's BBC that do it. I was very surprised when I saw that. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Of course, obviously, people need to understand what it is. But there's no, you hardly see any content in Yoruba, in Igbo, when you go to Wikipedia. So that also is you can't educate yourself in a way that another person can because they speak English. So, it has a monopoly on education and knowledge and resources that will be placed on colonial and Eurocentric languages. Because also me, having studied linguistics as well, languages can also, they sort of represent a reality, or they shape a certain world. So the language is specifically made for white bodies and white expression and white art and white culture and lives in that. So when that is the only language that you're able to speak, we don't even know the detriments that come with that. We don't even know what that means if you can't express certain levels of cuisine or race concepts and stuff. You gotta use English, or you gotta use, like she named, German or Spanish, which I was surprised that German had more online content than Spanish. I was like, damn, we Germans, we really be out here twittering like that. So it was a very, very great impulse that was given. I really, really enjoyed that, and thinking about how are we linguistically limited, and what can we do? What is a solution? Is there a solution to that? But we should definitely think about it, because on the other hand, there's people who are proponents of damn, well, it's good as 50% English, because then there's less barriers. So everybody just learn the language and then we could talk. So I think that's where maybe artificial intelligence and being able to create translations could be a very, very great movement of decolonizing the internet, so that everybody can access education without having to learn a European language. So I found that very interesting, or Arabic, which is also a mate language. I really, really enjoyed this. I hope you guys have plenty of more ideas. This was a great chain reaction. It's actually called Good Question, Next Question. So if you want to, if you're like, oh my God, this inspired me, I need to see more, you just go on Google Good Question, Next Question, and you go, you know what I'm saying? And you're going to find it, you're going to figure it out. You can follow me on Malcolm Music. You can see it here behind me, Malcolm Music. That's my Instagram channel. You could follow me on Malcolm Muhammad. It was a great pleasure. Follow what Goethe-Institut is doing. They are awesome. And yeah, stay knowledgeable, decolonize your environment, and power to the people. No justice, no peace.
Marginalized in childhood, I grew up on the edge. Had to move like parkour when I got pushed to the ledge. Free running shackles, barefoot, sprinting on all concrete. It's everyday struggles, but I never get cold feet. Yeah, it's hot out here, but I'm hotter than steel. Bury me, I resurface sprouting like a seed. Shoot up! I don't recede. Chop me a million pieces like a candle I multiply. Drop a nuclear bomb on me, I'm a roach, still I survive. Crush my spirit into powder.
But still like dust. Our lives.
I got royalty, loyalty, inside my DNA. Still a king when bastard dies. And nobody can take that away from me. That's tried. And guess who's laughing now? I've been traveling on the wings of time. My body knows a few tricks of the mind. Survival is the mother of superpowers. I relate chameleons, caterpillars and flowers. Meditate for millions when not for a few hours. I write gentle letters to myself, but let the truth hum. In my room, it's such an ugly world, but still I bloom. Rose from the dead, now dancing to a live tune. Survival is the mother of superpowers. First things first, shout out to the ancestors for the godly genes. Verse to uplift the curse I spit in the mix, its offerings. The force still with me through this pandemic. Let's ride together like it's a tandem, no panic. Mix rain with soap, make pack to stay safe with the overmoon. We got enough power to crack the ground, make another 9. Fuck what them racists say, we black on black in this web of lies. Middle fingers in the air, verbalize with I. Mistaken, misconceived, misheard, misplaced, misperceived, misread, misunderstood, misinterpreted, mistook, misrepresented, underestimated, underrated, undergraded, understated, underpaid, underrated, underdog, underground, but underweight, under guard, under crown. Never calamity ever faced here, look how bright I shine. More complex than the equation of time times I. Regular waves, equalize vibes, I am the most high reflection of my I. Know something that's not in your atlas. This, too, shall pass. Inspiration of a flow, too many lives in a single lifetime. Extra time and cycles took a ride in the hands of time. I'm 39, daydreaming what I couldn't imagine at 13. Cause I was too hungry to sleep, too busy getting bugs on my skin, jiggers off my feet. 21, state of mind, forever young. Be responsible since 9 and still have fun. Dig the yard, slide in where rivers flow. Work hard, play hard till blisters blow. no bandage though. Suck it in, sisters know. I was raised by kings, men, and priestesses in exile. Who foot as the cold we go by, we don't die, we multiply. Truth be told, truth is like gold, it gets finer through fire. Man go fasha, yangumbe. Man go fasha, yangumbe. Man go fasha, yangumbe. Man go fasha. I embody the best sides of two great dynasties, Yin and Yang Congo. Majesty of a crescent crane, powers of a low pod, mind of a general. Hot temp, I'm a god on these waters, not a dog on a boat. Number 4 sons of daughters, I'm on that gun with you. I go deeper, many struggle to estimate how long they gon' float. From the underground, I watch clouds fight over paper crowns. It's always funny, somebody's a victim of paper crown system design that you follow with what? Polycops that get it. The path from slavery to royalty and roses bloody and it. Sharks in the pool, it's just screen deep, no loyalty guaranteed. I know a couple things about power. If it's given out, but taken after. If it's snatched by one, if it's snatched by none, it's extreme in between people suffer. Man go fasha, yango be. 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 Been a little before the word got bastardized, before I got baptized, before I wasted my time gazing in the skies, before I gave Jesus the wheel without asking, yo, can you drive? Or how many goose in your system sound of the Most High? I gotta get back to culture, I gotta bring back the Cotton culture. Ever since Christianity came on the wings of vultures, we've been zombies with names you cannot spell right. Been walking dead to the souls they not fell out of time, but still I carried on traumas and STI. Don't feel safe at home. The nigga Stockholm syndrome. I'm not a victim, I'm just a symptom. Like Michael Jackson killed. Everybody knows, everybody knows. Who controls the media, control the narrative. And this simple power is Caesar when I rock with. Fusar kokoro sori bisumizina when it's true gomo. Koma kaniga kombari miriga tusiteze bariga vumbariga zibuvumo. Kora kubasha kamba mamakaze maguru aziture isibika. Ruganza ganze binego. Harambiki imitumba. Ndababwiza ukuri. Ruraba rwambika. Jye n'abatabyi twaje twambaye. Imyitozo n'izambyino. Imvugo niyo ngiro. Wakamye rutendera inshuro inshuro zirenga 10. Icumu ryabishinga rukara narishinguye witambika ndamutambikana. Muramwirahira ingangare. Ntabwire. Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate the opportunity to be on Latitude Festival. It's a digital world and we're pushing, we're doing whatever we can. Stay strong, my people. We're all here. I mean, the force is with us. All right, I appreciate y'all. Enjoy the rest of the show. My name is Eric One Key and I rep Rwanda. I'm from Kigali right now. Stay strong. May the power be with you.
I hope you guys are enjoying the festival. I'm reporting live from Kigali right now. The weather is beautiful and I'm just glad to be with you in the festival. All right, so I got some questions and you can ask more questions if you want to know about my art, about how we're surviving, how we're struggling through these times, or how we're dealing with being a country that was colonized. What is the process? How we decolonizing ourselves? Ask any question and I'll try to answer the best as I can. But I have one here when they ask me, to what extent can the artist be agent of change in their community? You know, this is a question that we see every now and then, but it's just it's pretty obvious that as an artist, you have a platform, you have lots of followers, and your people take your word for it. So they respect what you say, they have connections. There's a way that what you say reflects certain communities. So if that's what's happening to you as an artist, and you know you have the outreach, I think you have the responsibility to I mean, like to create a better situation for your environment. Because at the end of the day, yeah, you want to create for yourself as a person, for your family as well. But I think more importantly to the community around you as well. Yeah. So artists have the power to do that. You know, they can reach even like politicians know it. When it's time to rally, politicians prefer they have to call for artists, you know, in order to lobby and get more audience, you know. So I think artists can do a lot in terms of uplifting their communities where they live themselves and all that. Yeah. So there is another question. How is Corona affecting your artistic production right now and your colleague artists? Well, I mean, Corona is like, it's hitting hard, you know, for everybody, you know, for artists, because we depend on performances, you know, even if you make music online, the people who make the most money when you sell your music is the people who own the platforms, right? So we're talking about these digital distribution companies, even locally radio stations, they make the most money. So if you're not out there performing so you can cash in, it's very hard to survive. And me as an independent artist, I'm always looking for the best ways to produce with little and minimalistic tools and equipment. And you know, a space like this, I've been training myself over time. Like, you know, ideally, I knew at some point I was gonna come to a point where, hey, I start performing in my room. Because also I live in a country where there are pretty much no public spaces, you know, so you don't see there are many events happening in public spaces, so it's very much controlled. So looking at that, I was like, you know, we have to strategize. So for me personally, it just felt like a continuation of my process. But for many artists who are depending on these venues, the little the act there, it's really hard. It's very hard. I mean, so hard that not even people are mentioning them or talking about them. Yeah, so we're all struggling the best we can. I mean, I think the most important part is to stay alive and to breathe and to continue to create. But it's hard to create. But I mean, over time, I think there's gonna be more of like digital festivals, and a lot of things are going to shift to digital. Yeah. And also speaking of digital, you know, we talk about like the internet as, you know, the go-to structure right now, but how is it decentralized? Because it's pretty expensive, and it still feels like you need to speak all these colonizers languages in order to have access to the tools that you need. So if we're talking about people living in a rural area and to tell them about the internet, yeah, they've heard of it, but how are they going to do it, you know? And also it's just complex, it's complicated, but at the same time as artists we have to come out and do whatever we can. I mean, this is happening, so it's probably going to inspire other people to do the same. Yeah, so we just have to continue to work, to continue to think, to imagine. That's our job at the end of the day, you know. And I'm pretty grateful that this festival is happening and is centralized around a very important question of decolonization and how do we think about the next lives, you know, as people, as Black people, as people in general, you know. So yeah, I think how do I face prejudices? Okay, so first of all, as a Black person, you know, prejudice is everywhere around your skin color. So you grow up with that. It's not even about like, you know, like when we talk about crossing the borders of Africa, yeah, but even within Africa itself, we look at each other differently because of these colonial structures that have been, you know, we've been educated through it. So like the complexion, the levels, the size of your nose, the size of your heart, all these things. So you grow up wearing an armor. You're like, okay, I am here, I need to live. So use that as well. So frustration becomes fuel, you know? Yeah, so you deal with that. You find strength in whatever situation. Like, you know, we always talk about this thing of turning the negative into positive. That's how we live. This is how life is on a global scale, in a worldwide. That's how Black people, that's how we survive, you know, because there's so much negativity towards who we are, towards, and so we grew up as well, like having complexes, you know, like for example, right now, like I'm in Rwanda, but if I have an appointment, you know, and I show up on time, they're gonna say, oh, he's a whitey, or the way I speak English, like he speaks whitey, so. And if I mean, if Rwanda, if Kigali is becoming such a beautiful city of Africa, it has to be reflected to another city of Europe, for example, be like, oh, okay, this looks like Geneva, it looks like someplace. But why can't we just be who we are and be accepted as we are? That's the question. And so we take that and we turn into work. This becomes like fuel for us to move forward, because we have so much to do. We have so much to carry. We carry a heavy past, and the future is not certain for a lot of people, And it was not certain for a lot even before the times of COVID-19. But now that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and the pandemic is affecting a lot of people living in poverty, and we know how the biggest majority of Africans live in poverty, So it's really hard, and it's our job to think. Right now, like I wake up every day and trying to think, like, how do I get out of this misery? How do I take my family out of this poverty? How do I give better to my people around me, to my friends? How do we create better communities? Because also, in terms of age, there's a certain point where you don't have too much energy. So the time that I have it, I'm using to the best of my knowledge, the best of my powers, and I'm trying everything I can. The problems with dealing with social justice issues in Africa, and I'm pretty much in everywhere, is that less people are going to be associated with you, because they want to make quick money. They want people to love them, people to have quick entertainment, like fast food entertainment, So that becomes the problem. Like I have, like even in this country, like what hurts me the most is to feel like you home, but you don't feel accepted because of the choices that you make as an artist, because of the choices of your content, because the choice sometimes with sexuality, of your orientation, of your ideas or ideology, all this because it's not in line with like what I would say mainstream thinking, or the system's way of thinking, so you become marginalized. And then so I'm like, okay, you want to see how marginalized I am? I'll tell you about it. So we put it into art. And eventually over time, it feels like healing in the process, because at the same time, you cannot afford a shrink because you're not getting paid, you're not getting promotions, you just don't have the platform that you wish you had, but I'm glad this is happening. And the internet is more open now, the only issue is that you have to speak these languages, you have to speak French, you have to speak English, and that's how you get into the like so much that I cannot express in English because they cannot translate, Like for example, even the essence of being, you talk about me being black, but this black thing is only in relation to white people. Before that, it was just like you here and you here. Even today, currently, like my son probably doesn't care much about being black, but a lot of black people around us, mostly, And so to deal with all these things, so many questions, like you question yourself, you question your surrounding, you question education, you question your religion, you question, at some point you start quitting all these things in order to find your true self, which is like the journey of a lot of people. And then when you get there, that's what start talking about enlightenment and stuff. But it's really hard work, but yeah, some people got to do it, yeah, I mean, let me see if there's any other question. Yeah, so thank you very much for your time and your patience and your interaction. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time with more music, more spoken word, more conversations about the topic of tomorrow, of the present, of us being. Thank you so much. My name is Eric Wonke. I love y'all. Stay strong, stay good, and take care of yourself and each other. Cheers.
Willkommen zurück, liebe Teilnehmerinnen, nach dieser ersten intensiven Tageshälfte. Welcome back after an intensive first half of the day. We are still very much moved about starting the International Festival Latitude today. And we can't say it is working out as yet. Here are a few facts and figures for you. Today, an average of 250 people from many countries worldwide participated. That is a good festival size. The great thing is that people took part who eventually wouldn't have been there in Berlin. That means the participation possibilities have definitely increased. Which countries were represented the most? Germany, Kuala Lumpur, France, England, Nigeria, South Africa, Venezuela, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, Egypt, Kenya, Austria, and Switzerland. And in Germany, we proudly present a participation of already 5 federal states. Hello world, thank you so much. We hope that you enjoyed and will enjoy the versatile program as much as we did and will do. For those of you who have just joined us, let me just shortly introduce myself. I'm Prasanna Umman, and I'm accompanying you for the next 3 days. And I will just shortly summarize what happened. We heard wonderful greetings and discussed positions on the topic of the day, digital and economic inequalities. We streamed Mulemu Moiloa's and his guests' contribution on alternative possibilities towards self-reliance. Besides, we started streaming the wide variety of artistic productions. For instance, there was Eric Onkey, who describes himself as an accidental poet, which I think is a beautiful description for his creative work between music, words, and performance. Maybe some of you have seen Joana Tischkau's Colonastics, Colonial Gymnastics. What a great title. If not, be sure to come back tomorrow. It's painfully fun. What comes next? Curator Renata Martins talks to one of the residency artists about his work at Villa Sul and Salvador de Bahia. The exhibition can be viewed digitally during the festival, as the residency artists were unfortunately not able to work there. Please participate in this with your questions in the public Q&A in the slot on the available social media channels, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Regarding organizational issues, we have also provided an FAQ on the website in German and English. And then there will be also a pre-recorded discussion on the topic of resisting extractivism. That is a tongue twister for me. Moderated by cultural theorist Lotte Arndt. And after that, dear audience, we will see each other again at 7 p.m. Central European Time. Now we will continue with the wonderful Nanjira Sambuli, who will start with a live input and then moderate a live debate on reimagining the internet, also with a Q&A included. I wish you a whole load of inspiration, and I hope that all of us together will be able to support, first, a feeling of solidarity. Second, the strengthening of human relations on a par. And third, the competence of appreciative listening, just as our opening panelists have urged us to do. See you later. Bis später 7.
Thank you, Prasanna. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you may be joining us today. Welcome to this session titled Reimagining the Internet, Roadmaps to Digital Equality. My name is Nanjira Sambuli. It's a pleasure to be back on another session at the Latitude Digital Festival, and I will be moderating this discussion. Now, this session features experts who are non-male and non-Western. For us, we are here to create a new normal. However, I must add that this should not be misconstrued as a purely Global South conversation. The internet and digitalization belong to all of us and are for all of us to shape. So this is an opportunity to acquaint yourselves with already shared perspectives on digital inequalities and their manifestations. And these experts are just a great subset of many other scholars out there who've been doing this kind of work. And while this pandemic lays bare the state of inequalities, both analog and digital, we will try to, as Renata puts it, decolonize this conversation as much as possible. We want to focus on the wider issue of disparities that are and how who's accruing benefits in the digital age. And it's important that we maintain this perspective. This issue is not new. This pandemic is merely a catalyst. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome the panelists. First, we'll have Renata Avila, who's a distinguished lawyer and activist. We have Ezra Al-Shafei, who's a human rights activist, and Dr. Mi Yu, who's a curator and lecturer. You will see their distinguished bios on the event page. Please look up their work, it's worth your time. And with that, we'll dive right into our conversation. Renata, let me start with you for a second. Please share with us a hurdle you've come across in your work towards reimagining the internet and digital equality.
The most difficult thing, hi everybody. The most difficult thing that we are facing today, and that is hitting us right in the face, is how colonialism is is the equivalent of racism, but on a nation-to-nation scale. And as we are confronting this reality for the first time in human history, where we see live stream the actions of colonial power, of racism, widespread, right here, with the evidence like hitting us, we have come to the realization that the systems that have been built, communication systems, police systems, the way that we interact with power are colonial in nature, and the internet is not an exception to it. It is the same way that protests are exploding in the streets, and that we are like somehow powerless, passive witnesses from it from happening. I think that what we are witnessing is that this utopia that was told to us, that the internet was a way to create fast consensus and a way to democratize, is not more than just a remote dream. And what we are seeing today, from the streets of Beirut to the streets of Santiago, from the streets in the US to the streets in India, is this techno-brutalism, this colonialism happening before our eyes, and urgent need to build the system from scratch. Build the system from scratch is the most urgent present thing, and that's why I'm very happy that we are starting this conversation, because we can put patches in a system as we put patches in the post-colonial state. But the pain and what is broken is so profound that the system cannot, as it is, cannot be fixed. We need to create one new, and not one new on top of what is broken. We need to start fresh. That's my initial reflection. Looking at each and all the layers, from the physical layer to the code layer to the content layer to now the personal layer. We need to rethink all layers to build something new. That's my initial reflection.
Thank you, Renata. And I like that patchwork is insufficient in this moment in time is actually showcasing that. And while we're on that thread, let me turn over to Ezra, who has spoken and written about this on another perspective, the support we actually get for the institutions, and especially in civil society, and also institutions in civil society in the Global South. Ezra, you use a fantastic term. You say you are philanthropist, which I actually quite like. Could you speak a bit more towards that and what you see as the hurdle there with reimagining the internet and digital equality in your work?
Yes, thank you very much. I started Philanthropist because I'm absolutely livid at the way Global South organizations are typically treated by private foundations and institutional donors for too many decades. I mean, to put it bluntly, we're talking about exploitation, favoritism, even racism, because currently the cycle works like this. Donors primarily fund global north organizations without questioning their track record and impact. Everything they produce is taken at face value. Meanwhile, global north organizations, specifically those who claim to work internationally, take up the majority of resources and philanthropy. But they won't and they can't exist without us. These organizations rely on us significantly. And by us, I mean, civil society organizations in the global south. They need our data, they need our hard work, they use our platforms, our expertise, our networks, but they never want to sustain it because many of them don't actually want to share their resources. How many US nonprofits, have executives that have six-figure salaries, for example, while the rest of us have to take four completely irrelevant side jobs to sustain our basic operations, to make their work possible. And on top of running our own organizations, we're volunteering our time openly for a lot of these organizations without compensation because we believe in the urgency of our causes. So how do we build an equitable internet when it is being designed by both creators and funders to be totally unequal? And until, for how much longer do we sit back and watch as it is consistently hijacked, despite our decades-long attempts to at leveling the field? So this is really my main concern, is the fact that we can't really talk about equality, sustainability without tackling the root of the problem, and that's a lot of the time the sources of where the money is coming from, who controls it, how it is being mismanaged right now. And the very fact that the people at the top seem to just confirm how the rest of society seems to work in the for-profit sector. So for me, that's really the things that concern me. Global South organizations have nowhere near the resources we need to take on major challenges we experience on a daily basis beyond surveillance. It's literal survival, survival of our operations, of our platforms, of even our actual lives. And these are the challenges that most North American and EU-based organizations cannot even fathom. So what do we do to sustain our work? I mean, honestly, we sell our cars, we sell our furniture, and what we do is despite these financial and resource, dealing with resource scarcity, we still manage to produce the most prolific and relevant projects because of that persistence and commitment.
Thank you. And, despite all that, we're still here, we're still working, we're still putting in the effort. Thank you for that, Ezra. And I think that the same critique you've offered does expand to other sectors like corporate CSOs, social responsibility actors, and many times we've heard it as well for development cooperation or international development support as well. We'll revisit some of those issues, but first I also want to turn to Dr. Miyu. We're very happy to have you, first and foremost, because in this conversation, even when it's a configuration on Global South or alternatives, oftentimes we found people don't even consider what our colleagues in China are doing. That conversation is so mediated. Please share with us. You've already written so much about this. You've articulated it brilliantly in so much of your work. But just share with us some of the misunderstandings that you'd like to start helping us and get about China, starting to get right about China's narrative in tech.
Yeah, thank you, Nigeria. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It is very true that the North and South is very relative. So your South can be my North, and within the same society, you can have the North and South divide in metaphorical senses. So I'll start with the problematic of China. As we're too focused on the West and the rest, China is very much reimagining the internet for us. So last year, there was a consortium from China, mainly headed by Huawei, the company, a few Chinese telecommunication companies, and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, that proposed a new architecture for the internet called the new IP to the UN. So instead of the TCP IP protocol that we have until now, the new IP relies on state-run internet service providers, which will purportedly boost efficiency for services like self-driving cars, but also raises concern for fine-grained control of the network. So this being the context, what I'll share today is is what it looks like from the inside of China. What are the negotiations or mediations at the level of the state, private entities, and communities also for using the internet for public good? So one thing that's related to internet and freedom in China is, of course, the much contested social credit system. If we flash back to the early days of the pandemic, I question myself, if the social credit system was indeed in place, then why did the Chinese state not use the social credit system to track down people's movements and to understand who has had contact with who and when and where? Interestingly, in the early days of the pandemic, contra popular conception, the Chinese big internet companies, that is the BAT, the Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent, they didn't give their data to the government precisely because these companies were already mired in data protection controversies and they fear enraging their users furthermore if they did so. So the only data that the government could make use of in the beginning of the pandemic days was the user geolocation data from state-owned telecommunication companies with a range of 50 meters to 100 meters, so not very accurate. The government, of course, later rolled out a plugin app that the so-called health code that they launched together with Alibaba and Tencent, which of course takes a centralized approach to data. That is, the government is the data fiduciary and the companies are data processors. So for this, there have been various scholars in China that called for setting clear boundaries to the responsibilities for the government as well, because the current private data protection law in China, there is such a thing, sets limits on what data processors can do, but not what the data fiduciaries. So here we can see that this control of information is rather a dynamic negotiation between the state and the private companies, rather than a totalizing system in itself. And then, of course, the crucial question for us is, how do we augment the role of these other players, and how do we bring in the role of the community in there? I think I'll come back to this question in the later round.
Fascinating. I mean, I think many of Renata and others will agree with me. We've probably not read that in the typical mainstream writing about what's happened with China and tech and the pandemic, or broader conversations. So thank you for bringing up the fact that we're probably missing out on a whole understanding of what's happening in a very significant part of the world. But we'll come back to a lot of that. I want to now turn gears a little bit to another thematic area for this festival, which is around knowledge production and art. And, just have some reflection, starting with you, Renata, again, on how the internet has essentially not been a boon, if you will, as was anticipated for knowledge production, art, creative sectors, and especially for the global South. And Renata, as a lawyer, and especially with expertise in copyright, you have observed firsthand how some even legal systems are keeping us from, using this platform that was supposed to democratize in help us in producing knowledge and art. So please share with us some of those perspectives.
Yes, the perspective, like lately, before when I started as a very enthusiastic activist, I was very hopeful of collective action and the creativity that could, the Wikipedias and the commons and all these, very naive. But I was in my early 20s, so it's forgivable. And living in Guatemala, to me it was big world opening, and it was a very exciting moment. And I am very afraid that those who are connecting for the internet for the first time today are missing completely that experience of abundance of knowledge, of opportunities, and abundance of this borderless, limitless, if you had the right tools, even if you didn't understand the languages. I remember how I jumped from link to link, and my connection was very slow. And this flashy internet that we have today that takes me out to my neighborhood is a horrible thing. It's horrendous. The same that we had the possibility to create a new space with new norms, with new ways, and we recreated the physical, all the bad things of the physical world are there. Geolocation brought back borders. Personalization get you stuck in your same circle, in your same neighborhood, with the same services and exposure to the same set of very limited ideas. If you have the if you happen to live in the poor parts of the world, like in the and poor. I referred not a poor in the sense, but limited resources. Like like if the content that you are fed is decided by corporations, it will be low quality. It will be the equivalent of what your pocket can afford. Even if you live in the most rich African community with the unimaginable source of art expressions, of music, of culture, you will be fed the young food for your soul and for your mind, produced by pop artists who want to sell young art content for a global platform because of the more structural problems that we are facing. And that's I will divide it in three. First, finance. Pretty much is not as it was that myth of the person in the garage launching a super startup that will give opportunities equally to the global south and north. That this is a myth, it has been dead and buried for a long time. And it is not. Our startups have no opportunities whatsoever in the current system to survive, not even the European ones. So this dominance is built on three pillars. One is access to resources, the finance, and the way that venture capitalists finance the big monster, the Silicon Valley, and the emerging monster on the other side. Of the Chinese companies dominating also part of the market. The second is the free trade agreements. Free trade agreements were like the biggest lie of the last 3 decades, promoting countries in Africa and Latin America, and in Asia is a little bit different, but also was very aggressive opportunities of sharing technology and giving us access to markets. It was a lie. What it happened is tying our hands and impeding the innovation and impeding our local industries to access on an equal footing, and having truly participatory systems and building our things, and also developing the public sector infrastructure, digital infrastructure that we need, because one must accept that most of the digital infrastructure, this digital transformation, is just benefiting very few companies in the global north. So unless we take that control of the pipes back, I see it very difficult. And the third thing is that we cannot isolate this from the military power, and the internet is a very powerful military asset. Its origin and all we are seeing with the 5G battle. There's a big ambition of military superpower on who controls the sensors, which is the new layer that we will not deal anymore with screens, but with a more complex systems. And we are not moving fast enough to both dismantle this monopoly of power and reoccupying the next generation of technologies. I will talk about it later, but that's in general, that's the system is broken at the multilateral level. It is broken at the infrastructural level, and we are paying the bills.
Thank you for that. As you will be seeing, that this conversation is really trying to complicate the fact that there are very hype-oriented narratives around digital technologies and the internet, and we're here to complicate that, if nothing else, and just showcase and give audience and airtime really to the complications that we see, especially in our work. Ezra, I want to turn to you and just dig deeper into the conversation about the kinds of support that we see organizations in the South getting. How do you see that impacting, that whimsical meets project-based, project-to-project kind of support impacting knowledge production, creativity, whether it's just in civil society for artists or for other stakeholder groups you've come across?
Yeah, so I mean, our communities often have to grapple with the reality that we have little to no support, or things like unrestricted funding. There's no flexibility, and programs that get funded aren't allowed to include much in the way of unavoidable program cost. We're told
don't put technology, don't, they're discouraging us from taking a creative approach, no support for software development, no support for multimedia content development. It's super restricted. So we end up paying out of pocket to successfully execute projects. I'll give you an example. Projects like MIDI Students don't get funded. I founded MIDI Students a decade ago, and since then it has become the largest platform of its kind in the MENA region, where independent artists use music as a tool for social justice advocacy. But each month we ask ourselves the same question: how are we going to afford hosting? How can we accommodate our growing number of artists and listeners? It's the same with any platform that is artistic in nature in the global south, and especially one that tackles censorship and surveillance. There are real challenges, but there's no support. In fact, even tech corporations don't support us. As nonprofits, we are still paying full price for most services out there because we're not registered as tax exempt in EU, which has a lot of complications. We were not registered as a 501c3 organization in the US. So we pay hundreds in tax each month alone, despite being a nonprofit, and really because we don't have the privilege of even qualifying for any of these exemptions. And the system is specifically designed to make us fail, because a lot of these types of organizations that don't have these types of resources cannot actually go after these types of legal exemptions and things like that. So you see major nonprofits in the US with income of more than $300 million a year get all kinds of pro bono legal advice. They get all their tech infrastructure at no cost, even though they're the ones who are the most resourced. Meanwhile, the organizations where they have a total annual budget of even 15, 20,000, if they're even lucky, we are paying full price. The majority of that is not coming to us. It's not going to content. It's not going to producing audio and podcast and videos and all of the things that we need to create. All of these things we have to figure out with open source, and whatever is available for us at no cost. We don't have any support when it comes to even covering our basic bandwidth, when it comes to using the internet, when it comes to just basic equipment. All of that is coming out of pocket. So as Renata said, there's no way for us to enter a field already dominated and that is far from accessible. And when we try, it's an exhausting cycle. It's unrealistic, it's unsustainable, and most importantly, it's unjust. Creativity, we see, is often celebrated in the global north, but it is punished in the global south. And by not challenging who controls philanthropy, corporations, monopolizations, we can't survive. And the last thing on this is basically when we see global north organizations be funded, oftentimes the projects are granted for 5 years, 10 years. They have no problem renewing grants. Our grants, we're given on a quarterly basis, and oftentimes we're given impossible metrics. We can't unlock the remaining funding without first meeting 50,000 in traffic for this week or that week. And they impose these types of restrictions on us, knowing fully well that we actually don't have the infrastructural support to even become, come close to the kind of numbers they impose on us. But we see our colleagues in the global north and we ask them, how do you meet your metrics? And they say, well, this is the first time we hear of this type of arrangement. Or if they do have that arrangement, then there is, for example, if it's a $500,000 grant, they will already be given 250 just like that. And then maybe 50, depending on a metric, or 10, or but for us, it's like the entire amount. So it's really, the inequality is just incredibly apparent by just how you ask your colleagues to deal with challenges. And then you realize that your colleagues who are white and in the global north don't deal with those challenges. And so that's the thing that concerns me the most, is this type of, what I would honestly just cut to the chase and call it racism, is very prevalent and is preventing us from providing equal amounts of platforms, of content, of projects, of the things that we need to actually take control of our narrative and of our future.
Thank you, Ezra. And, I think it does bring to mind the fact that, when we're always caught up in the cycle of reacting and calling back and pushing back, our creativity also suffers. Essentially, our art, what we could be able to do, we're always just reacting, and it can be this endless cycle. That said, you have seen in your work as a curator and documenting in amazing ways how artists are trying to leverage the imperfect and equal digital technologies to really start producing some interesting content out there using these technologies. Do share some examples you've come across.
I do also resonate with Renata's reflection on the sort of sentimental good old days when there's this abundance of content and all these possibilities. But I also see that what Renata and Isra just mentioned as the sort of brokenness of the tech multilateral world also models in the art world as well. So of course, as we've come to see so many virtual exhibitions, video screenings from artists working around the world in the last 2 or 3 months during the pandemic, we see at the same time this sort of preceding patterns or clusters that replicate themselves, right? So centers that have more discursive power tend to get more traction, and it's difficult to reach beyond your own cluster and see more polycentric institutional landscape. So one question I think for us here is how can we foster real polycentric dialogues? Obviously, it's great that we have the Latitude Festival, and we just heard how many countries people are tuning in from how many countries. But then, as so many of such dialogues go, it's still mediated by European institutions, and it's very difficult to construct multi-directional dialogues from here. So that's one problematic. And another reflection is maybe that will be a little bit more a more constructive one, is that maybe we can take an operational understanding of art. So while we appreciate artworks and artifacts as images or as a durational aesthetic experience, we can also see art in an expanded field and see what kind of social and relational context in which it emerges from and to which it can also act on. So here, especially if we look into the global south, quote unquote global south, it is important, if not more important, that artistic practices are actually situated in communal life and sometimes becoming part of a community organization, be it self-organized debates, social debates, screenings, self-publishing, any number of these. And of course, here Isra's reflection on the sort of being punished for creativity in the global south is extremely poignant. So I guess as we claim for decolonizing art in the global north, it's not really about introducing non-West art in an importing or parachuting manner, but how can we fundamentally rethink the institution of art in the society to begin with? So a very small and modest reflection I've made recently as a curator of the next Shanghai Biennale, slotted to open later this year, is that we started the planning of this Biennale basically at the time when each of the wave hit, the pandemic wave hit. First it hit China and then it hit Europe as well. So instead of hastily moving everything online, we thought we would rather take the chance to rethink the ethics of curating. So we're opting to support more local initiatives in Shanghai and elsewhere in China, so that they can do what they do in a locally specific context and making sense for a locally rooted audience. And we could do this over a longer period of time, which is usually not possible with this sort of festive atmosphere of a Biennale. And that, aided or augmented by technology, can also be seen by a larger audience. But the sort of the locally specific core of it is more important for us. So I think in this sense, maybe we can be thinking of art as, in this broader sense, as contributing to a kind of social intelligence.
I like that, art as contributing to social intelligence. I happened to participate in the opening talk, and the role of art did come up. And, you know, freeing art really, I think, is a growing call, not just art for social justice or art for advocacy, but art, let's go back to appreciating what the role of art can be on a more wide scale. And I think that's a great parallel to what we want to see as the reimagining of the internet. So we're going to do a round of questions that have been streaming in, that I've been checking over here on my phone. And I'll try and tie them to the themes we've been having. We have some questions around Web 3.0 and whether we see it as inclusive or mature. And I think the bigger question here, based on even what we're seeing as the status quo of using the internet, pay for play in a sense. Your data or you logging into an account on a platform to have access to the internet. I think I'll reframe some of these questions to just ask, what are we seeing as possibilities and roadmaps for deconstructing that, for going past the, going back to that age when Renata, you talked about, you took us back as a TBT really to what the internet used to be. I've come across great articles as well about what art has lost in the process of going into platforms. So maybe I can invite anyone or everyone to reflect on what we can start doing to either go back to that or build, as you said, Renata, a whole new one beyond the free basics, beyond the current imaginaries that we're seeing in society's tech today. Renata, you want to go first?
Yes,
go for it.
Yes. Sorry, my last name starts with A, so I'm used to go first. Avila, present here. I think that the first thing that we need to claim urgently is the same way that the postal service, like has been captured and privatized and even taken away from people in many countries. The same, we need to reclaim a way, an interoperable way that is not mediated by the market to communicate each other with the borders in real time. I don't know how it will look like. We still have radio, and radio pretty much works, but it has the politics of a spectrum and it's complicated. So how, the minimum viable technology, interoperable, non-market based, that can connect all of us, that that is not controlled by a central point, but decentralized, and that can be activated at any time by anybody. I mean, it's very basic. It doesn't need to be flashy. It doesn't need to read my emotions better. It has to do the minimum. Communicate, and that I don't have to pay, and I don't have to upgrade, and I don't have to go through all this identification process in order to use it.
Yeah. Indeed. And my reflection on it has always been, how can we rethink the whole idea of scale to be what has been sustainable and appropriate for communities, and the interoperability between those technologies as the reference for scale. What I find really interesting when questions like these come up is, and something again that came up in our opening session, is it's somewhat like we should have 10-point plans on how we're going to get there. But I think what we're trying to push here is really reimagine. Just it's a blank. We're trying to create a blank canvas again, and say that what we can present are ways to think about it, rehabilitating that thought process to build alternatives that we haven't even thought about. So I hope that our audience will appreciate that it's not so much about giving prescriptive answers and responses, so much as it is about even complicating further, so that when we think about this in the recesses of our mind, we're affording ourselves enough to really truly reimagine the internet and the technologies, our art, and everything that we have in society today. Let me bring in another question that either Ezra, me, you can see if you want to try and tackle. A question is, how realistic is it to develop local, global South-based solutions to bridge the current digital divide? There's some sustainable solutions already in use. Everyone who has either it's an example, an idea of something we're seeing that's fitting that script, please feel free to share.
I will volunteer you for this question.
Maybe I'll synthesize that with the previous question and the Web 3.0 question. I do have a good artistic example to bring into at this moment. It's called Reunion. The website is reunionnetwork.org. It originally started as an artistic or social design project that aims to reunionize people in peer-to-peer care. And what it does is that it is still an application. Instead of quantifying each user as an individual, and then of course develop all these metrics of what you're worth, it takes the basic design unit is actually a interpersonal relationship. So you and a person that you care for will constitute the most basic unit of the design. And over time, this qualitative relationship between you and this person will be tracked in a way that is only legible to yourselves. So through that, it basically promotes peer-to-peer care in a decentralized way. And there's a plan to latch this kind of informal care, or what is until now informal care, into a kind of interoperable system, so that it can also interact with the social welfare system that we have. So that comes from a Chinese designer who is living and working in Europe. And I've been trying to help her also in thinking about how to scale this project. And I guess when we look at proposals like this, we are already blurring the lines, because when we're thinking about organizational models and provision of services, we tend to think in very categorical ways. Either the state has to provide, or it's the private sector giving you very market-type solutions. And then there's the sort of communitarian forms of informal care and all of these forms of organization. But maybe we can, this is where I place a little bit of my hope on for the future, is that maybe in this network society, we can build this triad in a more integrated way and not as separate agents, so that we can co-create services. And on that front, it's been quite interesting to follow local initiatives, again, in China recently, that are exactly exploring this co-creation of services. So you have a local neighborhood where they create a senior canteen, hiring locals who are laid off or who retire quite early. In China, you retire really early. So at 55 you retire, but you're actually still good to go. So there are all these kind of new programs where people start caring for each other. And interestingly, one of these communities in a small Chinese city is developing a community currency to sustain these exchanges. So they come upon this idea completely out of their own practice, instead of, in Europe, we've seen in Barcelona and in Amsterdam, there are all these new kind of community currency projects, digital community currency projects being rolled out. And there's tons of books and theories behind all of these practices, but it can also just grow just like that from your own community practice. So, and this kind of goes back to the question of social intelligence and resilience that I mentioned earlier. I think we can really go back to these different scales and think about social network in the original sense of the term social network.
Yeah, a take back. I think reclaiming some of the language will be very important. I know that you wrote about Reunion Network and a bunch of other initiatives in a great article I'll make a plug for on open democracy. I remember the first part of the title is the missing third client.
Yeah, that's it's a
yeah,
reference.
Something like that.
It's a very art historical reference. The missing third client is a term that was proposed by the artist placement group back in the 60s and 70s. This was a kind of an art initiative, an art collective that propagated for sending artists into governmental agencies to work with policymakers or into companies to observe what they do, but also to come up with interesting cross-disciplinary or cross-sectoral projects. So the whole time what they're asking is, what is the missing third client? Because we're not doing this just for art, which will be the one client, and we're not doing this for either the government or the private company, but we're trying to create something that is a third kind. And that is maybe a mandate that we can give to all of us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for that. Ezra, we have a direct question for you, actually, as you passed on the baton. It's back to you. You've been invited to just share a bit more about, the statement that creativity is punished in the global South. And I want to tie that with another question that hopefully you can reflect on whether regional associations or initiatives in the global South can help dismantle the colonialism that still persists on the internet, or what the role of entities like the local Wikipedia, Wikimedia chapters could be. So Ezra, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So what I mean by that mostly is that, for example, when there is an art fund or a foundation that wants to invite more applications, they usually limit that to the global North when it comes to art. So when we see a lot of music foundations or foundations that support the arts, very little of that, unless it's performance arts or research, and even that is extremely difficult to get our hands on. It's designed in such a way to really lower the or increase the barrier of entry to the point where we cannot get any type of support for these things. So we see a lot of independent artists, for example, who are struggling. And we constantly have to be finding new ways to support their work. We see this with also independent filmmakers who have, working on other jobs 15 hours a day and doing something in their free time because also, again, there's no resources or support for that. We don't see the same type of issues occur when it comes to global North organizations. Sometimes, for example, when it comes to independent music, when we would apply for something, oftentimes we are told you need to find a global North organization to partner with because you're not eligible on your own. So we have to find a random, just any random white person and say, will you put your name on here? And this person has no expertise. They haven't done anything before. But as soon as we put their name there, suddenly we're in the run. But then we have another problem. That person gets inspired, creates their own organization because they have to create some kind of 501c3 or EU-based entity to take the money on our behalf, keeps 80%, and then gives us 20 to actually execute the entirety of the project with that little sum. And they take that money and they spend it on salaries, they spend it on benefits, they spend it on things that we don't have access to. So we're essentially working for free when they're getting paid to basically take credit for our work. And so this is an ongoing cycle that has happened for decades and decades, at least for the past 15 years that we have been doing this. That we have not been able to successfully carve out more spaces for non-white creators. So we need to stop the cycle, of giving opportunities only to those also who already have access to those resources and money. And but by that's what I meant. They get celebrated if they come up with any type of artistic idea. They're immediately, given the resources to thrive, even not even just from individual donors or private foundations, but even from institutional donors that are backed by a lot of government money. So this is something that I think definitely has to be dismantled at the core. And of course, that's when it comes to the second question, which if you can reiterate one more time.
Yeah, it was just asking about whether regional institutions and networks and associations in the global South can play a part in dismantling the status quo in a sense. And, local Wikipedia chapters were mentioned, and so your reflections on what you feel their role could be in helping dismantle this.
For
and
me,
especially
again,
how it persists on the internet. Sorry about that.
Exactly. And for me, it's again coming to the accessibility of the types of resources. So even when it comes to these types of local efforts, unfortunately, when we go see the resources being shared to certain projects in the global North, it is incomparable, the amounts. And so that is another type of, the inequity that we constantly see repeat itself. So we need to challenge how philanthropy is controlled at the grassroots level. Otherwise, there's no way we can tackle these issues. And I think that's one big role Global South organizations can play. And that's one thing that Majal has been doing, is to succeed against all odds, because honestly, I think that tends to piss them off very much. We need to, if we work harder to stop how foundations use their financial resources to whitewash their reputations, the reputations of their founders or even their countries, if we're able to get them to stop treating and thinking about social justice like a weekend project, jumping from one theme to the other based on what's on the front page of the New York Times, giving them the power to decide what is relevant in this world and what is not. Social justice is a lifelong commitment, and many donors fund merely to maintain relevance, not to actually sustain movements. Sometimes we have to wonder if funders do this deliberately because the status quo works for them. I mean, they're at the top, they like to be in control, they like to be in control of the money, they like to be in control of political debate, they like to be in control of public opinion, in control of marginalized communities, maybe even in control of other human beings. So if they were genuinely interested in empowerment, we are here. They are not. They do not show up for us. They put up walls and barriers. So there's no ability for us to enter. But what we can do, and we have to persist on continuing to do, is to be here, no matter how many organs we have to sell to afford hosting, the next couple of months. Not that I'm, by the way, I'm not condoning, organ trafficking in this panel, just so.
Of course, but yeah, we're having to bear our hearts, minds, souls, everything, every strand of creativity to just keep ourselves alive. But
I have already offered my kidney on eBay for anybody who wants it. Please, it is yours.
Hopefully we shall dismantle that support system. There's one other round of questions that I'll try and bundle up even as we come towards the end and start getting your parting shots. There's a question about language and how we can decolonize the internet without having to use colonial languages as the basis of communication and creating solidarity with each other. Are there any thoughts anybody has about that? I mean, between the four of us, I think we speak 4 different native tongues. So I'd be curious your thoughts and reflections on that. Renata, you seem ready to go.
No. This time, this is a tough one because I come from a multilingual country, and language is like one of the. I mean, we all know that it's one of the basic things of colonization, and I have happened to be born there. And my country was colonized, and my first language, my mother language, was not the language spoken by the people who built my country, basically, by the indigenous people of my country, but by the language of the colonizer. And that's very heavy because I was living in a place, and the language I was speaking was a language that shaped my perception of that place that didn't correspond to the nature there, the animals there, the power dynamics there, the food that we had, and it is. And similarly, it happens it happens with the internet. The way language shaped the internet and pushed us in a very homogeneous space. It's the same struggle I had in my childhood. It's the same struggle of not having the word to explain something that is happening before my eyes, and in my local context, because our limited language and internet language is not well equipped to deal with the complexities of global culture. And it is yes, we need to reclaim and find different ways to re-explain what we are like. As we create a new internet, as we reimagine the new internet, we need to find a space for how the local reception of this new development. But indigenous people in my country were better equipped than me on the digital transition, because they found many things in their culture to explain this thing that, and even in the prophecies, indigenous prophecies of what was going on, you will find in the Andean region, in the Mayan region, in the Aztecs, and even indigenous people in the US, how they explain using their past and using the past mythology and words, this connectivity among all of us without being in the same place at the same time. So I think looking back at history, and it is not only bringing languages to this polluted place that is the internet today. It's reimagining the new structures, taking language and languages of liberation into consideration. And it's a very confusing answer, and I apologize to those watching, but it is one of the things I feel most passionate about, because a language is a nation with all its histories and legacies, and we are losing it in the real space, and we are not preserving our in the digital. So we need to work on these two things together somehow.
Thank you. No, thank you for complicating that, because I think sometimes we have to dig deeper to the levels and the complexities of it all. Let me add in another perspective or question here, because our time is also coming up. And, you know, me, you, Ezra, you can reflect on this one. What role could actors like the Goethe-Institut, being one of the major players in the cultural field, play in sustaining our work and in helping the development of greater digital equality? And Kaching is obviously one of them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, open your wallets, not just your minds. So I think that is
just on your terms, right? As you were saying, it's
exactly,
not,
exactly. Without the limitations, treat everybody equally. Period. I mean, I know it sounds so obvious, but unfortunately, it is really not. We see foundations all the time claim to be the bearers of, oh, you know, we're here to fight for social justice, for equality, for access to equitable knowledge, you know, for diversity. And then you look at their grantees and it's like white man, white man, white man. So it really is a difficult thing for them to say one thing, a lot of, you know, institutions. And honestly, I'm not sure what the funding model of this institute is like, but I'm speaking just more generically in terms of EU and other places. They do have similar positions. Right now, we're not doing enough. They're not doing enough to level the playing field. They're not doing enough to support creators who don't have the privilege. You know, we don't do enough to celebrate grassroots, local, homegrown organizations. We're constantly still supporting a very imperialistic mindset where other people have to speak on our behalf because they know better, simply because of the color of their skin, because of the language that they speak, because of where they studied, because of also they had access to resources. And we see this, you know, to go very early on when we see what Renata was talking about, what access to VCs and things like that. It's also about who goes to Stanford immediately comes up with it, you know, even though their only other achievement in life is having more than 100 followers on Twitter, immediately millions of dollars they're able to unlock. Why? Because of their social class, and so I think as an institute it's very important to reconsider who is worthy and to really understand that even if this is a first-time grantee, they're worth taking a risk on. We have to stop being so risk averse when it comes to these type of works. We can't just keep funding the same organizations over and over again simply because of their already established status. In order for us to challenge the status quo, it means taking new chances, and very few people do that. In fact, oftentimes you're told before you're even eligible to apply for an opportunity or a grant or even to be a part of a panel or anything like that, you have had to have a track record. To have had a track record means you have had to have access to resources and money before. How many people could say that they have done that successfully? Very few. In my situation, I was extremely lucky because the web was actually a lot more affordable to build on 15 and 16 years ago. It was easier for us to create back then. Right now, it's becoming more and more challenging. There are many, many barriers put in and obstacles put in front of us. I'll stop here to give Miyu also an opportunity to answer.
Brilliant. Miyu, take us home.
Yeah, I'll do it very briefly. So I think we all need to constantly practice self-critique. We cannot stop at a level where, you know, we feel that we've had enough grantees coming from the global south and that will be okay. We need to keep the learning, self-critiquing all the way until the very fundamental units of our language. And maybe that also brings us back to the language question. There was a moment when in computation, the most basic unit is not just 1 and 0, but the Soviet Union actually proposed a tertiary logic. So it's 1 and 0, and then there's a state called I don't know. And maybe we can end on that level, that third tertiary state of I don't know, as a metaphor for imagining the internet for the future.
That is brilliant. Indeed, yes. 1-0, I don't know. We heard about there's so many reflections actually very resonant with our opening panel as well. You know, the art of listening and truly listening, not just doing it as a performance on these issues. I hope to those who've tuned in, those who will view this later, you see the complexities and that we can peel so many layers to it. If nothing else, may this help you just in your quest to understand this topic better. One, to appreciate that we can't come here and talk about how-tos. There are no guides. It's not tidy. These are not tidy issues that lend themselves to tidy solutions. The same kind of thinking is not going to get us out of this. What I do appreciate about these ladies' work is that they have put out their thoughts intellectually. They've written, they've spoken, they've podcasted. There's so much out there, a lot more to understand where they've been coming and the highlights they've given us here. Please look into it. It's easy to find. They are, even the very restricted Google and other algorithms will allow you to find their work, I promise. Do that. Do yourself a favor and use this festival to actually gain more insight into what's already happening and what scholars, especially from the Global South, have been saying, artists and others, because it's being put on display, where the question is whether you will tune in. So with that, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, others, we thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much, Miyu, Renata, Ezra, for taking the time, for sharing your labor, your intellect. And I will look forward to hopefully having this conversation. And I hope that we have started to normalize a way for these conversations to go on. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely rest of the day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Ciao.
Thank you, Nandi.
Idol, thank you for making the time.
que é que aconteceu? Eu não tenho, as ferramentas parece que estão a funcionar sozinhas. Pode falar mais um bocado para eu ver se agora está tudo certo.
Ok. Você está me escutando agora?
Sim, eu na verdade tinha que escutar você nos fones e quando começamos a falar eu estava a escutar pelo computador.
Eu acredito, desculpa, tá, mas eu acredito que a gente já está no ar, pelo que informam aqui. Estamos no ar e a gente tem que começar.
Uau!
Yeah. Boa tarde, bom dia, boa noite a todas, a todos e a todes que estão participando dessa versão do primeiro festival virtual Latitude. E, primeiramente, eu quero agradecer especialmente ao Goethe-Institut de Salvador pelo convite, também pela residência artística Vila Sul. Eu quero agradecer também ao Goethe-Institut por essa oportunidade de comunicação, de conexão em tempos complicados, em tempos em que contato social deve ser evitado. E eu gostaria de também já avisar para aqueles que estão vendo a nossa conversa, que podem escrever através das redes sociais, né, escrever perguntas ou comentários, que a gente vai guardar um tempo no final desse bate-papo, justamente para poder responder perguntas ou reagir a comentários ou inquietudes, né, inquietações de vocês. E uma curta apresentação antes de apresentar o convidado ilustre desse dia. Meu nome é Renata Martins, eu sou brasileira, nascida em São Paulo, mas eu sou residente na Alemanha, na cidade de Bonn, há 2 anos, e eu trabalho com crítica de arte, eu escrevo crítica de arte, eu faço também projetos curatoriais, e eu sou uma educadora social. E esse ano, né, apesar de toda a turbulência, foi um ano muito especial, que eu acredito não só para mim, mas também para outros 3 colegas, que nesse exato momento a gente estaria em Salvador da Bahia, no Instituto Goethe, né, compartilhando experiências, compartilhando trabalhos, intercambiando saberes com outros 3 colegas, que seriam justamente grupo de residentes Vila Sul. Então, esse grupo seria formado presencialmente pela Émilie Garrett, uma cineasta do Canadá, pelo Kofi Mensah, da Burkina Faso, pelo Tó Simões, que é o artista visual de Angola, e é justamente com ele que eu vou ter o prazer de dividir esse espaço virtual durante os próximos 40 minutos. E antes de passar a palavra para o Tó, eu gostaria de fazer uma pequena apresentação dele. Ele que é nascido em 1973, na cidade de Melange, a cidade que fica aproximadamente a 400 quilômetros de Luanda, capital de Angola. E o Tó Simões ele se dedica à pintura, à performance, à colagem, à arte urbana, arte digital, filmes, fotografias, e a sua formação começou na União Nacional dos Artistas Plásticos e no Instituto Nacional de Formação Artística e Cultural, ambos em Luanda, perdão. Ele é um investigador nato e curioso por natureza, né? E o Tó, ele mescla através da sua arte, né? Ele mescla influências da arte tradicional africana com a arte urbana global, moderna global. E, no entanto, a África e Angola exercem um magnetismo inegável em suas obras, e é nas ruas de Luanda onde ele é visto frequentemente, seja exibindo ou para exibir suas obras, seja para observar ou simplesmente absorver a influência desse entorno, que logo ganha forma, né, através de seus grafites e de suas telas. e também em suas performances. E, encerrando essa curta apresentação, cito Tó: meu trabalho não obedece a regras pré-determinadas. É mais fácil dizer que sou apenas um artista. E terminando essa curta biografia, Tó, eu gostaria de te fazer a primeira pergunta. Afinal, quem é e o que quer expressar o artista multidisciplinar Tó Simões? Eu acho que você precisa ligar o
Obrigado,
seu...
Renata. Já liguei. Obrigado, Renata, pela introdução. Eu não tenho nada a acrescentar a essa introdução. Eu quero aproveitar para cumprimentar as pessoas que nos estão a assistir por todo lado do mundo. Bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite. Quero agradecer também ao Instituto Goethe Angola, Instituto Goethe Salvador Bahia pela honra, pela excelente oportunidade. Tem sido, eu já tenho trabalhado com o Instituto Goethe há uns anos, né? Há 2 ou 3 anos, se não me engano, e tem sido muito importante na minha carreira e tipo na minha evolução como artista visual, as experiências que tenho vivido dessa parceria. A pergunta que tu me fizeste é que quem é o Tó Simões como artista, é isso? Qual é o meu papel?
A pergunta seria quem é e o que quer expressar o artista multidisciplinar Tó Simões.
Pois. Portanto, eu, como tu usaste aí, eu exito os rótulos, porque eu acredito que os rótulos limitam, de certa forma, a intenção. E como a minha intenção, a princípio, ou pelo menos do jeito que eu compreendo, nunca está concluída, porque eu estou sempre a correr atrás de alguma coisa. Eu não consigo ter uma definição fechada do Tó Simões como artista. Eu acho que a forma mais fácil que eu encontrei é usar figuras do estilo para definir, como, por exemplo, é como se eu tentasse ser um intérprete das minhas experiências como ser humano, da minha relação com o mundo, daquilo que eu consigo observar, traduzir e transmitir nas minhas obras, e também da relação que eu consigo ter com o mundo das minhas ideias ou das ideias das influências, e depois a forma como ou a forma que eu encontro de traduzi-las depois em obras e nos formatos que consigo, né, transmitir. Em resumo, é praticamente isso. Tento ser um intérprete entre o mundo imaginário e o mundo real.
E Tó, dentro desse contexto global de pandemia que levou a todos, praticamente todas as pessoas, né, quase que simultaneamente, a ressignificar tudo ao nosso redor. Como é que você está lidando com isso atualmente em Angola? Sob quais condições de trabalho você está tendo que lidar? Se você está tendo algum projeto especial desenvolvido justamente para essa situação, e que tipo de projetos seriam esses?
Pois é. Eu costumo dizer que eu ainda não consigo ter uma definição, ou não consigo traduzir ainda o resultado do impacto da pandemia, porque continua todos os dias, ou seja, eu tenho vivido um dia de cada vez por conta da situação atual. Portanto, antes da pandemia, eu tinha projetos, tinha planos, tinha uma agenda que preenchia os requisitos e os desafios que se me apresentavam. E era fácil seguir essa agenda, porque dava para cronometrá-la e executá-la. Mas na atual circunstância, tudo se tornou muito caótico por vários fatores. Primeiro, porque foi uma pandemia que impactou massivamente o mundo todo. Sim. E, por outro lado, a minha realidade é a África. Eu sou de um país africano, vivo num país africano. A minha realidade, o meu dia a dia é de um país africano. Portanto, as dificuldades, os desafios de superação são 2, 3 vezes maiores do que em algumas outras partes do mundo. Sendo assim, como profissional independente, como artista,
Hello, everybody.
Eu não sei se os termos certos, né? Mas é extremamente exigente. Todos os dias a gente tem que procurar forças para combater o invisível e é uma sensação de que estamos a ser arrastados para um abismo e a gente está a lutar contra a corrente, né? É como se estivesse a nadar contra a força do vento, da corrente. E, de momento, de momento, o importante é não ir ao fundo, é não afundar, é se manter acima das ondas. E eu não tenho previsões, não consigo prever que há um porto seguro logo aí à frente. Nós já estamos nisso há praticamente 2 meses e mais alguma coisa. E eu continuo a viver cada dia conforme a situação se apresenta. Ou seja, não há... tudo ficou cancelado, todos os meus projetos. Ainda bem que, independentemente de eu ter perdido a oportunidade de estar com vocês na residência que vamos estar agora em abril, há essa solução desse formato digital, da gente poder continuar a trabalhar. E tem sido muito, mas muito útil para mim poder encontrar outras alternativas para trabalhar e transformar o meu trabalho, transformar os meus projetos de uma realidade para outra, porque de alguma forma existem outros mecanismos e porque eu já tenho, por consequência, eu já tenho na natureza do meu trabalho inserido o facto de trabalhar sempre com as ferramentas que a realidade me apresenta. Ou seja, eu não tenho grandes... Não planifico os meus projetos com base em grandes produções. Eu planifico os meus projetos com base na realidade de um artista angolano e do meu continente. Dali que todas as situações acabam por dar a mim um palco para começar a construir novas abordagens. E dentro desse contexto eu tenho usado também esta experiência para construir os meus projetos atuais, né? Porque uma das características do meu trabalho é adaptar-se às circunstâncias e à realidade presente.
Você citou a questão do formato digital, né? Que a gente teve que se adaptar e provar novas linguagens, né? De comunicação, de intermediação. E isso eu gostaria de saber de ti, em um mundo, né? Supostamente nós estaríamos presentes fisicamente em Salvador da Bahia nesse momento, mas se deu a forma desse reinventar digital, num trabalho totalmente, né, virtual. Como que está sendo para você essa experiência? Eu digo, inclusive, né, no contexto da residência Vila Sul. Como que está sendo para você esse contato, né, com o público brasileiro virtualmente?
Eu gostaria de usar o termo maravilhosa, porque, é sério, se não fosse o contexto, né, que o contexto, o cenário não é dos melhores, mas a experiência em si está a ser maravilhosa. Por quê? Porque me permite continuar a trabalhar intensamente, me permite alcançar e ser alcançado por outros públicos, me permite olhar, né? Porque, por exemplo, eu estou super fascinado com o workshop que a gente teve, porque me permite poder olhar para a forma como o meu trabalho é interpretado e conseguir perceber, uau, tipo, ele acaba por cumprir o seu papel, né? Porque sendo eu um artista que, apesar de ter um percurso sempre ligado a visual, os trabalhos visuais, não sou de certa forma autodidata. Então, o meu processo de elaboração, o meu processo é ligeiramente diferente do processo de profissionalização, é ligeiramente diferente do processo clássico, se eu tivesse uma formação académica até ao fim, não é? E sendo assim, eu sinto que eu tive muito mais liberdade, apesar de ser uma liberdade de certa forma caótica, para construir o artista que sou hoje. Agora, eu não tinha certeza, ou seja, não consegues ter bem a certeza se a mensagem que tu queres transmitir realmente é entendida da forma como tu transmites. E, no entretanto, o feedback que eu recebi é que eu estou realmente a cumprir o meu papel, o papel a que eu me incumbi. Então, está a ser maravilhoso. Todas essas experiências estão a ser extremamente renovantes, principalmente para os tempos que estamos a viver, porque são tempos de muitas incertezas, de muitas incertezas e inquietações em relação ao futuro das artes, o futuro do artista como profissional, não é? E, não é bom a gente estar assim nesse limbo, sem saber o que é que vai ser o amanhã. Portanto, esta solução, estas plataformas são extremamente importantes para pessoas como eu, para os meus colegas artistas à volta do mundo, não é? Para se poderem manter à tona e acima dos acontecimentos.
Só esclarecendo para quem está nos assistindo o que seria ou que é esse workshop, né, que você acabou de citar. É um workshop justamente de análise das suas obras, que está sendo feito online. Eu estou fazendo o papel de tutora, digamos assim, e é muito interessante porque são participantes do Brasil inteiro, de diversas cidades do Brasil, com diversas experiências, diversos conhecimentos, experiências, né? E a gente começou a fazer um exercício muito interessante, que foi, antes de ter qualquer informação sobre você, eu propus que cada um olhasse. Inclusive, se você me permite, eu vou exibir agora algumas imagens suas, não suas, imagens de suas obras, para que, né, quem está nos assistindo também e ainda não tem grande contato com as suas obras, que, por favor, né, tenha hoje. Então, eu vou liberar aqui. Eu acredito que a gente precisa da liberação da...
Host.
Um momentinho. Für PowerPoint. Ok. Então, o que a gente vai fazer é o seguinte, eu vou, ao mesmo tempo que vou projetar algumas imagens das suas obras que você nos enviou. Sim, agora sim. Share. Sim. Não? E a primeira tarefa que a gente teve como grupo de análise foi as pessoas olhavam para suas obras e elas tinham que citar palavras-chave que vinham imediatamente quando elas tinham, né, o contato inicial com a sua arte. Então, eu vou ler para ti algumas desses termos que as suas obras suscitaram no público brasileiro. Artivismo, identidade, picho, resistência, ancestralidade, textura, arte africana, hibridismo, cores e urbanidade. Então, essa foi o primeiro contato que o pessoal teve, né, e a expressão, como que eles, né, reagiram a toda como eu diria, essa maré de imagens tão ricas que você nos proporcionou. E num segundo momento, eles escreveram pequenos extratos, né, analisando determinados pontos ou coisas muito específicas a partir desse primeiro contato, dessa primeira impressão que eles tiveram. Então, eu vou ler para ti algumas dessas análises que eles fizeram. Ao olhar as imagens de Tó, sinto afeto. Vejo que elas me olham, falam comigo e me afetam. Em um primeiro encontro com o trabalho de Tó Simões, fiquei instigado com uma espécie de contradição tranquila entre as imagens orgânicas dos corpos e as sintéticas do picho e do grafite. Aí a gente segue. O uso do grafite por Tó Simões possibilita abordar temas do cotidiano e da história do seu território. A composição de cores feitas por Tó Simões nas suas obras é uma das responsáveis por criar uma pulsão de vida que emerge delas. Percebo na arte de Tó um diálogo para o rompimento do controle, que desde muitos séculos cala, controla, inibe e constrange os corpos humanos e suas expressões. Corpos que passam a carregar uma mensagem através da intervenção do artista. Tó, como que você reage a essa assimilação do público brasileiro, ou a recepção, né, do público brasileiro às suas obras?
Eu precisei levar anos e anos para chegar
Mas tu é que fez!
Certo, mas eu não foi e o público pura e simplesmente, pela forma como você me contou, é como se estou a olhar e percebeu logo, olha, e é exatamente isso, na verdade, né? Eu sempre usei as artes visuais como forma de expressão. E exatamente para exprimir as minhas experiências pessoais. E as minhas experiências pessoais acabam por por se traduzir exatamente nisto que acabou de me falar. As minhas realidades, seja a partir da infância, seja a partir da minha formação, educação, a minha experiência social como indivíduo inserido dentro de uma sociedade, sempre acabaram por se traduzir exatamente na necessidade de transmitir estes pontos de vista que a Renata acabou de relatar aqui, traduzido pela forma como as pessoas, logo num primeiro olhar, pimbas, definiram. É fantástico.
E Tó, fazendo uma ligação com o que você acabou de falar, hoje de manhã, acho que foi no primeiro encontro que teve no festival, a colega Prazana Homem, ela fez uma pergunta muito interessante, eu gostaria de torná-la, né, a sua pergunta agora. Como que a arte deve refletir as injustiças sociais, no seu ponto de vista?
Eu posso dar o meu ponto de vista. O meu ponto de vista não sei, o meu ponto de vista, a arte tinha que ser completamente livre, entende? Como eu a vejo, a arte é tão poderosa, é tão acima de qualquer tipo de condicionamento que, do meu ponto de vista, não tem como a gente digamos, moldá-la. Né? Ela se manifesta da forma como ela é interpretada e como ela é comunicada. Portanto, do meu ponto de vista, ela é algo que não tem cadeias, não tem uma forma específica, não tem sequer definições concretas. Ela deve ser exatamente como a própria vida é, de certa forma. A manifestação da vida, ela é extremamente multifacetada, ela nunca não obedece sequer. Ela pura e simplesmente se multiplica e se torna sempre diferente, mas exprimindo quase sempre a mesma coisa, só que de formas completamente diferentes. E a arte, para mim, é exatamente isso. É a forma como a gente consegue exprimir a mesma coisa, mas com um infinito número de ângulos ou de pontos de vista. Então, portanto, ela deixa de se conter, não se consegue conter ela dentro de uma definição.
Agora, você faz parte da primeira geração de artistas, né, após ou pós-independência de Angola, em 1975. Esse fato, ou seja, a luta pela independência do seu país, ele é, de certa forma, retratado, ou você acaba retratando esse tema nas suas obras? Ou no seu fazer artístico?
Eu não sei se eu sou da primeira geração, né? Sim, há a geração pós-independência e nós somos produtos da geração pós-independência. Ou seja, nós temos muitas referências. Eu próprio estou cheio de referências de artistas angolanos, músicos, escritores, poetas, uma lista que nunca mais acaba de influências angolanas para ser o que sou hoje. Então, e sim, nós o trabalho que uma parte dos artistas contemporâneos angolanos espelha isso, né? Fala muito do nosso percurso, da nossa história como entidade, né?
Mas você trabalha, né, fazendo uma mescla muito interessante entre do resgate da memória coletiva angolana ancestral com também a arte urbana, né, que é encontrada nos grandes centros urbanos, assim, enfim, através do street art. Como é que você faz essa ligação, essa conexão, essa mescla? Ou como você consegue fazer isso?
Eu não sei como é que eu consigo, eu sigo o fluxo. Eu faço por uma necessidade que não termina, que eu tenho de identificar, percebe?
Uhum.
Eu sou produto de uma sociedade colonizada, que supostamente é uma sociedade que foi construída à base da colonização, ou seja, em termos de identidade cultural, ela sofre um enorme desvio do que seriam as suas sociedades originais, caso não fôssemos colonizados. Então, eu perco muito da minha identidade por ser fruto de uma colonização.
Uhum.
E como ser humano, é como se quando tu olhas para dentro, notas, olha, falta-me aqui um pedaço. E eu vou atrás desse pedaço e depois tento encontrar fatores comuns, né, entre o passado, o presente e o futuro.
Uhum.
E acabo por estar aberto a todas essas experiências. Acabo, de certa forma, por encontrar uma linguagem que consegue equilibrar tudo que eu consigo apreender, todas as lições que eu consigo absorver, né, das experiências de vida, seja das minhas pesquisas sobre o meu passado cultural, a história das civilizações, das culturas angolanas, seja da influência colonial, seja do percurso da Angola pós-colonial,
Uhum.
seja do posicionamento rumo ao futuro da Angola perante todo o contexto. Então, eu consigo, de alguma forma, encontrar um equilíbrio dentro de todo esse caos de informação. E quando eu depois, quando os represento, acaba por se notar isso nos meus trabalhos. Tenho tido sorte, acredito eu, por ter a sensibilidade de perceber as coisas. Não que eu tenha uma fórmula concreta, não acredito que eu tenha já. Se calhar muito facilmente e de forma muito fluida eu consigo fazer, mas eu não defini uma fórmula. Hoje eu consigo trabalhar como trabalho à vontade, acredito, por causa de todo esse tempo de experimentação.
Uhum. Uhum. Eu queria tocar num ponto que foi através de uma entrevista sua que eu vi, que me chamou muito a atenção, que você disse que pretende com a sua arte descolonizar a mente daquele que está vendo, né, ou tendo contato ou a experiência com a sua criação artística. Como que se dá e como você trabalha essa descolonização da mente? E o que seria isso para você?
É a forma como eu o mesmo exercício que eu faço comigo mesmo. Eu começo por desconstruir sempre as informações, né? Porque elas chegam de uma forma e a primeira pergunta é: elas originalmente são exatamente assim como eu as absorvo?
Uhum. Ou
têm necessariamente que ser assim? Ou podem ser da forma como eu quiser, não é? Ou se calhar elas começaram de uma forma e foram se transformando conforme o contexto e os interesses. Então, todos os assuntos que mexem comigo me levam a isso, a pegar neles e fazer tudo porque a gente possa olhar de outra maneira. Não tipo, eu tenho o maior prazer em derrubar dogmas e paradigmas. Né? porque eu acho que são exatamente os dogmas, os paradigmas que limitam o percurso do homem no universo. Eu acho que nós temos o direito de ser completamente livres na forma como interpretamos o mundo à nossa volta. E temos que ter o direito de exprimir as nossas ideias e os nossos pontos de vista. Eu acho que parte muito por aí. Dali esse esforço intenso de desconstruir, de por exemplo, tentar juntar tipo fórmulas clássicas de reproduzir o belo com fórmulas que podem ser classificadas como não corretas, mas, no entretanto, continuam a ser as mesmas fórmulas, só que usadas de forma completamente diferente. Né? Está sempre presente o toque humano, a criatividade, a alma humana em tudo que o homem faz.
Quando você fala de fórmulas, né, de sair um pouco do reducionismo de fórmulas clássicas, tradição, eu queria fazer uma associação com o gênero do retrato, porque o gênero do retrato dentro da tradição da pintura tem toda uma função social, né, de legitimar ou de dignificar, né, ou de tornar presente a pessoa, né, que está sendo representada, e há uma predominância muito grande, né, de retratos nos seus grafites, nos seus trabalhos, né? Então eu queria saber quem são essas pessoas retratadas por você e qual é a função que você tem no momento, né, que você está retratando essas pessoas.
É mais um exercício que eu faço, na verdade, em conseguir chegar ao fim da mensagem e continuar a ter a essência dela lá concentrada. Então, as pessoas, na sua maior parte, são pessoas anónimas que têm o privilégio de cruzar no meu percurso de vida. E eu escolho, de certa forma, são muitas das pessoas anónimas com quem eu cruzo, de várias classes sociais e tudo mais. Mas eu tenho preferência por pessoas que não têm, eu começo por mim, como base de comparação, não têm as mesmas condições de vida que eu tenho, apesar de eu também ser uma pessoa que tem que batalhar bastante para poder manter-se. No entretanto, há pessoas em piores condições do que eu, na maior parte, e são normalmente frutos das nossas sociedades, da forma como as sociedades são montadas e construídas. Elas produzem essas pessoas. Essas pessoas não vêm com essas condições criadas. Elas são produtos das sociedades. No entretanto, apesar de terem que viver as suas experiências de vida nessas condições de pessoas, umas pessoas pobres, outras pessoas deslocadas das suas zonas de origem por causa da extrema pobreza, desempregados, jovens sem perspectivas para o futuro por uma série de fatores, pessoas com condições especiais, quer dizer, todo aquele tipo de pessoa que começa já em desvantagem, né? Já está em desvantagem no seu processo de viver a vida. Mas, no entretanto, você sente que a intensidade e a dignidade com que elas vivem a sua vida é fantástica. Então, eu consigo ver a superioridade dessas pessoas em relação a mim, quando eu tenho a experiência de conviver ou cruzar com elas, E quando eu as transporto para os meus trabalhos, a intenção é manter exatamente aquilo que a minha mente reteve dessas pessoas, que é exatamente a sua superioridade em relação à condição social. Então, é muito dessa transmissão, aliás, dessa necessidade de transmitir a mensagem que nós estamos muito acima do que as sociedades nos transformam.
E nos condicionam também, não?
E nos condicionam também. Exato.
E eu queria fazer uma outra pergunta em relação, né, que você disse que você retrata as pessoas que você vê, as pessoas que você encontra, que são, na verdade, assim, que é no ambiente, né, no ambiente público, no ambiente da rua.
Certo.
O que a rua, o ambiente público, te ensinou como artista? Ou moldou o seu modo de ver e o seu modo de interpretar e perceber o mundo?
Me ensinou tudo. Me ensina tudo. A minha maior escola é a vida em si. É a capacidade que eu tenho de aceitá-la, observá-la, conviver com ela e aprender com ela. Então, as ruas têm um significado enorme para mim. Tudo que eu consigo aprender, as lições vêm das ruas, né? Eu costumo dizer às vezes que, aliás, não é o que eu costumo dizer, é o que costuma acontecer comigo. Em todos os sítios onde eu vou, o meu primeiro olhar é para a paisagem, para essa
paisagem. Natureza.
Seja ela paisagem rural, seja ela paisagem urbana, né? É a primeira coisa, é a partir dali que eu consigo fazer uma interpretação de se eu estou num local, sei lá, pacífico ou não, se eu estou num local tranquilo ou não, né? Se essas pessoas estão bem ou não, é pela paisagem. Então, todas as informações eu pego na rua. Portanto, é extremamente essencial eu conviver com o ambiente à minha volta, com as pessoas com quem eu cruzo. Se não for dessa forma, eu fico um bocado entalado depois na hora de usar as informações para fazer alguma coisa.
Tó, infelizmente, a gente tem que encerrar essa conversa. É um prazer toda vez que a gente, né, bate papo. É um prazer enorme aprender de você. Eu quero te agradecer porque para mim é muito satisfatório receber os seus saberes, receber a sua paz. E eu quero te agradecer mesmo por mais esse papo.
Eu é que agradeço tudo isso. Eu não sei que sabia ou sei alguma coisa.
Oxi.
O que eu faço não sei, eu acho que eu respondo com naturalidade, mas não sabia que era tão sabedor das coisas. É um prazer ouvir isso.
Querido,
muito obrigado, Renata.
Não, capaz. Saúde, muita saúde para você, para sua família, para os seus queridos, para suas queridas, sim, muita saúde. E eu quero agradecer também quem esteve nos prestigiando, ouvindo, vendo, se indagando, refletindo. Obrigada. E uma vez mais, muito obrigada pelo Instituto Goethe, né? Por ter nos permitido ter esse encontro virtual com Tó Simões. Aqui a conversa de hoje e muito obrigada, Tó.
Eu é que agradeço. Eu também quero aproveitar e agradecer a todos vocês, o Instituto Goethe, outra vez, mas quero também aproveitar para mandar um grande abraço a toda a gente, porque eu já estive em Salvador e também já tive o privilégio de receber aqui em Angola amigos meus, artistas de rua, que vieram de Salvador para aqui conhecer Luanda, conhecer algumas outras províncias de Angola. Quero mandar um beijão a toda essa gente. Eu estava a pensar que eu ia poder abraçá-los todos esse ano, mas pronto, ficou adiado. Eu não vou citar nomes para não esquecer, eu sei que eles sabem, para não esquecer ninguém.
10 segundos.
Vai, beijão. Beijão a toda a gente, muito obrigado mesmo, muito obrigado. Vamos de coração.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our panel discussion, Resisting Extractivism, that will not only be streamed as part of the online festival Latitude, organized by the Goethe-Institut, but also broadcasted as a radio program titled Latitude on Air, Unsettling Power Relations, in cooperation with Reboot FM and the Radio Netzwerk Berlin, co-curated by Diana McCarty and Elena Agudio. My own name is Lotte Arndt. I'm a Paris-based writer and curator and currently involved in On Trade Off, a collaborative artistic project on extractivism between the DRC and Belgium, and I will moderate the discussion today. This panel, to give you a short introduction, will focus on the works of two artists who have repeatedly and extensively dedicated themselves to the history and present of extractivism. Rachel O'Reilly, an artist, writer, curator, and PhD researcher at Goldsmith Center for Research Architecture, working between Australia and Europe, but traveling, teaching, and exhibiting worldwide, at least before the lockdown. Rachel finished in 2019 a feature-length film titled Infractions, which is the final work of the larger project, The Gas Imaginary, in which she is invested since 2013. A project that addresses the rollout of new forms of gas extraction in Australia across different media. And Sami Balogi, who spends his year in Rome, but usually lives and works between Brussels and Lubumbashi in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Since the early 2000s, Sami has worked in many ways about colonial mining and its aftermath in the Katanga region, and we will discuss several of his works over the next hour. Later in the conversation, we will be joined by curator Elena Agudio, artistic co-director at Savvy Contemporary in Berlin. A very warm welcome to the three of you. When referring to extractivism, we are speaking about the structural foundations of global capitalism and its colonial history. To quote Heather Davis from a recent issue of the journal After All, we are speaking about and here I quote, understanding that the world, its beings, are inherently commodifiable, violently turned into things, operating as a standing reserve for the accumulation of profit and power in the hands of a few. In the past years, extractivism has been theorized mainly in Latin American scholarship to describe, and I quote again, describe the mutual entwinements of colonialism, capitalism, and ecocide, unquote. But evidently, it reaches back far longer as an economic and social system. Global capitalism is fueled by fossil energies, which are most often extracted for the economic benefit of transnational companies collaborating with national governments to the detriment of local populations. The asymmetrical structures of the world economy have been built on colonial foundations and continuously present the frame in which the availability of strategic raw materials is assured by impoverishing and oppressing the inhabitants of the land. For us today, the current lockdown in many parts of the world presents a particularly double-sided situation for our discussion. Rachel is joining us from Australia, Sami is in Italy, Elena in Berlin, myself in Western France, and the recording studios are in Germany. In the initial plan for this festival, we would have all gathered in Berlin, flying in from locations all over the world. Now we meet via a screen, and what appeared over the last couple of weeks as a frightening world of a massively extended internet-based communication and caused a lot of excited comments about the sudden decrease of international travel with its destructive ecological footprint is also based on energy and raw material consuming technologies and their ongoing supply. So even in the so-called dematerialized communication, we are taking part in a system that extracts labor from bodies, minerals, gas, and oil from the ground, and that has no inherent limits or realms that it would not include in the permanent accumulation process, as Karl Marx wrote as early as 1884 in The Capital. And it is precisely this double-sidedness of analytical critique of extractivism in your artworks and our own implication in the asymmetries of the global economy that we would like to discuss today. And with this, I will stop my introduction and rather hand over to Rachel O'Reilly as a first speaker who will introduce her work and more precisely her film Infractions, of which we will see and hear a short extract in a bit. For a start, I would notably like to hear you about the specific form of extractivism which is described in the film and about the context in which fracking takes place in Australia.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just talk through a bit of the kind of geo-biographical intimacy of some of these kind of bigger concepts as it relates to this particular industry. So I started paying attention to the unconventional gas industry, which, you know, is colloquially called fracking, in about 2011. But the industry was approved. It came out of the United States context, and it was embraced in particular following the first oil shock in 1973. There was a lot of experimentation and expansions in the US before it was approved for Australia in 2009. And that was just 2 years after a major takeover of Indigenous lands in the Northern Territory. The first processing plant was set up through the East Coast port where I grew up, called Gladstone, which is unceded Gureng land. And the city, as a kind of colonial port city, is a key site in the Venn diagram of corporate power's relationship both to Aboriginal and labour rights in Australia. My family on my father's side were self-educated union organisers, so I knew that history through them. And I was working in my day job, obviously, in art. And at that time, I was a moving image curator setting up the Australian Cinematheque and curating a lot of Indigenous art and film at that time. So as it happened, there was a mass, with the port expansion, there was a mass fish kill event, which coincided with the beginning of the rig, the fracking rig rollouts in the countryside much closer to my museum, and the rivers started leaking methane and were actually flammable. You could light the rivers on fire, as you can see in the US context. The project's approvals were extremely light on detail. If you wanted to research them, there was hardly any investigative journalism at all, particularly around my hometown, because there was very little resistance to it. For the first 4 years, I was paying attention to this because obviously the connection of my workplace to my hometown, to the settler colonial situation, was completely obvious. And I was freelancing after this period. Well, the sponsorship continued, and essentially not a single First Nations person was making it into the campaign videos of the biggest environmental resistance movement of the neoliberal era in Australia at that time. It was more than 4 years until First Nations people were interviewed about the so-called corporate invasion of Australia, when, you know, in a context where the entire country has been a corporate invasion for 250 years. I was trying to write about the situation, given that I knew so many, you know, fishermen and workers affected by it. But essentially there was no information to be mediated in the early days. And as an installation curator, I started thinking about this process and this kind of the scale of the transformation of the countryside as an installation drama. And I started thinking about how you could use a different kind of artistic media to at least dramatize what was taking place in terms of the powers and forces in play, if no kind of numerical figures were available to kind of document the destruction, but also, you know, to put people in dialogue who are differently affected by the infrastructure and by the installation, who weren't necessarily in conversation with people in the whiteness of the environment movement. So that was ongoing research. I made drawings, I made poetry, I made an animation on the history of the racist land law that was used to colonize the country, because a lot of, you know, that's just not taught in Australian schools and the education system. And so, you know, teaching against the whiteness of a successful resistance movement at the same time as frontlining Indigenous voices in the spaces where, you know, the corporations were colonizing farming land, I thought was something that I could contribute to the story. Essentially, the moment that I was offered the KW Production Series Commission in Berlin, just before that, the Australian government, the Northern Territory government, lifted a moratorium on shale gas there, and that is the state with the most Indigenous communities on their country, and many have actually won back their land in that area because of the fact that in previous decades, the state didn't think it wanted to necessarily develop those territories, and now it has decided that it wants to. And so a lot of the, you know, I could see that the same process that I'd, you know, studied for 4 or 5 years at that point was about to begin in the Northern Territory. And I assumed that I could contribute something in connecting the different literacy and this different new engineering technology on the ground, you know, in places where English is often the 4th or 5th language of First Nations people. And also connecting the legal geographies, not just between 2 states in Australia, but actually, you know, the globality of the industry, the fact that Europe is expanding, importing infrastructure for gas from the settler colonies, from the US, possibly from Australia. And gas continues to be marketed as a transition fuel, even though we know, you know, it is as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than coal in creating global warming. And there has been a kind of slow move to kind of teach the reality of LNG, the damage of liquid natural gas expansions in the context of climate change movements. So yeah, I could play actually a sequence from Infractions that is actually an interview with a man called Jack Green. Jack's a Garawa and Gurindji man. He's a major activist and important elder in the Gulf country of Borroloola, which has a very strong resistance history. Amazing artists and songwriters and reggae musicians from that country. And he started painting in his, you know, older, he's about in his maybe the last 10 years in reaction to a previous set of mining contaminations from a nickel mine that is near his country, on his country. But what happens once the industry hits the territory is it's hitting these hubs of resistance that are extremely literate in the damage that mining does. And so, you know, invasion by mining companies is not new to my Indigenous colleagues, but the power of their resistance comes from their remediation of past and present mining struggles, also through different kinds of artistic media. So we'll just play a sequence from Infractions that features Jack Green.
The land they gave us back is not a really good land. It's a land that they don't want to know. That's the land we got back. And we're proud of it because that land it's not important to pastoralists or the government, but it's sort of special to us, you know. That's where I think the government and mining company, I don't think they realize how important this land is for Aboriginal people. And what's in the back of their mind, they keep worrying about money, so dig the land up, you know, destroy the land. And that's also fracking doing the same thing. They can never tell us what damage can happen down the bottom. They said it's pretty safe. They put a big pipe there, and they say they only frack it a little bit like that, you know, and then saying they put sand so just to keep it open so the gas can come out and all that sort of thing. But to us inside Aboriginal people, we still don't trust. I asked him the question. I said, well, look, what if earthquake, you know? Because this land, Mother Nature will give up somewhere on us, you know, and damage a lot of things. And they told us that never going to happen. It's pretty safe and everything. Flexible cement, flexible pipe and things like that they're going to put down, but no one knows how long that pipe going to be any good, you know. So when he's down there for good until he get eaten up by the heat or salt or something inside it. Yeah, and I done a painting on the mines, right? I done quite a few paintings on the mine where they come in, dig up the land and take all of mineral away. And then one of the painting mine, there's the company sitting up on top of it, hey, hi, you know, I'm going with your bloody mineral or something, you know. So that's one of my painting. Other one, I done a painting on roots of a tree. So how they get to Aboriginal people, they find one person, and to myself, I don't think that person is understand what they're doing properly. They use that person. That's why I always say that they come in on end of that root of the tree. I call them white ants. When they get in there, they start eating towards that trunk. So that as soon as they can get in there, they'll get into the rest of our group, you know, and start saying, this company, good, look what he's doing. He's giving you this, look what government doing. He's giving you this, he's giving you that, you know. That's the reason I've done that painting.
So when did you start painting about mining companies?
Well, as soon as that McArthur River mine, as soon as the diversion of the river, divert of the river, that's when I started doing all this painting towards this. You'll see another my painting, I done a fly-in and fly-out, you know. And the reason I done it is because every time government comes in, they'll fly in, spend about an hour or something, or half an hour, a couple of hours, and then they drive around, look around, jump back on the plane and take off. And you don't give us enough time to answer that question, or, you know, you don't give us time to, I don't know, I said, to think a bit more what we got to say, you know.
Yeah, so that was a sequence of the film in which Jack Green is sitting on his homelands in Gulf country, Baralula, and he's you know, we drove around looking at the country that might be affected if by new gas infrastructure if it comes to his country. they've been quite successful in Baralula. They were actually the first Aboriginal community to use their own counter-administration practices to declare their land frack-free by interviewing everyone in the community and getting signatures, you know, against the industry. And they're working across the country with First Nations communities and also with environmental NGOs very successfully to kind of strengthen the movement, including intersectionally. I think, how much time do I have left? I think I could possibly stop there and we could, yeah, move into I'm happy to answer any questions that come up from that kind of intro.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'm really impressed by Jack Green speaking and by this, the depth of the history of the land that he is living on, and the way how he describes the different strategies by mining companies to actually go into that land and to take over the rights, and with this to take away the possibilities to live, to inhabit this land with all the practices that are attached to this presence. And with this, I would like to jump and to make the first connection to Sami's work. And I was notably thinking of the way, because there's like in this narrative, there's this big presence of history that is tied to land, and that is present in the materiality of the land itself. And this is something, Sami, that I think is very present throughout your work, that like working about the mining history of Lubumbashi and the Katanga region, that there is a kind of time structure that keeps coming back, where you are pointing to the colonial exploitation of the soil, just to find the continuities in the present. And so that in very many of the forms that extractivism takes today in Northern Congo, Northern Eastern Congo, there is a permanent recurrence or permanent pre-structuring by the colonial history and its presence in the territory. And so when we're preparing this discussion, we were talking about specifically, because this is very present in all your work, about a photo series called Kolwezi that you did between 2011 2012. That works with strongly contrasted views of landscapes. So it's one hand landscapes that are intensively marked by huge craters and washed out extractive infrastructure, and these are contrasted with idealized representations where the hardships of embodied or that are embodied in these damaged mine areas are totally absent and invisible. And I was wondering if you could speak a bit, this series has a name of a city, a mining city called Kolwezi, and I would like you to comment a little bit on this connection of your work relating to the history of this place.
Yeah, thank you, Lotte. I think I found a lot of connection when I was watching the film that Rachel showed. Talking about Congo or all those mining areas in Africa, I think it's really connected to the colonial construction that started since 1885 with the Conference de Berlin. So, and whenever we start to talk about extractivism, it's always about how the occupation implied a certain way of structuring those cities, those areas, those places by, with, I would say, with religion or even administration that in a way tends to create a hierarchy between people or races and also indigenous people who are living there. So I would say that after the Conference de Berlin, the city the Katanga region, which is in the Copper Belt region in the south of Katanga, south of Africa. Lubumbashi was created in 1910 as a city, and the city was really built around the extraction purpose, because it was the case where you can still found even actually the copper or cobalt, but even uranium that was used, for example, for the first atomic bomb came from the Katanga region. And this reality also was quite important and for the Belgians, but even for the United States. It was also kind of more interesting for American, even after the independence in '60 that happened. The thing was, Congo was still more important in order to kind of, just because of the mining resources, it was important to keep Congo under the control of the United States during the Cold War. I mean, because of the Cold War, the United States wanted to have control of those mineral resources from '60 onward until the end of the Cold War in what happened in 1990. And this is what, so like from 1960 to 1990, we went through a kind of dictatorial regime with who was a president in a way, was trying to kind of keep a distance with the colonial history or the colonial legacy in a way, by at the same time imposing his own rule on the population. So I would say that I was born during this dictatorial regime with, just as Rachel said, I went to school, but the colonial history has never been told to us in terms of how the land was occupied and how the structure, the pre-colonial structure, was in a way destroyed by this extraction purpose imposed by the colonial system, but even by the church. And myself, I was living in a city where I couldn't understand where it's, what was the purpose of the city, except of the fact that all the people and all the target was to go to the mining and to extract and to benefit from these mineral resources. So I started to really question myself, and also kind of trying to understand how the city was built and what was the purpose behind, by using archival materials that I found it in the mining area, which was abandoned after the crisis period, what happened from 90 to 2004. So,
thank you very much. I'm super sorry to have to cut you right now. This is quite hard, but we will come back to the context that you just introduced in the second part of the question in a couple of minutes. Just very sorry to jump in like that, but we have a restricted time frame, and maybe I can try at that moment to make a connection again between your two works, and notably the way how you work. Like you just spoke, Sami, about the archives with which you work, with the visual material that you're using for the montage, for these juxtapositions that you're often creating in your notably photographic work, but not only. And I wanted to come back in this second round of questions to the way how you work as artists. In the, what are like the aesthetic strategies, but also the ways to organize your alliances with local populations when you're working on extractivism. And I was very impressed, or it's very present in the film of Rachel, to see that throughout the film, the film relies on a strong guidance and insights of the interview partners that you're finding. All of them are activists. Some are themselves artists. We just heard it in the position of Jack Green. And one of them, Q Kenny, is literally driving you on a bumpy road through the journey of the film. And leading you to a couple of sites of land, like extraction and land dispossession. And then you're bringing in the image, as we could see in the extract, that the sequence that you've shown, additional information. And so you're coupling the voices of the people who are working with you with information which is not visible to an untrained eye. And maybe you can give us a short idea of this type of collaborations, and so of the also activist use of the art field in the way you're working with your interview partners.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. I mean, a lot of the work before this film had a lot of conversations behind the scenes with activists who were, happy for me to be producing more kind of analytical pieces, I guess, for public spaces. I used more of the artist talks to talk more candidly about the activism, but there's not, in Australia, there's not a lot of crossover between the environmental activists or movement in museums and the general kind of public of museums. There's a lot of reasons for that, but generally when I presented this work in the early days in Australian institutions, people really had no idea what I was talking about, even when it was only an hour's drive away. I think also, also in Europe, when I moved there 10 years ago, and definitely, the newness of this very particular industry has taken a while to travel. But in terms of the collaborations, I don't say that I'm an activist. I think I'm interested in art's responsibility to attend to social movements and to do certain kinds of research that social movements don't have time to do necessarily. Obviously, in the settler colonial context, there's I think we discussed a little bit before this segment what was involved in my decision to kind of stop curating artworks and start making artistic work about the current absolutely neo-colonial energy sector. That was a particular decision that still keeps me in, art is the space in which I professionalized, and I hope to make work professionally. But at the same time, the dominant mode of production can be quite extractive, and obviously I try to, assume a project of reciprocity and, need in the work that I do. So the activists that are in the film I met most of them at a really amazing regional art event called Stories from the Front Line, in which a lot of those Indigenous artists and songwriters and activists were speaking. And that event was organised to talk about the possibility to use art for the anti-fracking movement. And so I was invited based on the fact that I'd already been making anti-fracking art for a different place. But just because a white filmmaker wants to make a film about an urgent issue, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to contribute anything to the mediation of that issue. So I learned a lot from the people that I interviewed. They made a lot of editing decisions about the material that we shot. They approved the final take. They took things out of the final film. They wanted certain things emphasized in the final film. And then I made a particular decision to put a really important Indigenous legal theorist in the film to frame the film, precisely because of how I think racism is a job creator, I think, for white artists to a certain extent. Like, obviously an injustice can create an urge to do something. and you're often kind of the least knowledgeable person to be doing something about that person's land. And so I think it's quite a modest film in the way that it's just connecting people, you know, who don't have a camera on hand necessarily to travel that far and, you know, connect those stories. But the activistic part, I think, is more about, you know, letting those people remediating the conflicts in their country, and using art space to talk about, you know, the absolute contemporaneity of those struggles in the context of, you know, a conversation that's supposed to be about contemporary art.
Thank you so much. I will take up the thread and take it back to Sami and take it back to the situation, how quite often in your work you're bringing in or showing the voices or the agents who in the context of Lubumbashi are dealing with the situation of mining and are trying to resist the situation of mining. And right now, I would like you to invite to introduce and to comment on a film that you've produced in 2017, titled Tales of the Copper Cross Garden, which is actually shot inside a huge industrial foundry and gives a very different idea of what mining is about than all the work that you've done in the artisanal mining sites. So in the sites where people are themselves extracting or trying to make a living with their own hands. And I would like to hear you how you connect these images of this machinery, this heavy machinery, with the way how it is intertwined with colonial domination in ideology.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a structure in the film. So in a way, Tales of the Copper Cross Garden, episode 1, interweaves three narrative elements that are in constant tension throughout the 42-minute film. These are written extracts from the autobiographical essay of the Congolese philosopher Valentin Mudimbe, entitled Les corps glorieux des mots et des êtres, esquisse d'un jardin africain à la bénédictin, published in 1994.
I jump in. I have the English translation as Singers of the Copper Cross. For the choir and for Mudimbe, the title is The Glorious Bodies of Words and Beings, Sketch of a Benedictine Garden. This may be useful.
Mm-hmm. So in this work, Mudimbe analyzes through his life experience and his journey the impact of the Catholic Church and the colonial power in the assertion of indigenous bodies and colonized territories in the Congo. So from this analysis emerges reflections on theory and on post-colonial Africa. The film is accompanied by the liturgical songs of the chorale de petits chanteurs à la croix de cuivre, the set of songs which constitute the identity of the Katanga Mess, recorded in 1948, is composed and accompanied on the organ by the Congolese composer Joseph Willet under the direction of the Belgian religious authorities. The contemporary images are taken in a workshop where copper is transformed into conducting cables. One can observe the production choreography performed by the workers in a very precarious safety condition with machinery dating from the colonial period. The film bears witness to the colonial legacy, both in the capitalist production process, where the body undergoes and does not reflect, and in the subjugation of mind by religion. So I think I can come after that to talk a bit more about the film.
That's great. Can we see the sequence of the film, please? Oh.
Oh. What happened?
I wasn't sure, yeah, I wasn't sure if there was a technical problem or not, but actually it's the end of the film. Sami, do you want to say a couple of words more on this association? Yeah, as you've said in the introduction that in the film you have these workers, you have the text by the philosopher Valentin Yves Maudimbe.
Actually, it didn't appear, the text, so I was waiting also this part, just in order to introduce all the three parts that I was talking about. So, to talk about the theme, I think for me it's important to have a local voice, because it's all about the experience also of the space beyond the structure that has been imposed through religion or administrative roles that in a way tends to kind of put the people on a position of production without thinking. So for me, the theme the way, that's why also I chose to have the local voice, which actually is from this philosopher Maudimbe, who was trained as a priest and was taken from his family when he was 7 years old. And he went to a missionary school where he learned theory about how to become a Christian and a priest. And then after that, he left this place and started to kind of analyze what happened in those territories and how the religion played a strong role into the domination of local minds and bodies. So, and one other thing is that the songs that is part of the film are in part proper to the local region in order to kind of create a local identity, and that's why Katanga Mess. So it's been a sort of commission that was given to one of the composers, actually Joseph Kiwele, who was trained, he's a local singer and composer who was trained by the Belgian missionaries. So he, in a way, wrote and composed the songs for the local church. So in that way, people from Katanga could feel more close to the religion because the composer was a black one. And in that way, they could reappropriate actually the Christian religion into local culture in a way. And on the other hand, so you have this workshop where they're trying to merge normally the copper and transforming it into a cable, which is also a way getting the mineral resources in order to give it a shape that the society wanted to look like or to be useful for the society itself. But the society at the same time is a capitalistic one, which is about producing but not benefiting from it, because all those products goes out of the country, and when they come back, no one locally can afford to get access to it. So those layers are more interesting for me in order to build a sort of tension in a way of experiencing those spaces today.
Yeah, and they very importantly call our attention to the fact that extractivism is also related to an ideological program, that this is not only about raw material extraction, but it is also a worldview that is actually going with us and coming with us and allowing this domination. And you show very precisely the modes of resistance that are existing in that. Rachel has already pointed to the different, like, contradictory or difficulties to navigate this this field that is so much structured by heavy power structures. And actually the radio program that we are participating in has this in its subtitle, and so this is maybe where I would like to make the connections. It's called Unsettling Power Relations. And here is a moment where I would like Elena Agudiu to join us. I've already introduced her in the beginning of the program as the artistic co-director of Savvy, and I just wanted to point rapidly to one exhibition that she has curated titled "Soil is an Inscribed Body on Sovereignty and Agropoetics," and I thought it was particularly related to the questions that we are discussing right here. What for us in the preparation was important, like exchanging with Elena, was to bring in a kind of self-reflexive dimension to this conversation, to think about how our practice in the art field is itself part of asymmetrical power relations and patronage structures, how we are complicit in these structures, and how we can actually contribute to substantial infrastructural change. And with this, I hand over to Elena, who will guide us through the last part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you for inviting me in, and I'm very happy to see Sami and to see Rachel as well. So let's try to make more a speculative exercise after this reasoning about extraction and in its materiality. So I'm very pleased to join this conversation and also to elaborate on some of this, some of the notes and knots of the today program, because we are now doing one event that is unfolding within the day and within the 4 days festival. And this particular focus on extraction is for me interesting, because I would like to, together with you, but also later with the other guests in the radio especially, to elaborate on the possibility of sharing tactics and strategies to unsettle these power relations and power dynamics. So thank you, Lotte, for already articulating these thoughts, and thanks to Sami and Rachel for your reflections. Especially thank you for sharing the political reasoning that is behind your artistic work. In fact, I would like to continue in this direction, and in this second and last part of the discussion, I'd like to push our reasoning a little bit further and to open a reflection on power structures and relations of collaboration also within infrastructures. So I'd like, in fact, us to elaborate on the role of cultural institutions and cultural workers, especially the ones in the global north or in the position of privilege in context of secular colonialism, to unveil what feminist and subaltern theorist Silvia Rivera Cusicanchi calls a political economy of knowledge. She refers to that by pointing to the strategical appropriation of discourses elaborated by Global South scholars in the institutions of the Global North. And she contends that this political economy of knowledge involves new forms of colonial domination through also salaries, privileges, scholarships, degrees, and citation practices, and especially by producing the illusion of multiculturalism and diversity within academia and institutional context. So I invite us in this very few minutes to address this trap and reflect together on the danger of neutralizing practices of resistance, and to do something that we could understand more as a self-reflexive exercise, analyzing the way in which we, on one side, are complicit in these asymmetrical games, and on the other side, the way in which we engage with the strategies that activists and scholars, collectives, are elaborating to undo these geometries and performing and claiming back their sovereignty. So this is, of course, an exercise that I also myself obviously very often do as a European white woman working in a context like savvy contemporary, but in general interested in the possibility of challenging the racially structures of the society that we inhabit and build. So to end, I would like to again reflect a second on what Silvia Rivera Cusicanchi says, and I'm quoting her. I could also mention other people, but I think here her positions are some of the most radical ones. Yeah, I was saying I want to point to the fact that she warns us about the risk of the NGOization of our world, pointing to this new form of colonial extraction that is as dangerous as the material dispossession. So in this position right now, I think we could allow ourselves to the questioning of this critical exercise that we are performing within an institutional context, virtual in this moment, but it is. And to do so, I want to bring to our virtual table some words by the late Okwi Embezor that actually we took as inspiration for the initial curatorial planning of this festival and for the radio programming over the coming years. In an interview that was published in the Journal of the Kulturstiftung des Bundes, he was mentioning and writing, I do, however, worry very much about the consequences of good intentions. And Embezor was pondering the asymmetric engagement between North and South and drawing thoughts about the practice of institutions that intend to support the development of non-Western economies, culture, and art. And he was questioning whether their projects should not be understood as project of patronage rather than project of exchange, and promoting an interrogation of what he was calling the paradigm of developmentalism, or this tribute economy in which people receiving support are expected to contribute and respond with gratitude. This is, of course, quite a big trap, and we know that notion of development has been used and are still used as a tool of othering and a tool of ordering. So, following these cogitations, I'd like, if we can, in, I don't know, 7 minutes, elaborate briefly on the role of public institutions and cultural workers as well, and reflect on the infrastructural disproportion that they and we navigate and produce. And to ask, first of all, how complicit we are in this asymmetrical game. What are the strategies that artists and militants are using to weaponize and work out these asymmetries to produce productive struggles and to avoid the trap of instrumentalization and patronage? And especially to what extent we, with our different positionalities, even in this panel, we have very different positionalities. How can we, and if we can together, formulate tactics to exercise this substantial infrastructural change? I think both Rachel and Sami are in many ways already reflecting a lot on these conundrums in their work. And Rachel is doing that by navigating curatorial strategies in a secular colonial context, while Sami, with Picha, not only as an artist, but also as the agitator, the main agitator behind Picha, the biennial, but Picha also the institution, an institution that is autonomous, that tries to be a completely autonomous structure and to recenter processes in Congo to counter this extractivist way, could also absolutely say something about this reasoning. So maybe Rachel starts or Sami. Who has the mic on?
Right, I think Rachel for a quick.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, yeah, I'll just say one sentence and then hand over to Sammy because I think he's doing a lot more work in his local context. But I mean, my immediate reaction to that would be, you know, definitely the art industry has been sold mining as a development opportunity for regions that they often, you know, never visit and don't access the story of. And I think it's very easy to generalize about how extractive our cultural industry is because, you know, we live under capitalism. But I think, you know, every institution of it has a different history and a different kind of mode of production. And I think you just have to be extremely relational and for every single event in terms of the decisions that you make with this, often with the same film, with the same people, you know, with the same, with different localities. And so, yeah, I just think, you know, that the struggle continues. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to generalize, but I think, you know, trying to avoid all repetitions of violence, do harm minimization, and only work with good people is, you know, the way that we deal with it, I think.
On my side, and talking about Lubumbashi, I think it's really different because, I mean, it's a space really for extraction and exploitation, as it's been said during our session. But what I would like to say is that for us, it's really important to be in community because voices are not listened by the government. We don't have structures, we don't have institutions in those area where, as I said, we've been through a dictatorial regime without questioning the history. There's kind of social and if you want to exist in those spaces, you need also to be in sort of community. So picture, it's also that in terms of you can't live as an artist by yourself without having also a community around you with whom you can start to make sense and also having dialogue. And that's why we started also with Teacher to create this panel where it's not only for local, but it's also more being in contact with other artists, art historian or intellectual or activists who are in other spaces also questioning the capitalist way, but even the cultural field, how it works in a way. So but this is why I think for us it's more, I would say more about existing than revendicating something more than that. Through our culture, through our experiences, and this reality in a way.
And I think, if I may, so one of these really important gestures that Picha is creating, and that is not finishing, but like continuously produces so many very fruitful relationships, is to bring resources back to Lubumbashi and like create, as you say, these communities that collaborate and that by sharing are actually turning this extractivist logic around, at least for the way to work, and very often appropriate what institutions in the North are proposing to you, and like rather bringing this back or handing it over to the structures that you're creating in Lubumbashi. Elena, do you want to have the final word in this conversation?
But I think this, as Rachel said, is really a common struggle, and it's a problem that we all have to address. Again, I want to stress with very different positionalities, and it's just by doing it day by day in our own practice, and by the way we are engaging with these problems. But I think the important thing is always to be aware of this exercise of self-reflection that especially us cultural workers in the global north and institutions in the global north have to consider always fundamental.
This, I think, was a very good last word. And I hope that our conversation won't stop, but take this moment of public exchange only as a starting point to continue to exchange and hopefully to collaborate. Thank you so much for participating in this very quick time slot, and have a really nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao, thank you.
Hello, everybody, and
Hello,
welcome.
everybody. Hallo zusammen. Now we have actually reached the end of the first day, and for today, I'm speaking to you live one last time. We have experienced a compact day. My brain is full. Our main topic was digital and economic inequality, and we received a lot of input and questions from viewers all over the world. This engaged discussions showed us how important this festival is, with its themes and discourses. You will find the discussion contributions within the next 2 days under the hashtag Latitude Festival. So, for this final moderation of this first day, we planned to mention the highlights of the day, but I must admit that's impossible, because each contribution was a unique experience in itself. I myself came to the conclusion that I want to say that today it was a great experience that this International Digital Festival worked so smoothly, also technique-wise. Look at that. Among other countries today, we connected live with Brazil, Kenya, and Guatemala, and many more will follow in the coming days. At this point, I would like to say a big thank you to our technical team and also to the team of the Goethe-Institut, who have been doing an incredible job for weeks to create this festival. For us, the moderators and speakers, this hard work makes it possible to focus on the important contents and productions. At the end of an analog festival day, it is common to gather together for a get-together. Despite the conditions, we didn't want to skip that. As we can't have a drink together and chat in person, we invite you now, after a short break at 19:30 Central European Time, to connect in our Zoom meeting, Thinking Out Loud. Please note that these meeting rooms are only accessible via our website. There will be 2 parallel virtual rooms, which provide the chance to talk to each other and ask some of today's speakers and artists. In room 1, we have Lorena Jaume-Palazzi, the founder of the Ethical Tech Society, who took part in the video chain reaction today, and Stefanie Kastner from the Goethe-Institut. In room 2, you have the opportunity to talk with cultural producer Russell Hlongwane. Sorry about the most likely wrong pronunciation. He participated in the panel on alternative possibilities towards self-reliance. And Molemo Moiloa, again, bad pronunciation at the end of the day. She is an artist and researcher and moderated the panel. And if you are a movie fan, we have a highlight for you. Thanks to a cooperation between the Goethe-Institut and the Arsenal Cinema, a unique film program entitled Camera Memory for Human Forgetfulness is available for 2 weeks on the Arsenal Cinema website. Today at 20:30 Central European Time, curator Karina Griffith will speak with activists and filmmakers, Thirsa Kuthand and Jessica Lauren Elizabeth Taylor, whose films can be seen on the website of Arsenal Institute for Film and Video Art. Tomorrow's topic is dealing with cultural property and restitution. The festival day starts at 11:45 Central European Time with webinars and listening sessions. And I will see you again at 12:30. Thank you a lot for your participation, your interest, your patience, and last but not least, your empathy. I am looking forward to tomorrow and wish you a wonderful rest of the day or evening. Stay tuned, safe, and healthy. See you tomorrow. Bis morgen.
that's fine, and this, we could just be like, those are not the problems.
We're live.
This morning, and then I talked to my psychic about life, and that was all I did today so far.
Nice. I played some Lego with my baby, and that was actually really relaxing to like not pick up the phone or be looking at the email out of the corner of my eye or the news, but just like to really immerse myself in the Lego playing.
I love it. I love it. And you know, it's funny because it's been a while since I've played Lego, but as soon as you say Lego, something happens to me. I'm just like,
it's so meditative. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait till I can see you in person. I'm gonna invite myself over for a Lego party.
Please.
Oh gosh. So when I envisioned this talk, I envisioned it naturally in person. And so translated to the Zoom format. I also envisioned that we would be together with all of our filmmakers, but because it was half-hour and Zoom, I had to make this hard choice. And mothers hate to make that choice, you know, all of our, because it really feels like a conception, this film program. And the reason I chose both of you guys today, it wasn't just like the kind of synergies I felt when I watched your films back to back again, but it was also because I've had the longest engagement with both of you in terms of having, you know, written and spent time with your work before. Thirza, it was earlier this year when I met you at the Berlinale Forum, and you had your solo show, Envy and Survival Trilogy. Mm-hmm. And it was really so moving to spend time with your work because it was installed and there for, you know, some time. And I wrote about it for Berlin Art Link. And Jessica, I also remember, it's been a while now, I wrote about your very first Black in Berlin, this amazing sort of discursive format that you created here in Germany. And the very first session, do you remember? Of course. We're going to talk about memory today, though. Yes. It was 2013, and it was in this now defunct bookstore, such an important space. I remember
defunct bookstore, Dialogue Books, which is now an imprint of Little Brown, Hatchet, UK. So it's like, I mean, it just, these spaces, they just grow and transform and transmute, and it's so beautiful to see.
That is such a good story. I'm so happy that you shared that here, because I was thinking what happened to that space, and now I know that it's a publishing house. That's amazing. Yeah. And it was, I wrote about it for the Mic Movement, online platform created by Denise van der Cruz. So I was really thinking, okay, you know, I've had, you know, spent time with Jessica, it's been quite a few years, and with Thirza, just I felt when I saw your films and spent time with them, I just felt like, this is really sort of moving something in me, kind of like the Lego, you know. But I wanted to definitely talk about, you know, what I felt when I sort of engaged with your films together, and it's so exciting how, in very different ways, because, you know, yours is, you're doing a kind of road movie through time and kind of space. And in a way, we stay in one space, Jessica, in your film, but we also move, you know, transnationally. But you also talk about families. And I was really interested in how would you both describe your films, or better yet, tell me how your grandmothers would describe your films. So what would they be saying to their friends about their granddaughters' moving image works?
Goodness. I think when my grandmother saw the film, she talked a lot about forgotten stories and forgotten histories. I think she used the phrase forgotten or left out or left behind. And I mean, the way I describe it is an archive. But that's not what she said, but I felt like it rang true within her that it was an archive, because she noted that it was important to tell these stories, that they wouldn't have been communicated otherwise, that these aren't stories that are written down in your typical history books. These are stories that are oral traditions.
Mm. Yeah. I think my grandma, she was really self-conscious when she saw the film. Like she had, like, when she was alive, she didn't like looking at herself in the mirror because she was old. She had like this really strange relationship to her image. But something I think she and I noticed in the film was like how women's stories aren't really told through history. Like I followed her and her mother and her mother's mother, but like when I talked to the part of the film with my grandpa, like he talked about, like his dad and his grandfather, but like my grandpa didn't really tell me anything growing up about like the women in that side of the family. So I found it interesting how that operated in the film.
Well, that's really interesting what you're saying, because I think, that kind of way of positioning a narrative, I think that it's interesting, because then what's learned through that is that some people are active in the family and some are passive, and some are kinetic and some are not. Did you feel it, Jessica, when you were then speaking specifically to women and femmes about, their stories, did you also find something was sort of moving in people in the middle of in the middle of their interviews? Because it's something that I noticed. There were always these moments, the way people moved, that it felt as if, connections were being made in the moment of the interview.
Definitely. I mean, there were a lot of revelations discovered for the interviewees, for the subjects, and I mean, we had to take a lot of breaks because there were a lot of difficult moments. And when you're doing this kind of interview style, documentary style filmmaking, it's difficult because you also have these breaks where it's like, oh, if you're outside filming, where it's like, oh, wait, no, a plane just went by. Could you say that terrible, tragic thing again, please, for the fourth time? But actually, there was some power in that as well, because they kind of took ownership of it when they said it the second time or the third time or the fourth time. And it really sunk into them. And for a lot of them, it was things that they had thought about, or, ideas that you have that you store deep within yourself, but maybe you're too afraid or, afraid of speaking them out loud because the truth could hurt other people. And that happened during the process. Actually, there were some family members of some of the participants who weren't happy with their truth telling.
Wow. I want to ask you about that, Thirza, because there's certain people in the story and certain people who are not in the story. What did other family members feel about this journey that you took to the homeland of both your grandmother and your grandfather?
It's interesting. I mean, like when I made the film, like the rest of my family wasn't very interested in it. But then my grandma died, and then later my grandpa died, and I wanted my family to be able to see it whenever they wanted. So I put it on. I think I put it on Vimeo for them, and they were telling me about watching it and just like how comforting it was to like have you know, these stories from these people. Because, you know, like when I made the video, I knew my grandma and grandpa weren't going to be around forever. And there's still stories I wish my grandpa had told me that that I know I'm just not going to hear now. Yeah. What was the original question? Like sort of...
Yeah, just about other family members who didn't make it to the film. You know, your mom's in the film and others. So just how did they also, you know, react to it? I'm sure for them it was also learning new things, or maybe hearing stories that they've heard before in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's things that they didn't hear before. Like I have some cousins who never were told the story of like my family's involvement in sort of the 1885 rebellion. So, you know, like they just didn't hear those stories before, which is surprising because my grandpa talked about that all the time. He was like so proud of his grandfather for being involved. But yeah.
That was one thing I really enjoyed about both of your films, was that, you know, that these sort of plans and tactics for sort of repair, restitution were transmitted through oral histories. And then there was also this kind of meta level where you guys, you know, for Jessica, in your film Muta Erde, how the protagonist, the people that you were talking to, kind of went to the next meta level, talking about stories, you know. Mm-hmm. And also Thursday, I felt like, you know, with your characteristic really wry wit, you would kind of then sort of riff off of, in a way, the way that stories are told and transmitted. So I just wanted to talk about that. Was that something that, you know, happened in the process of making the film, or were you consciously actually also talking to, you know, the people in your film about storytelling, so that they were aware that they're storytelling about storytelling?
Yeah, I mean, my grandpa was like a traditional storyteller. Like he got, you know, like all those indigenous stories from like these Cree stories from like the past that he had been told by like his family members, and but my grandma was like not that much of a storyteller. And there was actually this story she told us. There were some stories they told us after this film was made that were really interesting. Like my grandma talked about one time she was pushed up a grade and she wasn't ready yet. She wasn't mature enough, so she was sort of like kicked out of school and sent to work in a fish plant, and she didn't like it, so she like did a really bad job, so they would fire her basically. But yeah, like grandma didn't really open up for stories like that very often, so like making this film with her was kind of like one of the only times I got to really hear about her growing up and her relationship to these family members who I'd never met. Like there's this whole white side of my family that I never met over in New Brunswick, and my mom's met them, but I don't know them. So yeah.
I don't think I communicated the aspect of storytelling to them, because the film made itself. So the idea was never a film. It was supposed to be individual portraits of these femmes, just speaking loosely around the topic of their matriarchal lineage. And the reason that it became a film is because the stories were so linked and so intertwined, and it was just remarkable. These people from 5 different countries, 3 different continents, 4 different continents, that they would have such similar stories. And that's been the one thing that's really stuck with the feedback from audience members, or, you know, people coming to me, young Afro-Europeans coming to me and saying, I showed this film to my grandmother, I showed it to my mom, and we reconnected in a new and different way, because there were things said in the film by other people that they felt themselves or they had been wanting to say, but they didn't know how to communicate it. I think that's been happening a lot for me lately with different tweets I see, and it's like, that's exactly what I wanted to say, but I didn't know how to say it. But that's something really incredible about African diasporic history and femme history and indigenous history is that these stories often repeat, or you have this similar stories in family history. I remember this moment from your film, Tirsa, when your grandfather was talking about the Mongols. And yeah, he just talks about how you can identify that and them. And it just was so interesting to me because my great grandfather used to say something about that. I remember him saying something about that, but I never understood what he was talking about. And I think some of the other family members didn't understand what he was talking about because we were like, Mongolian, that we're not connected to them. What are you saying? Yeah, so I think that's, I don't know if I really answered the question about storytelling, but it made me think about it.
No, but I think it's also so interesting that the importance of stories that we don't even understand, how you still remember them, and maybe you don't know exactly why you're being told this story, but something else is transmitted. Maybe it's just the place where the story was told, the way the story is told. Also, there's in your case of the language the story was told. I thought that was such a moving point when we go in and out. Your grandfather translates himself. Maybe you could tell us a bit about that as well. The importance of having, the story told twice and recorded twice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like any sort of like indigenous person in North America who's like trying to learn their language again. Like my grandpa was a fluent speaker, but sort of this tragedy in our family was that he grew up in like a day school, which is like kind of like residential school, except he got to go home at night. But he sort of had this idea that, you wouldn't teach your children your indigenous language because it would hold them back from like advancing in sort of this like white Western colonized society. So my mom and her siblings didn't know Plains Cree, and so my grandpa was like the last fluent speaker in our family that had it. So it's been like sort of this struggle trying to learn that language again. And I've been taking classes on and off throughout my life and like learning and trying to write it down. And yeah, it's been so having him say it in Plains Cree and then translate, it's kind of like having sort of, like you don't often hear that language out in the world. You have to really seek it out. Yeah, so I think in a way it was kind of like just something so that I could like listen to it later and try to like figure out the different words and what they mean. Yeah.
I really love that part of sorry to cut you off. I really love that part of the film because it's quite early, and for a while I thought I had dropped into the wrong room, the wrong film. I was like, wait, no, I don't understand, and there's no captions, and what's happening? I'm in the wrong place. But it was a really interesting moment as an audience member because it makes you question yourself and also realize your privilege of like, wait, actually, this can be in a language that I don't understand, and it could be translated or not, and I can feel and listen to the way the words sound and move.
Yeah. So I'm like still trying to like reincorporate like Plains Cree into like my filmmaking, but it's it's a steep learning curve. It's like there's long words that have like a whole bunch of syllables and stuff. So,
yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because I said translated, but that was maybe presumptuous of me. At some point, I was also thinking like maybe it's a totally different thing, in English and in Cree. And I love that idea of this kind of opacity, I think, just what you mentioned about that moment of sort of checking yourself and realizing, actually, feeling that I need to always feel welcome in a room, and maybe also taking a step back and having something that's not for me, but having the privilege of being, invited into the room. It felt, it was a really, really important moment for me in understanding, the story, you know. It was a really important moment at the beginning to say, okay, I'm going to show some, and but there's a lot that you're not seeing, you know. And I loved that. Yeah. You know, so I titled this this film program "Camera Memory for Human Forgetfulness," and this is a quote from Trinh Minh Ha's film "Forgetting Vietnam." And I'll just take a moment right now to mention the other filmmakers in the program: Lemo Hang, Jeremiah Muzese, Nengo Muki, Krista Ju, Juan D'Angelo, and Wendelin Van Oldenburg. Please, everybody who's watching live, check out the rest of the films. Take your time. We have another week. Things are online. And I hope you guys also enjoy the sort of synergies in between them. But thinking about this idea of camera memory, now that we're speaking also about language, I think what you said, there's about, you know, that it was the fact that it was recorded is really important to a type of learning, you know, for language. And I was really thinking, you know, in terms of, and to go back, Trinh Minh Ha, the entire quote is camera memory for human forgetfulness, or is it the other way around? And so I wanted to think about the other way around, which would be, I guess, human memory for camera forgetfulness. Also, I guess, could be a title for a future film program. But this idea of maybe, you know, human memory for camera forgetfulness, and I'm wondering about things that are not recorded. And maybe what you wish was recorded but is not, or things that you've consciously, and not just in your filmmaking practice, but outside, things you've consciously not recorded because you wanted to keep that human memory intact.
I think, I mean, it reminds me of the quote from Toby in the film when she says, when an elder dies, a whole library burns. And some of the participants, when I asked them some questions, they declined. It wasn't like they put their everything out. Because I asked specifically about rituals. I was very interested in that from, you know, grandparents or ancestors, what rituals there were. And yeah, there were some participants who said, no, it's not appropriate to say those rituals, to state them in words on camera. And I hadn't thought about that. I don't have the privilege of knowing past my grandparents, beside my one great grandfather, and or knowing their ancestral traditions or rituals or histories or anything like that. So I yearn for it. I think that was one of the inspirations for the film as well. Just collecting these stories to kind of fill this void. Which speaks to a lot of the African-American experience. And yeah, so it really surprised me, but it also humbled me to know that there are some things that shouldn't be written down and aren't written down for a reason, or documented in the way that we, in a Western idea, document them.
Yeah, I kind of had the same feelings about like ceremonies. Like there's medicine people in my family, and I was just kind of raised with this sense that you don't like take pictures or like record video in a ceremony. I mean, I know there's different people who have different ideas around that, and like I'm not saying it's like any good or bad way to go about it, but like personally, I don't film or record in ceremonies. And also when my grandparents were dying, like it was a really spiritual time to be around them and to be caring for them in that like really vulnerable end of life state. And yeah, I never took pictures of them when that was going on. I wrote about it online, but actually one of my uncles was like, I don't want you writing about that online. So I like sort of privately wrote about it online. It was interesting, like sort of the sense of like family privacy around those events in someone's life.
Yeah. When you spoke about
rituals, thinking about new rituals, and there's your desire to sort of go to these sort of homelands. And I was trying to think about, what rituals I had when I went back to Guyana in the Caribbean with to see where my family, we say we're from Guyana because it's the first place that we know we're from. I mean, Barbados before that, and then before that, the Bill of Sale. So, so these ideas of rituals connected to land. And then for me, it was so interesting, Jessica, how your film is in a garden. So we travel through time and space with the different photographs and stories, but we're situated in the garden. And I wanted to talk to you about that decision, the garden. Why was that an important sort of location for you? And what were you trying to transmit through that space where everybody met?
Well, I mean, it came initially from one of the only pieces of information that I know about my mother's mother, who I never met. There hasn't been in my family history that we know of a granddaughter who has met their grandmother on their mother's side. So yeah, that my child hasn't met my mother. She passed, and then I haven't met my grandmother, and my mom never met her grandmother. And so one of the only things that I knew about her, she was very private, very secretive, is what my mother told me. But I know that she loved to garden, and my mom got her green thumb from her, and I got my green thumb from my mom, and so when I was in residency at District Kunst and Kulturförderung, where I made the film, there was this tiny little plot of land that was just completely abandoned. And I just knew I wanted to get in there and do something. So I planted this huge garden, and it felt like the perfect place. And then at the time I was also reading Alice Walker. And her essays, and In My Mother's Garden, and it felt right.
Yeah, to me, this was really, moving, this idea of what a garden could mean for a diaspora, in terms of, and how a garden can also be an archive, going back to what you were saying earlier about stories being archives, and thinking again, about my family, when you have a place that has existed in your family for a while, these stories like, okay, your aunt planted that prickly thyme leaf plant, and your uncle planted that tree over there. So I wonder if there's, or also Jessica, you could speak about, some of the stories around land and connection to land, and how that plays a role also in the telling. I mean, we were speaking earlier about how it's important where the story is told, but for me, it was just so interesting. There's in your film, as you were traveling, the way the storytelling, it always was connected to place. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I mean, again, as an African American, my the history of land is so violent, and often displaced, or often feeling displaced. Losing land a lot of times. I mean, I have countless stories of family members, uncles and cousins, aunties who had land and lost it through, some racist bylaws and tax, tax laws and things like that. And so land ownership was something growing up that was a really prideful thing, and it was really important to have land, and to take care of the land and to respect the land, and so I think that all of the participants in the field in the film, they also had a very strong connection, even if they were more transient, because some of them moved around a lot, but a very strong connection to the landscape, the particular landscape and smells of where they come from.
Yeah, in my film, one of my grandpas talking about like his territory that his family traveled on, like he would talk about things like there was a waterfall somewhere in the States that they would like go behind, and there's like a cave behind it. And I would love to find out which waterfall it was, but like, you know, like we didn't know. And there's also this story about like how my great grandfather fled from the army by going down into the States and joining like a Wild West show and traveling around until it was like kind of like a cheap Wild West show, I guess, because it kind of like fell apart and they let everybody go. And then having to like go on one of those, I guess it's like some kind of trolley to like go like on the railway to go like back to the state to Canada. And then my grandma told this story about her mother being afraid when the children her grandmother being afraid when the children would cross this bridge in Scotland. And when we went to see this town that my great grandmother grew up in, it was like this bridge was kind of like a drawbridge, so it's like that's why she was afraid, because it would like, you know, open and close. Yeah, so it was interesting tying like family history to like actual locations.
Place memory. Memory. It's very visceral.
That and this sort of visceralness which you speak about, you can really feel it in the film. You know, I described both of your films as tender and tactile, because there's something about it where you just kind of, I don't know, you feel it in a special way. So we started with grandmothers, and we have 5 minutes left. I think this is our last question. So, and we started with self-care. So I'm going to put those two questions together for our final question. I want to know, and I'll open it up to not just mothers, but grandmothers and grandfathers. What did your mothers, your grandmothers, your grandfathers teach you about self-care?
I think my grandma liked to bake a lot. Like it wasn't just like care for herself, but it was also like care for the family. Like she was like so into cooking and baking. And I've noticed that's something I've like gravitated towards during this quarantine, is I'm like cooking and baking a lot, and like sort of like nourishing myself. And like I'm the only one here, but I'm like still trying to like have something nice to eat, so I'm not like so depressed that I'm stuck inside. Yeah, I think that's what my grandma taught me.
Something that my mother and my grandmother on my father's side definitely taught me, it's just constantly giving to people, checking in on people, thanking people. I didn't realize that this wasn't a social norm until I moved out of the house. I was like, oh, everyone doesn't just send thank you notes for everything or, you know, go over and check on people or drop things off at their doorstep. Or I think some of it I've had to unlearn, in that my mother and grandmother gave too much of themselves. And that's, of course, a lot of the labor that Black femmes do. So some of it I've had to unlearn, but at the pure heart of it is that giving spirit.
Well, on that note, I can only say thank you for what you've given us today. This has been such an amazing connection. I really want to just say this is the beginning. I want so much for us all to meet in the not too distant future. And I would love for you to keep making films so that we can put them together again. There's something really special happening between your works. So I'm really so thankful that I've been able to experience them together in this program. So Jessica Lauren Elizabeth Taylor, filmmaker, activist, wonderful, amazing mother in Berlin. There's a Kat Hand, amazing filmmaker, wonderful person who I'm so excited to get to know in Toronto, but your background tells us so much more. I have to say, I'm really curious if anything that we said today was brought up by your psychic. Are there connections being made right now?
No, my psychic mostly talked about relationships and me.
Oh, well, next time I hope I make it into your psychic reading.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Take care. God bless.
Take care of yourself.